Yo, what's up? Hi, Pre. Hi, JFC. I don't have a game for coaching. I only have player matches. Hey, I'd still be all right, though. How it go? It go all right. How you? Hi, Wyatt. Hi, Harmonize. Coaching restarted. Fuck. I only made the entire thread in Discord and 2 announcements. Hi, Miguel. Hi, Field of Dreams. Hi, Zax. Hello, everyone coming in. Hello, hello. Hope you're all doing well on this fine day. I may be stupid. Anyway, hi, Till. Obligatory look message presentation tomorrow. I'm not ready. Well, good luck on it. I love formless like water. Be formless, shapeless, like water. Yeah, it's a good quote. Welcome in, hello. Hi, Hiru. I'm here, knows me, Senpai. You have been noticed. Hello. I don't think I have a Super 101 I'm happy with. I've only been finding people in the server. Oh, gotcha. I'm losing tons of digital currency playing poker. Please help. Stop while you're ahead, or even if you're behind. Hi, Lissetto. Hi, Jester. Hello, everyone. Yeah, exactly. Just stop. Hi, Eddie Legend. Hello, hello. All right, I'm shockingly good to go. I just showered, so my hair is wet. So it's kind of all over the place. Here. Hello. My webcam's messed up. Hello. Man, I much prefer this zoomed out thing that's going on. So here. Change all my settings at the beginning of the stream, like normal flashbang coming. Wah, it's fine. But yeah, while everyone's coming in, I'll talk for a little bit. So, hi, Glor, I need help. What do you need help with? Because if you're going to follow this up with, I need help moving a couch, I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. Stop poker, play Tekken. Yeah, just gamble in a different way. Hi, Ad Hoc. I didn't think I'd be here this early, but I am, so hello. Hello! Awkward compliment, forgive me, but your hair looks nice. Thank you. I'm shocked anyone would say that right now because it's so wet. You could hear it like slap the chair. Do you think they'll reset ranks? No, I don't think they will. No, I'm actually I would bet money that they won't reset ranks in Season 3. I do need help with moving a couch, no joke, but how do I combo in general? Also, brush your hair. I don't know what my hairbrush is, to be honest. You're right. I've been neglecting doing that. I have no idea where it is. I can brush it with, like, my fingers. So, with comboing in general, so there is structure to how you do combos, and the basic structure of combos is launch, tailspin, ender. So that's where you start. You start with just a launcher, like a down forward 2, and then depending on the character you play, just look through the move list and find whatever move you have that does a tailspin, and then your ender is just anything that will hit them after the tailspin. That's it. So, like, if you look at Elisa, for instance, Igreku, can I land a play on your forehead? Okay, listen. I got to dominate, by the way. Nice. So, like, with Elisa, for instance, you just down forward 2, up forward 1, you screw, and then you can just do while running 2. You just want a big... Generally, with your ender, you want a big single-hit move that does a good amount of damage. And then you just go from there. Then you figure out what your filler options are, what options you can do before doing the tailspin, and then just build it from there. What moves convert to the wall? You can do that. Stuff like that. Only semi-suable game I have is me fighting Devil, but I don't think that's allowed. Anything's allowed, man. I had long hair like yours when I was a baby, but my parents chopped it off. That's impressive that you would have as long of hair as I do when you were a baby. All right, so let me, real quick, before we get into the actual coaching and I explain everything that's going on today, I have an update. So the first thing I want to say is I apologize. The last couple of days, I've been getting very irritable and upset. It's because I've been very stressed out. Because if you've been following my health stuff, I've been trying to get an appointment with a sleep doctor since July, and it was finally coming up yesterday. And before the appointment come up, I got a bill estimate of how much it was going to cost. And basically it said, your insurance isn't going to cover any of this. And I was like, fucking hell. So I've been stressing out about this a lot because of my computer stuff, and then I had to get repairs on my vehicle, and all of this stuff has just been a pain in the ass. So having another bill to deal with as well, I'm sure you all understand, has been very stressful, and so that's why I've been a bit irritable the past couple of streams, which again, I apologize for. I feel really bad about it. But thankfully, this all has been solved. I was able to go there yesterday. Yesterday was the appointment, and my insurance covered it. Thank fucking God. So just stress relieved. I'm good. Thank Christ for that. So, hi, Zacchio. I bestow upon us thy knowledge, me Lord. How's you? Mind is... I didn't read Macbeth. I'm fine. How are you? Is it too late to submit? I don't mind having to save it for next time. I did close the thread. I closed the thread when I start the stream. I mean, usually I actually close it like the weekend before, but because this is the first one in a while, I closed it when it started the stream. So yeah, I apologize for that. Sounds expensive, guy. I got resolved. Yeah, I do too. So again, I apologize for being so irritable and upset the past couple of streams. I feel really bad about it, but thankfully it's all been resolved. So I got a huge weight off of my shoulders, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And I'm not stressed out anymore. So yay, that's good. I'm glad you're doing good, thank you. Why the fuck do I need the combo when I don't know how to defend? I have 15 defense. Just play more, it'll go up, I promise. Hello, party people. Hello, Dina. Hello, welcome in. So, past that, let me give you the proper health update now that I've given you the mental health update. So I met with the sleep doctor. Interesting thing, by the way. Since the last time I've had my height measured, I have grown 2 inches. So I'm not 5'5", I'm 5'7". The last time I got my height measured was, I think 2020, and I was 5'5", and I figured that, Zacchio, thank you for the 15 stream streak. Oh my god. Tetsuzanko, thank you. I thought that was a TTS for a second. That's why I shut up. So I'm still below average height in the US. But they measured me at 5.5 feet, 6.75 inches. Are you trading sleep for height? Can you do that? See, this is the weird thing, because the last time I got my height measured, I don't remember exactly how old I was, but I was early 20s. So I figured like I just wasn't going to get any taller, and that's just where I was at. But apparently I've grown 2 inches. Unless they're like the way they measured my height was wrong, and it felt like it kind of was. I also had shoes on thinking about it. I didn't take my shoes off. And I have like my shoes have foam cushions on them that raise my height quite a bit. So I guess I'm not 5'6". So I actually just grew 1 inch because I didn't take my shoes off. Either way, that was weird. Seth confirmed grow things for the update. Yeah, no problem. I'm like a flower. I continue to grow and I continue to bloom even after all these years or whatever. Anyway, hi LG. I'm also 5'5". Nice. I think 5'5" is the magic number, to be honest with you. I think 5'5" is great. I think 5'6" is also great. I wouldn't want to be any taller. So one of my friends, please don't talk of average stuff. Early in Discord, we got blessed with the knowledge that the biggest EU boobs are in the UK. Okay. What were you all talking about while I was sleeping? Oh, I know at least one of you was sitting there saying, oh, I should move to England. Oh, God. Early 20s and you're 2 inches, 7,000 years would do that to you, I guess. Yeah, I suppose so. Although normally you shrink. What kind of flower are you, Seth? I don't know how to answer that question. Thank you for the 10 stream streak, Gene. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Pew, 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 pew. I have a 16 stream streak. Thank you, Gore, for the 16 stream streak. I've seen enough buff Steve's, buff Steve's chest. Okay, calm down. So here's the thing. So someone asked me if I have insomnia. I don't. Talking to the sleep doctor, they basically said what I was thinking the issue was, in that my natural sleep-wake cycle is a lot later than most people's. So for that, they basically told me, just don't worry about it and just keep doing what you're doing until you have to change it, and then when you have to change it, then you change it. So I feel the need to change it, because just like that conversation you all talking about how you were talking about who has the biggest boobs in the world in Discord earlier, I was sleeping through that, and I feel really bad sleeping as late as I do, because one, it makes it hard for me to just get up and stream. I have to really rush getting everything ready. And two, it's just, I feel like when I'm awake in the middle of the night, I miss a lot of stuff, and I don't like that. So I'm going to use their advice to work a little bit backwards to try to change when my natural sleep wake cycle is. And what they told me to do was to take 1 milligram of melatonin 4 hours before I go to sleep, and then go to sleep at whatever time I want to go to sleep. And then when I wake up, turn my giant floodlights on. So, that's what that is. Heisenaris, public coaching, where do I sign? We've already closed it. You have to sign it in Discord before the stream starts. And I apologize for that. I tried to make announcements in Discord and stuff, but you have to be in our Discord and you have to submit your Tekken ID before we start the stream. Because otherwise, if I leave it open while streaming, then it would be unmanageable. That's why I don't have notification on. I'm very sorry. I'm gonna cry. Listen, we do it on the first Wednesday of every month. So you might miss this one this month, but I put up the thread at the end of this stream. If you go into the thread and put in your Tekken ID, you'll be good for next month. You'll be good for February. So you're not missing out on it. You're just missing out on it today. You're a sunflower, Seth, because sunflower absorbs radiation from the soil, just like this community always is in the sea of toxicity as Tekken. You know what? I like your thinking. Thank you. Also, Zanaz, thank you for the 3 stream streak. Thank you. Thank you. That seems like an everyday surgery. I'm not sure I remember the context when you said that. I instantly wake up when somebody says boobs. I see. So the other thing, when it comes to, like, the main problem I have is when that's a long message. 1 second, Miguel. When I wake up, I'm really tired all the time. I have no energy. You all overheard about the stuff where I'm like, I can't get out of bed, I can't do anything, etc., etc. So, when I talked to the sleep doctor about this, they don't know. They said that a sleep study needs to be done. They don't think it's sleep apnea, because sleep apnea, you really only get if you're overweight. I'm not overweight. So, they think that it's very unlikely that it's that. And, the other one that you can get, which is essential sleep apnea, usually stems from having some other medical problems. So it's very unlikely that I have that. But the problem is that my insurance requires you to do an at-home sleep study before you can do an in-person one. And the at-home sleep study will basically only diagnose for sleep apnea. And so what the doctor basically had to do was say that they suspect me of having sleep apnea, even though they told me that they don't, so that they can that the insurance will pay for an at-home sleep study. And then after that, I'll be able to do an in-person one. And that's not going to be until April. So it's going to be a bit annoying. But I'm going to be able to do the at-home one on the 23rd. So that's at least going to be quick. I don't have to wait a while for that. I have to go back in 2 weeks to pick up the thing. And it's an hour drive to this place as well. So I have to drive an hour to get it, drive an hour back home, and then I have to return it the next day. So I have to drive an hour again the next day to return it. It's a pain in the ass. But yeah, so that's basically it. It's basically it. So they don't know. But I've moved forward, and that's good. Hi, Flum. Hello, welcome in. What the heck did I join on to? Boobs? Yeah, boobs. I know the reason might be obvious, but I don't really like the way ranked works, to where you rank up your highest character to, like, dominator rank. Then my other characters, like Lidia, get boosted to Vanquisher automatically. I personally don't like that, because I'm good with my main, which is great. But if I go in the rank with Lidia, who I don't know how to play much, and then get beat up in that rank, when I don't think I should be in the first place with her. Sorry if I'm wording it so confusing. No, that exact same problem exists at GOD 3 when other characters get ranked up to Tekken God. Even with the pros, it's very common. It's a very common view of people who are at those ranks that Tekken God is way too high. And you'll notice as well that people who have their main on, like, GOD 3, who get their other characters automatically ranked up to Tekken God, when a new character comes out, like if you look at them playing Miari, they D-rank down back to Tekken King. They don't stay at Tekken God, they don't rank up, because the rank is just way too high for the secondary character. And it's true that in a lot of ways, it's a good system for it to be at. You don't want the character to start like beginner, because that would be too low. But there are also a lot of instances where the rank for your other characters is way too high. You are not alone in that. You should go there and fake holding your breath. That's not how it works. That's not... Sorry, I accidentally muted my mic. Sorry, I poked it. My bad. But yeah, what I was saying was hopefully when I do the follow-up appointment and I have to go there in April, it's going to be warm enough that I can use my motorcycle. And my motorcycle's gas mileage is like 80 miles per gallon. It's the whole reason why I got it, is to save on gas when I have to take long trips, because like my doctor is an hour away, this doctor is an hour away, my locals are 45 minutes away. So I have to do a lot of back and forth, and that's the whole reason I got it. So when the weather permits and I can actually use it, I can save a lot on gas. And it won't pay for the whole thing, but I can sell it later and then recoup my money. And the amount I'm saving on gas makes up for like the insurance and registration and stuff, with how much I have to go back and forth. So what motorcycle do you have? I have a Honda Rebel. And I got it really cheap too. I used to have a Vespa, but the problem is the Vespa I had can only go up to like 60 miles an hour. And it has very small wheels, so if you hit any like small cracks or bumps or fissures in the road, it goes, ugh, and it only gets 55 miles per gallon, which is pretty damn low. So going back and forth long distances on it just didn't really work. So I used it for like 2 years, and it was great for learning because I hopped on a motorcycle afterwards, and it was just like boom, instant. I could do it just fine. But so it was good for that. And it was also my first vehicle. I had it before I had my car. So I went out and I before I owned a car, I went out and got my motorcycle license and was using my Vespa to travel around pretty much everywhere. And it was good for like city driving, but anything long distance didn't work. And I don't know how it is with where you guys live, but here in Michigan, not using the highway to travel is perfectly fine because there are back roads everywhere that you can use. So I didn't have a problem like getting place to place, but it felt unsafe because even though it could do the speed limit, it could do 60 miles an hour, it could get anywhere I want in the state. The problem was that because the wheels are so damn small, if there were any roads that weren't well maintained, I was constantly having to fight getting knocked on my ass. So yeah, it was that's why I had to get rid of it. I'm still trying to sell it too. It's been a kind of a pain to sell because a lot of people look at it and they're like, oh, it's a moped, so I can just take it and drive it. No, you need a motorcycle license for it. It's 150 cc's. So the problem with selling is a lot of people have the misconception that a Vespa is just like a moped, and some of them are, but not all of them are, and mine isn't. Mine is classified as a motorcycle, and you need a motorcycle license to drive it, and that makes it difficult to sell. Hi, sir, and friends. Hello, welcome in. So yeah, anyway, I think we should get on to coaching now. Let me launch the game up here, and we'll take roll call here in a second. So let me explain to you. I've been stalling a little bit so people can come in. Let me explain to you a bit about public coaching because I haven't done this in 4 months or so. So the way that public coaching works. Why is my controller not working? Hello? Plug it back in. There we go. Okay, weird. Public coaching is a series we do on the first Wednesday of every month. And what we do with public coaching is in our Discord, !Discord on Twitch, it's in the description on YouTube. anyone in the Discord is allowed to submit the Tekken ID and get coaching. What I do is I will look at one random game of yours, or if you have a game specifically you want me to look at, I'll look at that. And I will give you advice based on what I see in that game on what you're doing right, what you're doing wrong, what you can improve on. And it's all completely free. You don't have to be subscribed. You don't even have to be following the channel, although it would be nice if you did. All you have to do is be in our Discord, because that way I can organize it. And then the way that we do it, I appreciate the follow, by the way. Thank you, thank you. Also, hi, Chili. How's it going? It's going all right. How are you? The way that we do it is at the beginning of the stream, we'll take roll call of everyone that's in the chat. And based on the order that you submitted your Tekken ID for, I will go through everyone one by one that was in the chat when I initially did the roll call, and I'll do all of them, and then after that, we'll do roll call again. So all of you that are in the chat right now, if you submitted, let me know that you're here, and I will mark you. I also have to save a copy of this. Thank you to Lisetto, by the way, for putting together a spreadsheet for me to make this easier. I'm apparently not signed in, so let me sign in real quick. Oh, I don't know what my fucking password is on this account. Close this account then. Give me 1 second here. Me make a copy. Lisetto put the Scatman lyrics in here. Oh my god. Alright, so we got, let's see. Alright, here's what I'm going to do. Here's what I'm going to do to make this a little bit easier. I don't think that anyone in here, except for Love and LG, is in YouTube chat. So I'm going to call everyone off one by one, and you guys will tell me if you're here. So I haven't seen Rat. Is Rat here? I don't think Rat's here. Field of Dreams, I saw you earlier in chat, so I have you marked as here. And if you're still here, you will be first to go today. You are at the top of the list. So, unless there's anyone that has to do it right now. We got that. Is Brit Bruv here? I haven't seen Brit Bruv. I did see Jester. Jester, I'll mark you as here. Gotta give you a different Tekken ID for them. Okay, no worries. Thank you. Doing this on my laptop is a bit of a pain in the ass. I don't think I saw Devil. Is Devil here? Ad Hoc, I saw you. Wyatt, I saw you. Did I see Snowfox in chat? I think I did, but I can't remember if I saw him in chat or I saw him in Discord and I'm misremembering. Hey, Grandma Dios, hello, welcome in. I'm horrifically nervous for tomorrow. Getting my first tattoo and I suck at social interactions. Yeah, I saw you mention that. That is a worry, but you'll get through it. How you guys doing? I'm doing all right. How about you? Welcome in. All right, Crimson, I see you. Oh, I can do it like this. Okay. So who else do we have? Snowfox is here. Okay, let me mark you. Boop. So we got Gramajo. I'm doing good. Just came back from work. Nice. Hell yeah, man. Hi, love. Hello, hello. Welcome in. I got you marked as here. Zex, I saw you as well. Giru's here. LG's here. Oh my god, almost everyone's here. Jesus Christ. Okay. So I have everyone marked as here except for Rat, Britbruv, Devil, and Haru. Does that sound correct? Are those 4 people that I just said here, or are they not here? Rat, Britbruv, Devil, and Haru. I can't submit. I got banned, but I don't want to talk about how I got banned. You got banned from our Discord? Were you the one that got hacked? Don't tell me you were the one that got hacked. What do I see? From the entire Discord app. You got banned from the entirety of Discord. Just make a new account. Can you not? Are you IP banned? God damn. Okay, so. It man banned. So the order I have this in is field. So the order that everyone will go in, based on what time you all submitted, because I go from who submitted the earliest to who submitted the latest. So it's Field of Stars, Jester, Ad Hoc, Wyatt, Snowfox, Crimson, Gramajo, Hero, Zex, LG, and Love. That's the order I have. Hello, Coke Addict. Hello, Kangaroo Addict. Because your name is Rue. That was terrible. Okay, so I'll let you all know, especially for everyone who hasn't done this before. It's about 20 minutes per person. So, Hero, you said that you're going to sleep soon. So, to give you an estimate, Snowfox is going to be about an hour before I get to you, and then Zex is going to be about 2 hours. That's the estimate, probably, that it's going to take. So, is there anyone that's lower on the list that, has to go? Because if you guys have to go, what I can do at minimum for you is you tell me what match you want me to look at. Like, Hero, you said that you're going to sleep soon. It's gonna be somewhere between 1 and 2 hours before I would even be able to get to you. So do you have a game specifically you want me to look at? Because I will still do the coaching for you, but if you don't give me a game, then I'm just going to look at a random one. I've never heard that kangaroo joke with the winking face. That sounds like sarcasm to me. Hi, Joshua. What up, brother? Hello, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Maybe a Huarog match? Okay, I will write that down for you. Alright. All good on time. I'll still learn from others. Alright, sounds good. Yeah, normally there aren't this many people here when we do roll call at the beginning of the stream. I guess I've delayed very well. Thank you so much. Yeah, no worries. And again, you'll still have the VOD to be able to look at as well, so. Alright. So, another thing I'm going to do as well for public coaching now is I'm going to try to make sure that I don't linger on specific points or games for a very long period of time. Uh-oh. The D-pad isn't working on my controller. That's bad. The analog stick is working, but the D-pad isn't working. Another broken controller. Is it still green? I don't know what you mean by green. 1 second. I just realized I'm still on this screen as well. I thought I was on the normal screen. Let me, real quick, try pulling up the configuration menu because maybe something accidentally changed in that. I'm not sure. It wasn't working before when I, like... turned on Tekken. Oh, that's weird. For some reason in the settings for the PCB, the D-pad changed from the D-pad to the right analog stick. That's why it didn't work. I don't know how that happened, but it should be fixed now. Yay. Okay, we're good. That was worrying. I think I'm most likely to be asleep. Please look at my game against Tekken Emperor Brian. All right, I will write that down for you. Crimson. Tekken Emperor Brian. Thanks. Yeah, no worries. The lights. Oh, I figured out how to change the lights. I actually didn't figure it out. I accidentally did it, but I changed it so now it's blue. Ooh. I don't know what I did. There's apparently a shortcut that you have to find on this thing to change the profile of the LEDs so that the lighting changes actually work. And I just accidentally, while I was playing the game, did it. And now it has different colors. So yeah, I have a tip for you, Seth. Assume that everything I say is sarcasm. Yeah, you know what? That's fair, actually. Yeah, that's reasonable. Yeah. All right. Let me. There we go. All right. So what I was saying before my entire life was just about ended is I'm going to make an effort this time around to not hyperfixate on or dwell on one person or situation or whatever. I'm going to make it so that I'm a little bit faster so we can actually get through everyone in one day. Okay. You go through controls like the average American family goes through toilet paper. All right, let's calm down. That's... I've basically been losing almost every game since I hit Tekken King, so I don't know what game to pick, so pick at random, I guess. All right, I will keep that in mind. I have to ask, how do they expect you to hold this thing? Like, this. What do I sign for public coaching? In our Discord. We do it on the first Wednesday of every month. I will have a thread up for the first Wednesday of February at the end of this stream. See the ID I gave in Discord? Okay. I know Lissetto sent it as well. I honestly forgot. Okay. Also, hold on. I'm going to change. I'm all over. I'm sorry. I'm really all over the place right now. I'm going to change the settings on here so that names are displayed, so it's easier for anyone watching the VOD to be able to skip around to find their coaching stuff. Okay. I apologize. It's been a while since I've done this, so I'm struggling. G7E N7 GQTJ. There we go. Okay. I can't join the Discord. You have to have like email verification or something in order to be able to join it. You got some new costumes, I see. Don't worry too much about it. Jack match number 3. This one? I was doing whatever. I don't know the matchup. Okay, sounds good. Let's do it. All right, here we go. First coaching session in about 4 months. It's saying invite has expired. That's why I need verification. The one in Discord saying that? Or not. The one in Discord. The one in Twitch is saying that? It works for me. Weird. Yeah, but that might be why you need verification. Maybe that's just a generic thing that it says. I'm not sure. All right, let's see. So starting off all right. Yeah, jab into that. You can... Off of this move... So there, +5 here. If I could actually... Oh, right, I have to hit the right analog stick. I keep forgetting. You can power crush through this against Jack. And I'm pretty sure... Yeah, you can't. You had the right idea, jab interrupting it. It's just that you were late. Yeah, it's 10-frame interrupt. But you had the right idea here. It was just... You did it a little bit late. So at the wall now, there's that. Nice, good call. See, the problem with doing, like... down forward 3+4 against Jack is that he has, you know, like the down back 1. And this is one of the tricky things with Jack. If you do anything that's like minus on him and you give Jack this opportunity, this is a 12-frame low. That's +1. So you have to... A really good way to beat Jack is use step guarding and use your movement. So like if I back up here, you know, like Jack might have some issues getting in here, but if he whiffs like he did on this forward 1 here, then that's going to give you your opportunity to be able to get in afterwards and punish him. Even though Jack is really long range, a lot of his more powerful moves are more close range stuff, like the forward 1, the down back 1, stuff like that. And so even though he can chase you with your backdashing with like back 1+2 and he has a really good keep out game, if you can force that whiff, if you can get him to whiff one of his stronger close range moves, that's a good way to be able to open him up. But on top of that as well, when you get hit by something like this, just like running away and trying to get away from him and get away from the wall can be strong. Because like you see here, like here, I suppose what I'm trying to say is that when he does like the forward 1 and 4 here, this leaves him +4 in your face. And there's a reason for that. The reason why is because Jack's very powerful from this position. So using those moves like down forward 30+4 against Jack, while they can be good against Jack, in these specific instances, they may not be the best options because of, you know, the positioning and your health. It's a bad habit because I've never been launched with that low. That's also fair, yeah. But it's mainly just like the -4. Because, like, another way to think about it as well, this is the same situation as you blocking Jack's stance, like, for the plus on block high heat engager. And you don't necessarily want that to happen. See, like, this is the exact same situation as when you're down 4, 3+4 hits. And now look, you're getting closer to the wall. So again, right idea, jab interrupting you just late. And now look, because of that down 4, 3+4 mainly, now you're in the corner. And this is sort of why I was trying to get at before, why you don't necessarily want to use the down 4, 3+4, because now, since you're in the corner, now Jack's able to just bully you with all of these options. Like, there's the down back 1, maybe a forward 1's gonna come out. No, he does the from crouch down forward 1, but you know he can mix that from crouch down back 1, sorry, with forward 1, and then if you block it, you're in a mix-up, and you can't sidestep out of it because you're in the corner. And so you just kind of ended up losing the game here, although he didn't duck that, so I guess he didn't lose. But if he ducked it, obviously you would have lost, because of that one down 4, 3+4. I like that outfit on her. Sorry, I do too. Body strings also give really kneecap when he sidestep. Yeah, exactly. And that's why step guarding is important, because Jack has a lot of really great moves that track sidestep. But if you step guard, then it becomes a little bit harder, especially at longer range. I almost just got arrested because my friend thought I killed someone. Uh-huh. It's just a spray bottle filled with fake blood. Uh-huh. The least insane Tekken player. Hi, Shu. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Hi, Kirsten Infinite. Welcome in. Hello, hello. So, yeah, I see what you're trying to do here with the down 1+2. So, also another thing with this as well. So, Jack has two options from here. He has this high, which is 33 frames. You can duck it and then launch. And Jack also has... do I have enough time to be able to do it? That one, which is a 33 frame mid, that's -12, and you can sidestep. So what you do against that string, if Jack's doing that, is you just... You can do a couple of things. You can either try step blocking, you can step duck, you can react to it. Because if you duck the high, then you launch him. If you block the mid, then you punish him. So make sure that you're doing that when you see the string, the 2-1. And then, of course, he can mix up with clap, but then Power Crush beats that. So yeah, the down 1+2 is to try to keep him out, which I get, but it's launch. And I'm assuming this is probably the same habit you have of like down 4, 3+4, where it's like, well, no one does launch it, so I'm just going to do it. But you have, you have other options for keep out, right? Like one of them that you could do, just as an example. Oop. Try it again. Try it again. I'm trying to get the timing for this. It's just that. You can just 1+2 him. You know? That's one option you have. But the other thing you have as well, if you have that hard of a read, you could do this. You could do up 1+2 as well, because even though it's not a launcher, I mean, it's sort of like accomplishing the same thing, and it's also plus on block. So if he ends up blocking it, it just covers more options because you're able to get in. So just other keep out tools, right? If I'm not mistaken, you can also do the while running 1+2. Yeah, that's another thing as well. But in this situation, we're not running at him. Jack's running at us. But yeah, it's the same concept. So yeah, here. Simple step block. If you do like a step block here or a step duck, what you can do, if you fuzzy this correctly, and I'm obviously not doing that, is you can react to the mid, and then you can try sidestepping around the other options that Jack has here. Yeah, with the plus on block one, I can't remember if you have to specifically, like, sidewalk it. Yeah, you do. And so that, like, if you sidewalk it, then it opens you up to the homing move with Jack. But those are both good options to be able to beat this. On top of just Power Crush, if Jack doesn't have his install because it won't guard break, you can also Power Crush through this situation, and that's going to beat most of Jack's options anytime he goes into stance here. Obviously, he can, if you do that, he can grab you however he does the grab. Yeah, that's the thing that'll hit you is the 1+2. But the 1+2 is also -13 on block, so you get Heat Engager. But yeah, Power Crush can be a really good option out of here as well, is the point I'm trying to make. And then, yeah, Jack's down forward 2 is what, -14, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, -14. So you gotta make sure that you're 3-2ing that. I thought you would do the shoulder there, but yeah, fair. Way too risky. Yeah. It makes sense. I understand. And I understand how if you try sidestepping it, it's very inconsistent. But that's where you just, if that's the case, you just step block. Like, if we go back here. Hi, late. Well, hello, welcome in. If we go back to this situation, if you just step block here, then you're still fine. Homing move is very low risk without install, and you should be able to reliably sidewalk left block anyway. Yeah, you should. It's just really tricky, and especially if he struggles with the matchup, then that might be a little bit too... Because it requires a lot of practice and a lot of time against Jack to be able to do that consistently, in my opinion. I'm in the Discord. Hell yeah. So yeah, that was a good sidestep. Now we're getting out of the wall. Yeah, our options just got messed up there. So yeah, this is one thing where you can't, obviously, because he's +9. So this is the time where you can't. But you can see, even though this looks like a mid, it's actually a high. So if you see Jack sidestep like this, you can duck and then launch. That's an option that you have. Yeah, 3-2 would have been better, right? I understand why you did the 2-2, but... Hi, I'm here again. Hello, welcome back again. So yeah, you see anytime he does that sidestep, then... He did the 2 hits there. And that, yeah, that's launch. This is a really important thing to know. This homing move that Jack has, this is a launcher on normal hit. And it's a mid. So it's launch punishable on block. It looks like a high, it's a mid, but it's launch punishable on block. This is a very important thing to know. And even if Jack does the follow-up, you can still launch him because the second hit is so slow. Yep, pushing to the wall. That's good. It makes sense. 1-4. Is that, yeah, and you have to, so this is like another very common thing with Jack that you have to look out for, is him just doing heat smash out of the blue. Obviously, because his heat is so low, he's likely to do this. So what can you do to stop that? Down forward 4, right? And even if he blocks down forward 4 like he does here, after the situation ends, he runs out of heat, so that stops him from being able to use that. So just an important thing to pay attention to is the amount of heat that they have, and then the likelihood that they're going to do that. I'm also noticing that you're using 3-2 a lot, just out in neutral, and you gotta be careful with that, because one duck and you just die. If you have an opponent that actually knows that they can duck that, then you die. You have to use something like 3-1 more. And I'm just noticing this in general with the moves that you're choosing to do as keep out, that you're using moves that are inherently extremely... I can't do this correctly. Inherently extremely risky, like down 1+2, down forward 3+4, 3-2, when you have a lot of other options that you could utilize from here. So, like, again, we talked about 1+2. You know, it's not going to heat engage you here, but that's something that you have because it's 15 frame long range mid. Down forward 4. Right, that's going to get you really started. Even if you just sidestep 2 out at this range, right? If you do this, that's another option you have. Up 1+2. Hell, you could like run in up 3 if you want to. You know, even that would be better because it's less risky. You could run in here and do this. You could do like this, right? You have so many other options that don't carry that risk with it, and you have to explore those other options you have, because when you're just doing stuff like this all the time out in neutral, you're opening yourself up way more than you should, and you're not getting the reward that you should be getting after this. Ass. Ass attack. Hi, Shooter. Do we have to donate for coaching? No, it's completely free. The only thing you have to do is be in the Discord, but you have to submit your information for coaching before I start the stream. Otherwise, you have to wait till the next one, which is the first Wednesday of every month. So the next one we're going to be doing is the first Wednesday of February. So yeah, and then here as well. So here's another thing to think about, right? So after this, you do the 1-1, which is good. It makes sense. And then you go in the stance, and then you do grab. So here's the question I'm going to ask. Here's what I'm going to challenge you on. Why are we doing the grab here? Why are we specifically doing the grab? And the reason I ask is because if the grab gets ducked, then we die. So maybe the reason is we thought it was going to kill, but if the Jack just obviously breaks it, especially with this one that we did, we're -9. So that just gives Jack the opportunity to be able to get his offense started and do whatever he wants. So it's not only like, why are we grabbing him? It's why are we specifically doing the grab that's -9 on break? Because we have, even if we're going to commit to doing grab for whatever reason, if we do this one, it's -6 on break and gives us better Oki. If they do a wake-up kick, we can backdash out of their wake-up kick, and then we can launch them. Because they're face down, head towards, we can more reliably hit them with a low. But when we do the other grab here, it's worse on break, and on hit, the situation isn't necessarily as good. So it's not only that, but then the other question too is, we're doing the grab because we think that they're not going to duck it, and if they duck it, we get launched. So at that point, why aren't we committing to doing... Of course, the bot is going to block it. Why aren't we committing to doing this? Because if this low hits, then he dies. And it's the same thing, right? It's the same thing, because if they block the low, we get launched. If they duck the grab, we get launched. So why take the chance of getting this some damage when we can have the guarantee of getting the damage as long as they don't duck, which we're already assuming when we do the grab. And then on top of that as well, even if we don't do that, we could still do this and then down 3 kills. And we're +6, so it frame traps. You know, if they do down back 1, then I guess down back 1 actually works here, because this is a 20 frame move. So instead what we can do, better example probably, is this and then this, because that's 18 frames. So if they do down back 1, it trades and we win. Right? You see what I mean? I thought it'd be less likely to be punished for grab, also expected it to kill. See, so that is the core issue that we have, is that we're doing a lot of things because we're like, well, the opponent's probably not going to punish it, so when... 2 things are going on. 1, when we're making that assumption, it leads to bad habits. And 2, even if we have that assumption, we still have better moves at our disposal. It's true when we're out in neutral and we're trying to do keep out, we're trying to stop the opponent's approach. We have so many other moves we can use that are just better for that situation and less risky. And on top of that as well, even here with our offense, we do grab him and like, yeah, if they duck it, they probably won't punish it. Okay, so but if we do the low, then they die here, and with grab that they don't. So I think that's just a general problem that needs to be addressed. There you go. The attempt, yeah, I mean, I like the attempted forward 2 there. It doesn't quite work. This can be really tricky to punish. I'm actually not entirely sure how you punish it with Miyari. Yeah, crouch cancel down 1+2 I think works. Yeah, it does. So that would be your punish for this. I like the Miyari tips, nips. Okay. Hi, Sensei. Yoshi plays, am I right? Do you still coach with Lidia? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and then this string as well. That one's mid-high. So if you just duck the second hit, then you get out of it. Yeah, good attempted whiff punish. It's a shame it didn't work out there, but yeah, that was a great sidewalk. That was really good. You can punch down back 2 with orbital. That's actually a good point. I didn't even think, I forget that she has the orbital, but you're right. Yeah, orbital should work too. Although I don't know if it would work at tip range. But yeah, good point. Yeah, I like that wall pressure. Good break. Is that. Now we have to be careful with our back to the wall. Good whiff punish. And you see how, like what we were talking about before, this backdashing, right? So we're backdashing, we're trying to stay away from him, and then he whiffs this, and then we get that counter hit. That's what we want more of. Unfortunate drop. Yeah, and so this is another thing as well where we're looking at the same problem where it's like, well, he probably won't duck this. And it's like, okay, sure, he probably won't duck this, but what if he does? Well, then you just lose. That you have just lost the entire round off of that. So, again, why take that risk? And on top of that, again, we have other options as well that can work here. For example, we can do this for a mid to wall splat him if we want to. We could do that as well. And even though this is, yeah, it's mid-mid, it's more confirmable and it accomplishes the same thing as the 1 is trying to do. We could also use the 2 if they duck in a wall splat. And all of these are safer than doing the 1-2. Hi, Rat. Hello, hello, welcome in. Sure. Okay. Now we gotta be careful. Yep. So that was a good duck on the 4. And I think that's a good time to demonstrate beating this pressure. That looked like a crush. It was a crush, but it's the same idea. Do you coach for Leo by any chance? Yeah, I do it for anyone with any character. How do you coach with that? Do you do mirror match or VOD reviews? I'm just looking at a random game that they played or a game that they asked me to look at. So just coaching for any character. What do I say about my Ana? Stop shooting the rockets so much. Forward 4-2. Yeah, forward 4-2 would also work. Yeah, 100%. It's right around here. So here, get hit by the clap, and then you can see you can step guard that. So this is what we were talking about before with step guarding, is that step guard beats a lot of these situations, and even here you see step guarding beats the plus on block high. So that's why sidestepping left and blocking is so good, and this is a better demonstration of that than with the 4, because you can actually see this avoiding stuff, but yeah. So when you're in this situation against Jack, sidestep left block can be a really strong option and just stop you from having to eat the mitts. That was also a good fuzzy duck. And then, yeah, it's the same thing there with the 1-2, right? So if we do, like, the 1-2, we hit him with a mid and he dies. Why do the 1-2 when we could press 2? You know? Where we did 10-frame punch with +5, so if he jabs, he dies anyway. Lidia's hard. You would just tell me to be better. I would tell you to play a different character. Got a spear of the guy from the arcades that knows everything about every character, teaches anyone who's curious. Thank you. Boop. So I think here for wall conversion, instead of doing forward 4-3, I'm pretty sure I got the range on this right. Yeah. You can do back 2-3. Back 2-3 is a really good move to convert to the wall. No more rockets. Yeah, and so this is a perfect example of what I was talking about with the down 4-3 +4, because we do this with -4, and you know, this is fine for Oki, but now Jack just has the agency to be able to do down back 1. And also on top of it, now look, our backs to the wall. And I assume, yeah, we kind of just end up losing this round off of this. So there's that. Nice break on the grab. And yeah, again, running in 3-2. And again, what I'm going to challenge you on as well, even when we're using these approaching things, why not run in 1+2? It's the exact same thing, but you don't die if they know to duck it. Okay, -11. Yeah, a lot of Jack's moves where they force you in the crouch are -11. Yeah. Please change character. Pretty much. Yeah, make sure that will whiff punishing. That was a good stat, but there you go. That was good. Needs more rockets. Okay. They need to be at least +10 on block. Okay. See, and yeah, this is what I'm kind of, and we were doing the mids a lot, so I think it's reasonable to go in here and do the low. But the problem and the reason why I think Jack blocked low here is because we were in this exact same situation last round. We did down 4-3+4. And so if we don't commit to doing the low like this and getting launched, and we instead do something like hold on. Fuck. God damn it. If we instead do something like this, then that continues our advantage. Because what's the most important thing, right? The most important thing isn't necessarily hitting the opponent. It's keeping up your advantage. Because the longer, in my opinion anyway, the longer you can keep up your advantage, the more likely you are to hit them and get damage in. So, and that's kind of part of the reason why we do this, of course, right? Because it leaves us +6. But if we can do like up 1+2 and they block it, which I'm probably not going to be able to get them to do, we can sidestep afterwards even if they block it and continue our wall pressure. And that's the whole reason why we have the sequence like forward 2-2, up 4-3, because there's no mix in there. But if we're continuing our advantage for a long period of time, they're more likely to make a mistake. Not launch punishable as Leo, that's -12 if I'm not mistaken. No, it's launch. If he does both the hits. So yeah, and then here, what happened here? Oh, he got the punish. Yeah, so this is, because he's +8, this is just something you kind of have to eat. It's 20 frames, so you can still interrupt this, but it's very risky. Yep, forward 4-2 gets stuffed out, and then he runs up and does the low. So yeah, I'm sure you got the general idea at this point, but a lot of it, in my opinion, that you need to look at and you need to work on is how you, like, the risk of the moves that you're doing. You're doing way too many really risky moves for, not to be rude, but not very good reasons. And I think that's an important thing you need to look at and you need to work on. Because even regardless of the matchup knowledge against Jack, if you had someone that was more knowledgeable in this matchup, it would have been very easy for them to just kill you. Because you were making a lot of those mistakes where you were running in and doing 3-2 and stuff. And that would be my #1 thing to look at. And then with the Jack's matchup specific stuff, I'm sure you got the idea. It's like sidestep left when he goes in the stance. Try to stay out of his close range so he can't do the down back ones and stuff. And yeah, sure you got the idea. (3-2) mid high, MMO 4-3 low high. Yes. Bye, Seth. No drug money today because I'm too tired to think of a message. No, you're good, man. I don't want you to feel obligated to give me drug money. I just appreciate you being here, man. I hope you sleep well. Have a good night. was playing rank for hours, so flowchart hard there. I'll look in the sidewalking the strings better too. Yeah, I can definitely see that. It makes sense. Zacchio redeemed the break time. All right, I'll take a small break. I do need to get food though. I didn't eat lunch today. I woke up so late. Hi Dorian, hello, welcome in. I need to support your Coke addiction. I don't have a Coke addiction. Not even Coca-Cola. You accept drug money? Why didn't you say? I don't accept. I always lose against Jackie. Jackie is a tough matchup. I struggle with him too a lot of the time. You just don't see him very often. I knew it. I'm starting to know your pattern. You can tell when I'm hungry. That's funny. I should take a break and make food. Rat, I saw you in chat. We've already done roll call, and pretty much everyone that's on the list is here. So it's gonna be a while before I can get to you. But if you want, when I get through everyone who's on deck right now, I can ping you in Discord or something to let you know. Like 2 hours into stream is so because you never eat before stream. Okay, yeah, that's...
I'm a pretty princess.
I'm gonna become a good Miari player watching coaching tonight without playing her. Also food. I just grabbed some sausage dogs. That sounds really good right now, I gotta be honest. I don't think I've ever had sausage dogs, but it sounds so good. Tekken God plus movement is scaring me. As a purple rank with less than 40 hours. Like, I just started a month ago. What do you mean this guy I saw on Res moving like David from Cyberpunk? The gliding on the floor. They got ice skates on. Nah, don't be worried about it, man. Honestly, you can get really far without movement. Movement is very much a legacy thing. And a lot of players who are at the higher ranks don't have extremely strong movement. You don't need it.
Watch Butters the house, wait for God's sake.
Okay. Yeah, for everyone that's asking for coaching right now on YouTube, the way that we do coaching here, I'll show you guys as well what we're doing real quick. So, in order to participate in coaching, you have to be in our Discord, and you have to submit your Tekken ID information before the stream started. And the reason I do it this way is because you see how many people are asking in the chat right now and how many have been doing it since the start of the stream. If I allowed submissions while the stream is ongoing, I would be here for 20 years. So that's why I don't do it. So you have to submit your information in our Discord before the stream starts. But we do this on the first Wednesday of every month. So if you want to participate in the next one, it'll be in February. It'll be, what day is it? February 4th. And I will have the thread up for you to be able to submit your Tekken ID when this stream ends. So all you have to do, I'll pull this up in on stream right now so you can see real quick, is you just join our Discord, and then under the, here we go. Under the events channel here, under the events channel, we have threads for it. I'll have a new thread that will be called Public Coaching number 19. You just click on this and then you put in your Tekken ID, and that's it. That's all you have to do. You don't have to be subscribed. You don't even have to be following. You don't have to do anything. All you have to do is join our Discord and submit the Tekken ID before the stream for Public Coaching starts. That's it. That's all you have to do. Movement feels mad at me. How the fuck am I being punished for sidestepping to end up behind someone? Lily's forward is so linear. Get something to eat, dude. Sorry. No. You're good. You're good. I just want to, since so many people are asking. Something at max extension. Green backdash is super low on my priority list. I gotta learn to sidestep more because I keep eating things that are sidesteppable. Yeah, I think sidestepping is the more important thing. Backdashing is like, it can be important, but it's not as important. I'm GOD and my Korean backdash is hot garbage. You have to sell your soul to Elisa's plushie. True, actually. Want to get about Fuzzy Duck, Step Guard, and backdashing for whiff opportunities. I would say the #1 thing you should focus on is step guarding of all of those. Focus on step guarding first. Step guarding is super important. Play Asuka and you have an excuse for never backdashing. True. All right, Jester, you are up. Ad hoc, you are on deck. I'm gonna go make food real quick. Jester, if you have any specific game you want me to look at, let me know. Also, let me know that you're still here. Because if Jester's not here, then we'll have Ad hoc go. And then whenever I see Jester in the chat again, then we'll immediately do them. So, and then if Ad hoc's not here, then we'll do Wyatt. And if Wyatt's not here, we'll do Snowfox, etc., until we find someone that's here. All right, Ad hoc, you're here. Jester, if you're in the chat, if you're lurking, whatever, let me know if you're here. If Jester's not here, Ad hoc will do you next when I get back from getting food or starting to make food. I'm not too worried about Tekken. I'm playing the classic Tekken games. Nice. I wish they'd remake it. Oh, I'm next. Yeah, Jester, you're next, and then Ad hoc, you're on deck, so you'll be after Jester. So, Jester, if you have any specific game you want me to look at, let me know in the chat. Hi, Harry Loco, a viewer from YouTube. Love your content. Oh, thank you. Say stream a good one that asks for quick training regime advice rather than a full coaching. Sure, I'm happy to answer questions like that. And, you know, to be honest with you, I don't do that stuff because I find, for me personally, it doesn't help. However, in that same vein, my advice for learning stuff is to practice it. So, like, if we look at this last game from Field of Dreams here, one thing that came up in this game is sidestepping Jack when he goes into stance. And practicing that, these specific, like, interactions so that you can get it ingrained in your muscle memory, I think is the best thing you can do. So what a lot of people do, like, I know Speed Kicks has a whole thing where you go through, like, 10,000 moves and you defend against all of them simultaneously. And there's also, like, grab break training and all of this other stuff. That's not stuff I do, and it's not stuff I believe in. I don't think it really helps. But what I do think helps is when you get into situations like this, for example, where you have Jack that's doing something, goes in the stance, and there is a defensive option for it, and that's sidestep left, right? Practicing this so you can get that into your muscle memory, I think is the best thing you can do for training regimen, especially if you're doing it right after playing against that character. So like here, if Jack does this, and then he does this, we can sidestep left block. And getting that ingrained into your muscle memory so you're used to it when you get into these real game situations where this happens is really important. Another situation in this same sort of idea is if we go to, like, practice mode here. And we are playing against, say, Lars, right? Well, let's do it this way. Let's say we're playing against Leo. Say we're playing against Leo. Where's Leo? Here's Leo. Because this one's going to be a lot more simple, right? And you have Leo that's just doing, like, you know Leo has back 1-4. And back 1-4 is a stupid good move, and it's very difficult to deal with. But the way that you beat this with most characters, unless you play, I think, Elisa and Zafina, is you sidestep left the second hit. And in a real game, this can be very difficult, but training your muscle memory to do this by just doing this in practice mode, waiting and recognizing when Leo is doing this is really important. And so if you set Leo as well to maybe do some other moves to get your brain, like, looking at other things like it's a real match, or at least trying to mimic a real match in some way. Let me do, yeah, it's this one that I'm thinking of. So, like, we do that, and then we do, like, what's an 2-hit string that Leo can do here? Something like this. Oops. Oop, not that. My bad.
something like that. So now what you're doing here is you're just holding back and you're waiting to see Leo do that move. And then, see, now I'm like panicking. So like that's minus 12, that's minus 12. So then if we start doing stuff like that, or we start doing highs, we can incorporate more of our defense into that. And you can see now that I'm focusing on all of these things and I'm looking for all of these, it becomes a little bit harder. But see, because there I sidestepped again. But the more you do this, the more it will help with your muscle memory when playing against these specific situations. And the more consistent you're going to be in being able to punish this stuff and actually get around it and defend. So that would be my advice when it comes to training regimen advice, is just take these specific defensive instances, especially if you just played against a character and you're struggling with specific things, and try to set it up so that you can recognize these better and get into your muscle memory, like punish this, sidestep this, power crush through this, whatever it is to defend. Also, thank you, Video Games, for the raid. Thank you. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. I'm on a rank climb at the moment, trying to improve, and I want to learn punishment. The advice I always get is just lab the character. The problem is I'll do the punishment training against Brian and maybe see Brian once every 2 days because I don't play a lot, and the training doesn't sink in. So the alternative to just lab is don't lab everything at once. So that's a big thing here, right? So in the same vein that we're talking about here with like sidestepping left, this back 1-4, don't worry about anything else. So if you have a move in here that's punishable, say minus 12, when you're just having Leo throw out random moves, don't worry about punishing that move. Don't worry about being like, this specific move that Leo is doing here is minus 12 and I have to punish that. Because that's the problem with a lot of these training regimens, is that they're having you learn multiple things at once. And like you say, if you do all of that at once, it's not going to stick. So if you just do one thing at a time, and that one thing that we're focusing on isn't punishing this, but sidestepping Leo's back 1-4, that's going to be easier for you to remember in the future, because even if you don't do it, you don't perform it in a real match later on, you're going to see this move and you're going to be like, I remember training against this and there's something I can do about it. And that's going to help get the cogs turning and help you remember what the way you beat this is. But if you remember a bunch of different things, so if you remember, like if you go through Brian's punishment training, you try remembering like 10 different things with Brian all at once that punishment, you're not going to remember anything. Because like you said, you're not going to see him in 2 months, and then you're going to play against Brian, and you're not going to recognize any of the stuff because it's all getting jumbled in your brain, and it doesn't stick if you do too many things at once. And so that's the problem I have personally with a lot of these training regimens, and when people say like you should lab against this, because you're not going to remember all of it. You're just not. You need to lab one thing at a time. Whatever the thing is that was beating you when you were playing against the character, lab that one thing. Yeah, just focus on one thing at a time. And I promise you, you will remember it better if you do it that way. And even if you don't remember exactly how to beat it, what you'll remember is there is a way to beat this. And that's going to help you as time progresses, go from remembering there is a way to beat this to what exactly beats it. Whereas if you can't even get that first step of there is a way to beat this, then you're not going to ever be able to progress on to the further steps. Yeah, and like what you're saying too, not knowing what moves to train because I don't know the opponent's characters, and then problems training not giving me the opportunity to be applied often enough. So this is why I say do it after you play against that character. Because if you do it after you play against that, if you go into the replay and look at what the opponent's doing, then you can experiment. You can go like, okay, they're doing this. How do I beat that? And then you just focus on that one thing. Like look through the replay, think about what the opponent was doing to beat you, and then just look at that one thing. They might have been doing other things as well that you don't know. Don't worry about them. Just focus on the one thing that in your mind was the reason why they were beating you, and focus in on that and how you beat that. And only worry about that one thing. See, and Zaki was saying he can do the back four cancel and go into K and K. Yes, he can, but we don't want to worry about that because that's too much. We're only focusing on the one thing. If we start, and again, this is part of the problem, right? Is that what people will do is they'll be like, okay, well, we're gonna do this, and then we're going to go like, and then we're going to do the back one four, and then cancel into the stance. How do you do that? Do you press down or something? I don't know. But either way, that's the problem, right? Is that we're like, okay, well, now we have this, and we do the cancel, and this is punishable, and this is a high, and blah, 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 blah. You're not gonna remember all of that. So don't try. One thing at a time. I've been good. I ran first to 15 with a June. Nice. Good to hear. Hi, Raiden Haven. Hello, hello. Welcome in. It feels a lot more digestible than other advice I've always been given. Well, I'm glad to hear that. I do hope it helps. But yeah, and it's the same thing we talked about with the Jack as well, right? You might have problems with the Jack matchup. You might have problems with a lot of things that are going on. But what's the number one thing that was beating Field of Stars with Jack? It was like him being close range and him doing stuff and going in the stance because we don't know to sidestep it left. So while there's a bunch of other things Jack is doing that we can worry about, the number one thing is to just focus on that, because now when you see Jack in the future, all of you in the chat are going to look at Jack going in the stance and be like, I remember Seth said there was a way to beat this. How do I do that? Because I'm not saying they're talking about like, how do you beat back 1+2 when you're at range 3? Or how do you beat shoulder tackle? Or how do you beat this and that and that? The thing we focused on was Jack going in the stance. You can sidestep left, you can sidestep left block, and that's going to be able to avoid that. And so now we'll be remembering in the future, when Jack does like forward 1 and goes in the stance, even if you just sit there and block, you'll be like, oh yeah, I remember there was a way to beat this. How do I do that again? Focus on 2 or 3 things, use it in matches. Then they stick the next day, and I do a small set of moves. Sleeping on it really helps. Also, yeah, 100% true. Some characters of BS that can beat your punishment, like some kind of backdash move or a high crush. Again, it's too much. Don't worry about that. One thing at a time. Just flash. Also true. It's 1 slide 4 for the... That's stupid. I'm sorry, that's dumb. I still watch you play for fun, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry I'm behind on the YouTube chat. That was a bit of a tangent. I got a lot more. I got destroyed 0-30 by an Eddie. I'm so sorry, but that is a funny number. If it was 0-33, that would be... I would be convinced that you're being sarcastic. You might still be being sarcastic, but that is... Anyway. I play Xiao Yu and suffer from getting hit in back stance, and it's tough ranking up. I think that with Xiao Yu in that case is just understanding your movement and how your movement works against certain characters, and that's something I'm very familiar with. Match 64 should be Lidia versus Claudio, lost 2-3. All right, gotcha. Let me pull that up, and then I will go and make food. I'm sorry I got on a big tangent. I'm sorry for everyone that's waiting for coaching. I'm really sorry. I'm so stupid. Don't look at me right now. Just... D4. Thanks for giving me the time to explain these things, and thanks, chat, for your input as well. I'm gonna lurk and go in the practice mode again. Yeah, no problem. I'm happy to help out, man. All right. This looks like the game. I don't remember. There we go. Okay, yeah, this is the one that's 3-2. All right, let me go make my food. I'll be back in like 5 minutes. And yeah, then we'll get into it. And like I said, Ad Hoc, you're on deck. And then Wyatt, you're after that. Then Snowfox, then Crimson. That's the order I have right now. And then everyone else. Appreciate you. Yeah, no problem. Thanks for the question. I'm sure it helped out a lot of people too. All right. Be back in just a couple minutes. I'll try to be quick, but I have to preheat the oven. So I'll probably be like 5 minutes.
My arrival was foretold in the scriptures. Or something. Hello, I'm back. All right. Let's do this.
You shall make a fine sacrifice.
I missed when he played Yoshi, and now he's a waifu player. All right, what do we got here? All right. Down forward 2, sure. Down forward 1 to catch the sidestep. Good punish. Nothing really to talk about here so far. Yeah, I mean, this is something to keep in mind as well in the future. Is that, so, what food you got, Seth? I am making, croissants with ham and Swiss cheese. Forgot to say thanks for your time. Was too focused on the tips. Yeah, no worries. So, one thing that I would be thinking of when playing against this Claudio, based on how he's playing, is that he likes to hit buttons a lot. He is a very offensive-minded player, and so you see, like, he does this immediately into down 3, right? And so he plays like somewhat frame tight because he's not obviously not trying to do anything. He's not even sidestepping, but every single time he has the opportunity to press a button, he presses a button. So you see him do it there, and then it gets blocked. He sidesteps, he's blocking, and then he just rips out 4-2. And so at this point, I would be thinking, okay, he's probably going to hit some buttons. He's going to be a bit more offensive-minded. So like here, makes sense for him to hit a button again. And then we try going for the front crouch down forward 3, and then he sidesteps into down forward 1-2. So that's another layer, right? So based on how he's been playing, it makes sense that we would go from crouch down forward 3 because it's like he's been pausing when that's been getting blocked and stuff. But now that he's done sidestep into a move, now we can go, okay. So at this point, we need to just let him kill himself, basically. And that's something we gotta think about in the future as well. Show us when it's ready. Yeah, I will. Hello, Harith, Razak, hello, welcome in. Oh, I see. Just on YouTube now instead of on, unless you share the name with someone else, and it's just a hell of a coincidence, which it might be. So yeah, we get to the wall here. That whiffs. He ends up fuzzy ducking that, and then again you see you sidestep in the button, and then he immediately shoulders, which is launch. So this player, what I would be doing here against this guy, I would just be like, let him kill himself. Because everything he's doing here is just getting himself punished. There's another Razak. That's why I was thinking. But yeah, so he down jabs here. And then a down back 3 whiffs. And I think the down back 3 is reasonable because based on how he's been playing so far, it makes sense for him to sidestep. He backdashes here though. So that's something we can think about in the future then, is trying to chase him. But chasing him can be really risky because of how many buttons he's hitting. So dash blocking in that situation might be the right thing to do. So if we look back at this situation, because he's been stepping a lot and because we don't know if he's going to hit a button after sidestep or not, there are a couple of things that we can do here, right? So after this, and then we cancel stance, what we can do instead, sorry, and we block this, is we can do while running 2 to try tracking him. Because one thing that we can be pretty confident about is that he's not going to immediately hit a button. He's either going to sidestep into a button or he's going to do nothing. So if we do while running 2 to try realigning if he sidesteps, that can be a good option to, to stop both of those options. But the other thing as well, just because of the pushback, down back 3 is a good option. But if we run up or we dash into down back 3, that can be another way to be able to solve that problem.
But anyway, continuing on. So yeah, and then I like the sidestep there. We just need to make sure that we're step guarding specifically. Like this. Because we don't need, like, it's important to remember we don't need big movement to, like, get out of the Claudio's move. What we really want is to get out of the wall and to put his back to the wall break. And even small micro movements, like what I did there, like this, you can see, even though it's a very small movement, how much it changes our position relative to the wall versus if we just hold back. You see? So that's what we need to focus on. Just in case I don't know when I'm on deck, but dinner might be soon. I'll still be here. You can still do mine. Stream will be running, be listening while eating. Okay, gotcha. I'll keep that in mind. So let's move on to the next round here. Yep, down 4-2. Yeah, nice. And I was about to say, I think it's pretty important to not, like, force stance mix up against this guy, because this guy is very unpredictable, but chances are when he gets hit by this, he's not going to hit a button. Even though he's hitting a lot of buttons, there's a reason and there's a pattern behind it. And when he gets hit by a move like this and he's -11, he's probably not going to hit a button. And that opens up two things. That opens up us being able to go in the Wolf and do something like Wolf 4 and then frame trap with that. But then what it also does is sort of what you did here after this gets blocked, is we do down back 3 and then cancel. Or after the Wolf 4, cancel and then back 1. Because see, he just tried to hit a button. He just tried the 3-2 there, because of the delay timing. And that's another thing that we can take advantage of against this guy, is timing. Because he has a very obvious timing when he does stuff. That was a weird situation. And yeah, I think doing the 4 is fine because he tried fuzzy ducking. And also hitting a faster button like this is also important because, again, it's likely that he'll hit a button afterwards. But he punishes here and he does this -1. That was a great from crouch down forward 3. And also remember at this range as well, that when we do this, we get down 1+2 guaranteed there. And then that will, if he doesn't tech roll, of course, keep the corner. And then we can forward 2 and then try forcing a gnaw like from crouch mix up or do something like this, you know. Just another thing to try keeping that pressure. But yeah, try going for a gnaw from crouch mix. He doesn't even wall splat here, which is really good for us. Yeah, and then that was good. Yeah. And so, like, yeah, the main thing I'd be focusing on against his opponent is just timing. Like, you see, every time he sidesteps, he hits a button, right? So instead of doing 1-2 here, he does this. He's 0. And we can assume that he's going to hit a button again after this. But, so he does that. He does the sidestep, whatchamacallit, which maybe we could forward 2 into, but it would be risky to do that. It would be a little bit hasty. But then after this, and then this, he's probably going to sidestep into a button if he doesn't finish the string. And then that opens us up for being able to do something like forward 2. I see so much Lidia hate on X. Yeah, because they haven't labbed the matchup a day in their life. So yeah, and then that down forward 2 is the same idea. It works out very well. And then again, same thing, right? So we see him sidestep. We go in the stance, and what we can infer based on that is that he's going to press a button. And if he presses a button, then we can go in the heavy and earth to parry it. So that's something we really gotta be watching out for, is just the general timing from this Claudio and understanding these patterns so that we can punish him for doing this stuff. Look, he sidestepped into another button, he sidesteps, he does another button. And what we can also do in this case as well is if we constantly see him sidestepping into a button, what we can do to try hard countering this is after like that, we can power crush through it. That's another option that we have. And we can do that on reaction to him sidestepping. So there's the wild running move, good power crush, nice. And now again, it's all about timing. So we hit a button there, down back 3, 1+2. And yeah, we delayed that forward 3 a little bit. He hit a button afterwards and we got him.
So that, again, that's what we want to see. Yep, that's minus 13. We were able to hit him anyway. And again, so this is the same thing, right? So back 1, forward, forward 2. Here, we do the 1, and then we see him do that, and then sidestep. So I've been playing Miari too much. But not only can we guess if he's going to sidestep and then forward, forward 2 after he does something like that, but when we go in the full crouch here, and we see him sidestep, we can go, oh shit, he's going to hit something, and then we can try punishing him for that. So, and we have to be looking for that sidestep in the first place, obviously. We can't just react to sidestep willy-nilly, but if we do look for that, and we see him sidestep, we can go, oh shit, and then hit him. And then we can full combo him. I'm gonna pick a match that I had a good connection on. Yeah, absolutely. Sidestep move from Claudio triggers me with that animation. Same. I hate Claudio. I definitely could use your wisdom. I've had matches recently where I know I would have won by make stupid mistakes and caused me to throw the rounds. So it's like I've been saying, Dapper Danny, you have to be in our Discord and submit for your Tekken ID for coaching before the stream starts. But if you want to submit for the next time we do this in February, I'll have the thread up when I end today's stream. Boop, boop, boop. Okay, my bad. No, you're good. It's completely fine, man. No worries. Yep. See, that's a good hop kick. That's exactly what we're looking for because, again, he sidestepped. So if he's sidestepping. But yeah, this, I think, was a little bit brave. But I don't think that's the right thing to do. And it's for multiple reasons, you know? It's not only because it leaves us so open, but also if we're out here and we can catch Claudio here, he just dies because the walls, his back is to the wall. So, like, if we do something like forward, forward 2 or whatever, we're accomplishing the same thing. We're accomplishing the same thing, but we're not putting ourselves at that risk. We want to keep the wall. It's very important that we keep that wall. And then, yeah, here, I think that after the Wild Rising 4, when we saw this hit, we should have just committed to, like, Heat Smash or something. And again, what's the reason? The reason is, oh, fuck's sake. The reason is because we want to keep the wall. And doing Heat Smash here lets us do that. It lets us keep the wall. Oh, my God. I need to work on core circle inputs with this controller. I'm not used to it. And it also lets us get that third stack as well, which is obviously really important. Ah, fuck. I'm also just trying to demonstrate how much damage this would do. I think you kind of get the idea of the mid hits. Dude, I am like... I need a lot of practice with these inputs before I play Lidia again. But yeah, I mean, that's 95 damage. It'd be 98 if I got the second boost buck. And now you're even with Oki. And then he dies from there, right? And that's why it's important to try just keeping that wall. It's all those Miari games creating rust on you, Lidia. But it genuinely is, yeah. It's concerning. Yeah, and you know, that's fair because that used to be punishable. He throws out the 3-2 again. Again, -6. So nice. We waited for him to whiff. We got the whiff punish. Nice step guard as well. -12. Good punish. Yep. And then he hit a button again. So that's something, again, we can use in the future and maybe do the 2 afterwards because now, like, if we know that, now we can just do this and then we can 2 and then we hit him out of that. Boop, boop. Yep. Nice down 2. Again, timing, right? It's all about timing. Yeah, and then he ducks it. And this is why you have to be really careful about this because now you just lose. Like, and this is why I always say this is a great example why Lidia's unblockable is bad because if we just, like, did this and then press this, we kind of win here. And, like, we probably have to play around Rage Art, don't get me wrong, but we win from this position. He's not going to be able to come back. He has rage, but he doesn't have heat. His back's in the corner. It's just when we do the unblockable there, we're trying to fast track a win when we don't want that. And I'm not sure why you did it, but I can assume one of the reasons why you did it is because this card is playing like a nut job and you want to end the game quickly while you have the opportunity because you don't want to risk him getting in like a hop kick or a down forward 1-2 or anything like that, like a big launcher, a counter hit or whatever. But by doing that, we've just lost the game. And that is not, it's not what we want to be doing. You know, we don't want to be taking this huge risk when we have such a commanding position to try ending a game quickly. Saw the animation, I knew it was stupid regardless of him ducking. And again, I don't know the reason why you did it, but my assumption is it's because this guy's playing like a nut and you don't want to like do the 2 and have him rage out afterwards or play this mind game where if all of a sudden he has neutral, you're dealing with sidestep 4 into mid or whatever, into sidestep hop kick or whatever the hell. But you can't do that. Even though your brain might be saying like, I just want to end the game, I don't want to take this risk, you're taking more, because if you have that interaction, he's still interacting with you and he's giving himself opportunities to make mistakes and then lose. So you would have to lose the interaction like 5 times to lose from there. But if you do unblockable, you only have to lose the interaction once and you lose. And so that's why, especially in that situation, the unblockable isn't the right choice. But irrespective of all of that, I was watching the replay, got flashback of me punting, going to unblockable. I saw the animation, I knew it was stupid regardless of him ducking. And that's why if you ever have, like there are only specific situations where you use the unblockable. And that's not one of them. Because if you have such a commanding lead, you don't want to take that risk. You would want to take that risk if, say, like, I don't know, you have like no heat left, the opponent's Claudio has more than half health, and you are in rage. That would be a situation where you can use unblockable. Because if you use unblockable there, you're using it because you need the damage. If you don't get the damage off, and you make one mistake, then you lose. So you need to capitalize on those opportunities. But when the situation is flipped on its head, you don't want to do it. You almost never want to. But you know, regardless of that, a lot of this game is just like the Claudio's playing like a nut. He's doing a lot of random ass moves, throwing out launches, throwing out things that are punishable. But the important thing to recognize when you're in these games is not to get lost in the sauce of Claudio just doing all of this random shit. There's a pattern to what he's doing. He's always sidestepping into it, but I don't think he once sidestepped and didn't press a button. The times when he's pressing a button too are very obvious. He loses to timing mix-ups, and recognizing that very quickly, like what I was talking about in round 1, you know, I said that that's sort of what Claudio was doing. He was already falling into these offensive patterns, and looking for that and recognizing that in all of the chaos is what wins you games against players like this. So that would be the main thing to focus on, is just looking at for that pattern recognition. When you get hit by these moves, when they're throwing out this random bullshit, think about 2 things. 1, are they punishable? And 2, is there a rhyme and a reason for it? Is there a pattern to this? Am I doing something? Are they doing something? And most of the time there is. And if you can find what that pattern is, then you can beat it consistently. And then if the opponent doesn't adapt to it, then they die. And this Claudio wouldn't have adapted to it, because we saw the times where you were beating it. You were changing up your timing. He was getting counter hit, and he never changed how he was playing. So you have to recognize those patterns. You have to recognize those situations. If I ever do some meta public coaching, I'll make sure it's one where I pick a match against you so you can judge yourself as well. Am I next? No, Ad Hoc is next, then Wyatt, then you're up. So you're 3rd right now. The pad on that control feels weird to me for core circle input since I'm used to a raised D-pad. It can be weird. Kyoke! Hi!
Hope you're doing great.
Oh, I hope you are too, thank you.
Happy New Year, Sesujin love, Sesujin love, Sesujin
love. Oh, thank you so much. Happy New Year to you too, Kyoke. Thank you so much for the 15 months as well. I appreciate it a ton. Thank you, thank you. Welcome in. Hello, hello. Hope you're doing well. Thank you so much. Could you please skip me for now and let the next person go before me? I have to step away for a bit. Okay, I will do that. I'm sorry I took so long, Ad Hoc. I'm sorry I got so preoccupied on other things. As soon as you come back, you'll be up, so just let me know. I'll have a sesh between a homie and mine. Oh, I got you. So that's why I was going for the from couch down 4-3 out in the open as an example. I'd be going for extravagant options. But that aside, it makes a lot of sense, and thanks for the coaching. Yeah, no problem. Exact same thing happened today versus a cause that I sidestepped a lot of my stuff. Yeah. And so, like, important thing to remember if you're playing against someone who's sidestepping a lot as well is that most of the time when people sidestep, there is some sort of pattern to their sidestepping. Whether they do something to initiate the sidestep or they sidestep and then do something else afterwards. And that is one of those patterns I look for all the time. I think it's one of the more important things to look out for because it just happens so frequently. Hockey was good, and then Wyatt, you are here. So let me mark this. I'm gonna go get my food, and then in the notes it says you had a game versus a Hachi on Christmas. Is that correct? Is that still the game you want me to look at? Let me take this in. 4G 5 for honor D58 D6RM DRM. All this talk is making me want to play Leo again. I'm sorry I did that to you. Oh, maybe it was because Lissetto put the notes in, so maybe it was Christmas for Lissetto. Is it this game? Nothing I struggle with, and I don't know if it happens with people, is eye discipline. Oh, see, that would make a lot of sense. That would really explain why that was happening in that game. I didn't even consider that, but I think you're 100% correct. I just look at my own character and get surprised by a move that the opponent did when I wasn't looking consciously. So that might be the thing then. That might be the whole reason why the Claudio was able to get away with what he was getting away with and that adjustment wasn't happening, is because you weren't like looking at him consistently enough to be able to recognize that pattern. These aren't mine. I'm definitely not ranked that high. Oh yeah, this is Bushin. Yeah, that's a funny coincidence that lined up there. Let me make sure. Oh no, this is I put in Ad Hoc's Tekken ID. My bad. I'm so sorry. I need food. Okay. Right, so it's this game? Hi, South. Welcome in. Hello. It's so dumb how I just space out in the middle of games. I have that same thing happen. It's not just you. Or just make a public coaching where you judge yourself next month. Okay. Do you only go for the sidestep punish when you have a read? Then the odd times just sidestep block? For me, pretty much, yeah. That's generally what I do. This is it. Okay, is it the first or second game that you want me to look at? Or does it matter? And then after this, if Ad Hoc isn't back when I finish with Wyatt, Snow Fox, you'll be on deck. The second one? This one then? Or
You have to tell me the number, because if you say second, I can interpret it as the second in the list or the second game that you played. So you have to... It's a 50-50. You need to get your food, Seth. Yeah, let me go get my food and refill my water. I'm sure Wyatt will tell me by the time I get back. Give me just a minute. Again, thank you a lot for all you do for us. Yeah, of course, no problem. I'm happy to help. It's the second one that you play. Okay, so it is this one. Okay, good. Yo, I'm back. Hello. Oh, okay. I was asked to show my food. So, here you go. This is my food. It's a little bit. There you go. All right, let's do it. Boop, boop. Hi, Aaron. I'm new here. Friends suggested I come over here. Welcome in. Hello. But since none of the peeps in that server play my characters, that I'd be able to get some help over here. Yeah, feel free to ask questions. I'm happy to help. Yeah, welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Hello, hello.
Your nightmare has begun. Fight!
Okay, so I'm going to ignore all of the jumping because obviously those are misinputs. But something that we can think about when we're out here is what can we do to stop Heihachi from approaching us? What can we do out here
instead of just holding the back button, right? What options do we have? 1+2 is an option that we have. You know, this has good range. This is going to be a good way to be able to stop the Heihachi from coming towards us, and especially when we're lower ranks. You know, it's just not going to get whiff punished. What else do we have? We have like up forward 3, because this move is very long range, very active. We also have something like forward 4. Oh, sorry, my bad. Forward 2. These are all moves that we have at our disposal. Down 3 as well for a low. We have a bunch of moves that we can do to stop the Heihachi from approaching us, so that we aren't just holding back. Coming, trying to backdash with the jumping. Well, it doesn't look like you're backdashing. It looks like you were trying to go forward and then you got an up input. This isn't Street Fighter. So yeah, that's fine. And like when we do this, when we go here and then we're plus here, don't press the 2 button. Don't press the 2 button, because the like 2 is launch punishable, right? And so if we're doing that, so I'm controlling the wrong character. We're risk getting launched for no reason. Even getting punished for no reason. So why do that when we could do the 3 instead? And now if we just hold back, look, he whiffs. See, if we're just holding back, we're not even backdashing. Look, he whiffs, he whiffs, he whiffs. And you see, I'm not doing anything complicated here, but especially at these ranks, they're just not going to be able to do anything to stop us. Because they're not doing anything that's productive, you know? So again, there's that stance, and then that's going to break the floor, so that's going to give combo. I panicked and forgot what my options are on stance. Well, maybe that's something you need to think about then. See, there you go. This is what we were talking about at the beginning of the round. It's not like the best option to do here, of course, but 1-2 to stop the opponent from coming towards you instead of just holding the back button. It's a good call. And then heat dash, and then again, we shouldn't be doing the 2 there. That's something we should just be avoiding entirely. And then here, when you I don't know if this actually hits or you block it. It does hit. We can down jab here, right? That's an option we have at our disposal, because that's going to beat Heihachi's options out of this. So there's a break. I don't know how a warrior Heihachi ducks that. You have to be careful throwing out these moves. You can't be throwing out stuff that's punishable. Yeah, see, more stuff like the 1+2. There you go. Hit the mid. So when you hit this, instead of doing the power crush here, do the 2. Just do the 2, because they're both mids, but one's not punishable and one is. You don't want to do the one that's punishable when you hit the opponent and you're +5. So again, there you could 1+2. That's a good punish. Make sure we're going in the stance as well. Yeah, one thing as well, stop finishing the string. You're finishing the string all the time, and it's -14. Even if you just do the 2 hits, that's better than if you finish the string. And if we go in the stance here, when this hits, we're +4. So that gives us the opportunity to be able to use our options in stance as well. But even if we just do that, it's better than finishing the entire string, especially when we hit the opponent and then being -14 for no reason. So like we did it there, but here we hit them again, and now it's like, why are we finishing it? What's the point? They use 2 with bow if you fought from the opponent. Yeah, but in this situation, we're not. Hi, Ajax. How do I get coaching? You have to be in our Discord, and you have to submit your Tekken ID to the thread that we have in our Discord before the stream starts. So if you want to submit your information for coaching next month in February, I'll have that thread up in our Discord when the stream ends. I've been playing Tekken 8 since launch, Tekken 7 in the last 3 months before Tekken 8's launch. I just picked up Miari within the last few weeks, and I like to learn a second character so I don't get bored by a very bad history of character swapping. The list includes Zafina, Lidia, Nina, Anna, June, Oscar, fucking Clive. I can't seem to stick with a character. I forgot Reina too. Well, here's the thing I say. Because a lot of people come to me
and tell me that they have this exact same problem. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. If you swap between a lot of characters and you like playing a lot of characters, that's a good thing. That means you're enjoying playing the game, and that's what's important. A lot of people get caught up on this idea that you shouldn't play multiple characters, and you know why? Because a lot of people that play this game have a very competitive mindset, and so they're trying to play the game optimally, and they project that on the other people, whether they're new or they're not new. And that leads to the idea that if I play multiple characters, I'm doing something wrong. You're not. You're absolutely not. If you enjoy playing a bunch of characters, if you enjoy learning new characters, keep doing that. If you've played like 10 characters and you have a history of swapping characters and you enjoy playing the game that way, then keep playing the game that way. Plus, if you play a bunch of characters like that, it helps you learn the matchups faster. Oh, you didn't know you could go in the stance up to 3-1? Yeah. 3-1 is actually one of Miari's best moves for going in the stance. Yeah, I assume that was trying to be core circle forward 1 and you just didn't get it. Another thing you can do here as well, if you have difficulty with that, is down 1+2. It does 41 damage. It's about the same. Everyone's always told me if I want to be competitive and play multiple characters, it's going to slow down my improvement. I'm just not going to be as good as someone who plays only one character. In my opinion, that's bullshit. Because, and here's the reason why. There are a bunch of reasons why, actually. One of the reasons is that if you play multiple characters, you are learning a different skill than people that play one character. And people that play one character have a hard time understanding this. And what you're learning is, like I said, being able to understand all of those characters and what they're trying to accomplish, what their game plan is. And a lot of the time, you can't get that information unless you play the character. And a lot of people at the higher level of Tekken do play every character in the game for that reason. So when people tell you that, it's just blatantly objectively not true, because a lot of people at the higher levels do play a ton of I mean, like, if you look at any high level player, when a new character comes out, every single one of them plays the character even if they're not interested in them, just to have an understanding of how the character works. But the other thing, the more important thing, is that the only way you're going to improve when playing the game is if you enjoy playing the game. And if you enjoy playing the game, if you play a lot of characters and you bounce around from characters, you are going to improve faster and you are going to improve more consistently than if you stick to one character and you get jaded, disinterested, bored, or aggravated at the game because you want to play more characters, you want to be doing something else, and you're not, because you have this mindset of I should only be playing one character, so that's going to make me better. It's not, because if you get into that mindset, then you're going to be less open to learning the game, you're going to be less open to trying to get better with that character, and it's going to cause you to stagnate. At the end of the day, whatever you enjoy doing more is going to be the thing that helps you improve the fastest, if that's what you want to do. No matter what route you go down, oops, sorry. I don't even know where I was. No matter what route you go down, you are going to be gaining something from going down that route. And if people are trying to tell you that's the wrong thing to do and you're not going to improve if you do that, they don't know what they're talking about. That's my view on it. I managed to get 5 characters to blue rings. Dude, if you got 5 characters to blue rings, you're doing fantastic. A lot of people struggle getting 1 character to blue rank. So don't worry about it too much. Don't think about it. At the end of the day, fuck what anyone else says. Fuck what people tell you. I don't care who they are. I don't care if Speed Kicks is in your DMs trying to tell you this. Not that he would. I'm just saying as an example. I don't care who it is. Don't listen to them. Just do whatever you enjoy doing. If you can do that, whatever you're doing is working, so just stick to it. So let's see, where were we? We were here. We did that. Boop. not end up getting hit by the second hit, sure. I'm new to modern fighting games and really excited. The problem is I only have a PS4 and Tekken 7 and not able to play Tekken 8 myself. Only at a friend's house, so not so often. Hey, that's all right, man. That's all right. You can, I guess, if you're on console, if you only have a PlayStation 4, and you don't have a PC, it definitely makes it a little bit more difficult, especially because the PC market right now is, best way to describe it is fucked. But, if you can get a PC or you can get a console and you can get the game on sale, then yeah, that's the best time to do it, is just wait for it. But even outside of that, you know, people still play Tekken 7. Not a lot of people do, but people do. And if you look at this game competitively, the people that are, you know, topping at tournaments in this game are legacy players that have played older games. You don't really have people that are getting like, that are playing super high competitively that just started with Tekken 8. And I say that because it just to emphasize that if you're playing Tekken 7 and you want to get into Tekken 8 with one foot already in the door, Tekken 7 will do that for you. Yeah, Tekken 7 will give you understanding for Tekken 8. Tekken 8 is very much, like, a lot of people complain about this game being like, it's not Tekken or whatever the hell. Tekken 8 is older Tekken games. It's Tekken 7 amplified to 11. That's what it is. Tekken to an extreme that makes it a lot more difficult to defend and do a lot of stuff, but they are still very much the same game. So if you play Tekken 7, you'll have an understanding of Tekken 8. And yeah, labbing characters as well in Tekken 7, a lot of that stuff, not everything is the same. There's a lot of stuff that's changed, but a lot of the general stuff with those characters is the same. So you don't have to worry about that. And even with stuff that has changed, having that knowledge of what moves look like, how punchable things are, like what are highs, etc., will transfer over in the Tekken 8 as well. People are telling me it applies to my local see multiple whom are GOD or GOD plus. Also doesn't help that third characters I picked in Tekken 7. The member adds to Tekken 8, so I have to start completely from scratch. Okay. So here's another thing as well. Rank is irrelevant, and this is Ajax asked what opinion, what your opinion, what rank would your skills to be considered good? Rank is irrelevant. It doesn't matter. I see players who get top 8 at Evo who don't know what they're talking about when it comes to things in this nature. Characters, matchups. We were just having a conversation about training regimen and labbing, and you see so many people that like GOD2, GOD3, that's like, I have this training regimen, I have the character set up to do 50 different moves. If you're a beginner, you should be doing this so you can get used to all these things, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't work. It's wrong. And the reason why I'm saying this is because rank doesn't translate to knowledge, and knowledge doesn't translate to ranked. I've seen people that are like Fujin, Raijin, who are more knowledgeable about situations or characters or just like the mentality of playing the game than people that are GOD2, GOD3. So don't put a market on someone's rank, you know? Don't use the rank in the like marketplace of ideas as a price, because that's not what it translates to. Rank purely is how you perform in the game. That's it. It has nothing to do with knowledge. It has nothing to do with how well someone is able to give advice. It only correlates to how well someone is able to perform in the game, and that's it. So you shouldn't worry about it. If it doesn't work for you, or if they say something that's just wrong and you think it's wrong, your opinion on that is just as valid as theirs are. Hi, Ad Hoc. Welcome back. So I've been stuck on this game with Wyatt, and I'm sorry, Wyatt, by the way, that I've been pausing so much. Sad, my friend said you're a pretty little lady. Mm-hmm. That was a great punish. And remember, when you go in the standstill, use the 2. Don't use the 3. Use the 2. Yep, good punish. Remember, you can go in the stance off that as well. Don't finish the string. There you go. Again, don't finish the string. Good interrupt. See, we have a lot of good ideas. It's just that, and this is a very common problem I see, Wyatt, is that you will do stuff like that, and then you'll leave yourself open to getting punished. And you can't be doing that. You can't be doing all of these moves like 2-2 or more 3 or all of this other stuff and leave yourself to getting punished. Like even here, right? When the Heihachi's running at you and he runs into heat smash, again, 1+2, right? I guess this doesn't kill him. It leaves him with a pixel. But you know what I mean? We don't have to just make that decision and be like, oh, I'm going the rage out here because I have the read or whatever. Just do something that's safe that'll kill him. If you think you have that read. You don't even have to press any direction or anything. Just hit 1+2. Well, why I shouldn't care. People keep saying pick a single character, ditch the others. Yep, do what you want. Again, the most important thing is do what you enjoy, what you have fun with, and what works for you. And if someone tells you that you're wrong doing that, they're dumb. That's it. They're stupid. Because what all they're doing is they're projecting the way that they view and play the game onto you, and that's not going to work. Now, if they're giving you advice on what they think you should do, that's a different thing, right? That's something that's like important to consider. So if you have people at your local that's telling you, I think you should try playing a single character, that's something to think about. You know, that's something that's like, okay, maybe I should try that and see how it works. But if it doesn't work for you, if you don't have fun playing that way, or you're just not finding yourself improving, fuck whatever they say. Do whatever works for you. As a newbie to your streams, how to understand your anti-Kazuya propaganda? I'm a Kazuya hater. That's it. I spread propaganda that is against Kazuya and Kazuya mains. Yeah, there you go. There's the emote. Thank you. I was like, get miserable when I'm playing a character and things aren't going well, and I want to switch, but then I say to myself, no, stay with this character. Nope, don't do that. That's exactly what I'm talking about. If people at your locals are trying to tell you to push through it and that you'll get over it, fuck them. Don't listen to them, and don't listen to anything they say ever again. Fuck them. If you feel miserable playing the game, then you need to switch what you're doing with the game. And if playing a different character is working for you, then do that. Oh boy, the key charge coming out. So, okay, here's another thing. Like, and I'm glad that the Heihachi did this, because it kind of points out the problem, Wyatt, that I'm seeing with what you're doing, is that this Heihachi is key charge. So he literally cannot hold the block, but he cannot block anything. And you're still here like, oh, I don't know what to do. What if he does? Just hit him! Just hit him, man! He can't block anything. He is incapable of blocking. He is key charged. He can't block this. He can't block anything. You have to just hit him. Look at... He can't block anything. Stop just holding the back button like this. See, he whiffed. We got no whiff punish. Nice. There you go. Good interrupt. Okay, the 1+2 is fair there. Didn't get a break. The break was late. Sure. That's -15, so you gotta be careful of that. Again, just 1+2. Yep, that'll do it. Nice. You gotta commit to that. So, one, if you're gonna do back one like this, just like commit to it. And the other thing as well is that when you do the down back 1+2, frame trap with this, because that would have killed him. Or you could first frame trap with jab, not down jab though. You don't want to do that because see, that got you killed. Because then you weren't able to continue your pressure. Finally, I decided to learn Huarong as my first character and shocked a bit with his stances. Yeah, he has a lot. He's difficult to play. Yep, again, you gotta be careful of doing these moves that are punishable. Okay. Counter hit. Yep, there's the 1+2. That's what you want to see more of. That was good. And I understand doing the 2-2, trying to get the combo. It doesn't work there, but it's the right idea. Sure. Yeah, attempted whiff punish. That's good. So, like, when I'm looking at this, I think you have a lot of the right ideas on, like, what to do in neutral. But the problem is, like this, right? Why did he hit a button? But, like, with Rayjot, you know, you are making way too many risky decisions for no reason. And like here as well, you know, when you're in this situation when it's like, oh, I got black, you're not doing anything to counter Hachi, you could toe kick him. He's dead. He dies. That's what I would have done. That was my natural reaction to this. But we just wake up and then we get hit by the low. And now we're trying our damnedest to just get some hit in. It's like we're not utilizing our lows. We have down 3, we have down 4, we have toe kick when we're on the ground. And we're not doing that. And we're just trying to use these like weird fast buttons. And then we do 1+2, which is -9. It's like, okay, well, now we lose. So we have to watch out for those two things. The moves that we're doing that are punishable, just stop doing those completely. Because you can substitute all of the moves you're doing with punishable with things that aren't punishable, and it's not going to make a difference in how your offense works, but it is going to make a difference in the amount of times that you get punished for doing that stuff, for trying to run your offense. And then the other thing as well is stop being passive. Stop just holding the back button. Stop just waiting for him to come to you. Stop like trying to use these really big, hard read tools like I know he's going to do. Because if they just dash block and you whiff or they block it, then you're just going to die. So don't do that stuff. Me trying to read heavy to compensate for my lack of physical skill. No, and that's what I'm trying to say. And you're doing it with such big, ridiculous, punishable buttons that it's causing you to take more damage and to get hit more than you otherwise should. You need to just like cut that out of your mind. You need to stop thinking of it that way and just ignore that as a factor, I suppose is what I'm trying to get at. Because we've been talking about this for years. You always say that this is the reason, this is the excuse that you make for doing this. And then we see time and time again over the years how you've improved, and the stuff that you said before that you weren't able to do because of that, you are now able to do just fine. Like this entire game with directional inputs as an example. I remember back when you said that that there was no way you could do that, you couldn't do that, and you do them just fine in this game. So stop because using that as an excuse, because that's why you struggle with stuff like this, because you get too much in your own head. You keep doing this kind of stuff and you say, well, it can't be helped because of this and that, but you know it can, because you've been improving over how many years at this point, despite that. Waiting for Kunimitsu or Elisa, but everyone my local just says, don't worry about them, learn Miyari. See, that I can agree with, because you can't assume that those characters are going to be in the game. But what I will say is if those characters come out and you want to play them, just be okay with playing them. You know what I mean? Hi, Cody. How do I get my replay watch? You have to be in the Discord, and you have to submit your Tekken ID to the thread before the stream starts for coaching. So if you want to do it in February, the next time we do it, I'll have the thread up when I end this stream so that you can put in your Tekken ID. What's your take on playstyle in Tekken? Well, if you have a person that prefers slow defensive styles but gets shit for it by peers, I think the peers are stupid, and I think that playstyle is completely valid, and in fact, I think it's extremely powerful in this game. Knee plays like that, for example. If you saw Knee play Evo Japan, look back at that top 8. Knee's entire playstyle with Brian was very neutral, defensive heavy, and he won because of it. He had better defense and better character knowledge than anyone else in top 8. And that's the reason why he won Evo Japan. I think that people that say this game is just rushdown stance 50-50 and there's no room for defense are very misguided and frankly not very good at this game. All right, Ad Hoc, you are up. And then Snowfox, you're on deck. And I am now done with my food. Thank God. I feel like I have a better understanding than during my last coaching, at least. I think so, too. Because like I said, I think that you have the right ideas. You're just using the wrong moves. And part of that's definitely because Miyari's new. Like, you didn't know that 3-1 could go in the stance. So I think that's a big part of it. And looking at those moves that you're doing and other moves that you're not using and figure out where you should use them and when you should use them, I think is important. But also just, and I've been saying this to you for a long time, stop using moves that are punishable. Just stop doing it. I mean, I know what position I'm in. You're last, love. You were the last one to submit. So you are last. It's probably gonna be, especially because I've had so many times I'm 50% through where I should have been through by this time, and I apologize for that. But I'll try to speed it up. But yeah, you are last on the list. Hi, Devil. Am I late? Yeah, you are. You're a couple hours late. It's okay though. When we get through the list, when we do the next roll call, if you're here, you'll be up, but we still got quite a few people to get through. Pray Sir Kunimitsu's lock in the future, can we? Oh yeah, 100%. Okay, just wondering. Yeah, no problem. If you're ever curious about what position you're in, if just look at where you, relative to everyone else, put in your Tekken ID in the Discord. Because I go in order based on the time you put in your stuff. But yeah, I think Kunimitsu is one of the most likely characters to come back in Season 3. But that doesn't mean she will. I'm less certain about Elisa returning. I think Elisa is likely to come back at some point, but I don't know about Season 3. What's your opinion on people like Mayman who propagate that 50-50 rushdown? I think that they don't play enough fighting games to understand what 50-50 rushdown actually is. At best. And at worst, I think that they have very little idea on how this game works, regardless of how skilled they are, their rank. I think that they don't really understand. I mean, it's like the same thing with people that say Power Crush should be removed from the game. If you say Power Crush should be removed from the game, you don't understand how this game works. You don't understand how Power Crush is utilized in this game with balancing and in matchups and beating situations. It's... yeah. One of those Brian games will be good. Okay. I'll take a look at one. This is a lot of Brian games. I'll take a look at this one because was later in the set. And I always want to look at games where you lose because I feel like that's more constructive. I want Hyper 4K graphic Fox effect with 9 tails and all. I want Watermelon Bikini. Better than Tekken 7 game, I had no clue I was doing it. That's exactly what I'm trying to say, yeah. I think Mayman is as good as he is through previous experience rather than knowledge. Yeah, 100%. I think that's a great way to put it because, like, Mayman is a really great player, you know? He has been playing the game for over 20 years. He plays Kazuya a lot. He is one of the best Kazuya players in the world. I think there's no question about that. It's like him, Keisuke, Ryan Hart, you know, like... even though Mayman's a content creator and might look at content creators and be like, oh, well, they're not. I think that Mayman, if he really put the time and effort into it and opened up his mind a little bit, he would be on that level and he could perform really extraordinarily well in major tournaments. But I think Mayman's problem is he's very closed-minded and he's very closed off to learning and understanding these things, and he's an old man car in his old ways, you know, that kind of thing. And because of that, I think a lot of his opinions on the game and characters and just the general knowledge that comes with playing Tekken is stunted because of that. Based on what I've seen from him and what I've heard from him, that's what I observe. And, you know, I think that just kind of goes to show that despite that, with how well he does, it shows how good of a player he is. But, I mean, yeah, you just... And I think that closed-mindedness you can really see when you look at him play other games. Like, I keep bringing this up with Virtua Fighter, but he played Virtua Fighter one time and played Jeffrey and didn't, like, look at the tutorial. He didn't know how to do anything. He just kept doing grab, 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 grab. He just tried, like, going into it and spamming the gimmicky stuff to beat noobs and trying to win off that way so he could get a dopamine rush. And then when he played against someone that knew how to beat that, he got frustrated and then quit the game and made fun of it and the people who play it. And it's like, you know, I mean, that's what you get when you got someone that's again, close-minded on learning anything and being willing to be wrong about stuff. And I think, no insult to him, he falls into that camp, and that's why I don't really take what he says very seriously. I mean, when he played Virtua Fighter, he played against someone who didn't know how to tech roll. It was probably Virtua Fighter's equivalent of being like Vanquisher or something, like around to orange ranks, and then complained when he got beat by them and said that the game sucks because everyone who's playing the game is a pro, and he lost against someone who didn't know how to tech roll. And it's just like, you know what I mean? So again, it's not an insult to him or anything. I think that's just a shortcoming of his knowledge when it comes to the game. And again, I think it just shows how good of a player he is, that despite that, he can still perform exceptionally well under most of the time in Tekken. He said Safine's the easiest character in the game. I mean, he said the same thing about Lei in Tekken 7. He said the same thing about Hwoarang as well. So... propagates nerfing Zafina and Lidia no matter what their state. Zafina could be bottom one and still call for her to be nerfed. I kind of stopped trusting what he said once he said it was pointless to lab characters like Zafina, because by the time you face Zafina, all your labbing is useless and gone. Yeah, I mean, again, it's that close-minded mentality. That's the way I see it, because he's just projecting that inability to be able to lab things onto other people and onto the game itself. And that is a shortcoming he has in his own skill as a player, is being able to lab things and retain information. And he projects that skill onto other people, and I think it's because he has a hard time admitting when he doesn't understand something or when he is poor at one of the skills in Tekken because he's been playing it for so long, and then he gets upset at whether it's the game or the characters, or specifically the people that play the characters, because of that. And that's why, again, I don't really care about what he says, because I feel like a lot of the time he's really like projecting his own, like his own personal experience, but also his own insecurity and inability to be able to do certain things, which, you know, everyone has a problem with certain things with the game, but I think he projects that a lot. And, you know, legitimate things that people hate on this game for, what would they be? I'm trying to blame the game less. I think that there are a couple. I think that there are situations in this game that are very one-sided, but I don't think that encompasses the entire game. I think that when a lot of people say this game is stance rushdown 50-50, they are misguided when saying that. But I do think that this game has times where it leads to situations that are unfair for the defender. And I think that stuff needs to get toned down. My opinion as well is that there shouldn't be as many plus on block lows in this game. I think that momentum is how this game's meta works. I think that the meta game for Tekken is that momentum is extremely strong, and if your character has a lot of momentum-based tools, then they are going to perform very well and be very difficult to deal with, even if you have the right reads and the right defensive options. And I think one of the things that facilitates that is plus on block lows, and I think those things should be tuned down a bit. Not to say every low needs to be minus, but I think there are just too many lows in this game that are not plus on block, plus on hit. I think there are too many lows in this game that are like that, and I think there are too many moves that allow momentum to be carried. Like heat engages are a great example, you know? There are a lot of moves in this game that plus on block mids, that on hit give you heat engage, that give you plus frames, that allow you to lead into more mix-ups, into more damage, and I think it's a little bit too much. And part of what got nerfed in that regard is when they nerfed chip damage. And when they nerfed chip damage and when they increased the health, that was a huge hit for this momentum-based gameplay, but I still think it's too powerful. Also, good night, Zachiel. Thanks for coming by. See you later, man. Have a good night. I'm going after Hawk or after I've done the list. Yeah, so you're gonna be a wild devil. He's not as bad mentally as Little T got. No, absolutely not. Like that mindset, well, that person, I feel like the tracking is absurd in this game, though. It is, but it's not much different than other Tekken games, to be honest with you. I think that there are moves in this game that are problems that should be able to be set more consistently, and I think it's an issue with certain moves, with certain characters, how much they track. Like, I'm going to give an example that Lily players are probably going to be quite upset with, but like down forward 3+4 with Lily should not track as much as it does. I've had that move hit me while Lily has been back turned. Like, I have fully stepped it, and it still clipped me, and I think that's ridiculous. I think that there are some moves in this game that shouldn't do that. With Lidia as well, I don't think that Lydia's Heaven and Earth 1 should be basically a full homing move. I don't think it doesn't have like the homing property, but it basically is fully homing. I think that's stupid, and it shouldn't be like that. But that isn't the case for every move of every character in the game, and I think that's where a lot of people misunderstand how that game works. From my perspective, seeing what other people, Tekken players talk about with this game, they get very fixated on the extreme examples and then look at the entire game as being those extreme examples, and they don't look at the game as a whole. And the game as a whole, in terms of tracking, I think is fine. I don't think you have that happen like all the time with every character, with every move, but there are certainly some moves that are way too much that should be changed. And yeah, I'm saying that with Brian on the screen right now, but yeah. Anyway, Ad Hoc, let's get to it. Sorry, I've been going so off the rails today. I'm only through 3 people in almost well, it's been like 2 hours because I did 40 minutes of chatting, but yeah, I need to get faster at this. I apologize. Okay. The Brian has chose to stand still. Very good. Again, -9. I like the new shot we're playing. The back 4 is very good. Good stuff. Like, I'm already like not seeing too much to get too upset about. Like, the one thing here is that we did this into, we're trying to down forward 2. I assume to try catching sidestep, but this is obviously a big risk just in general, especially against Brian, of course, because he has the counter hit launches and everything. Because we're -4 here, right? So if Brian just does like, oh, come on, like this, then we're in for a world of hurt. And that's something we gotta be mindful of. And he did do the jab, he just didn't finish the string for some reason. But yeah, I like these up 1+2s. This Brian was incredibly defensive. Yeah, I'm seeing that. Like honestly, both of you are not playing like Tekken Kings at all. I have nothing really to say about. I mean, we dropped the combo here, so what would the combo here be? It would be this right character. Let's do this. That will kill, right? That's an option that we have just to convert to the wall very quickly. In fact, we might have been able to 3-2 there. But yeah, after that tailspin, we just jab 3-1-2. That'll kill. And then when they wake up as well, when this combo drops, the other option we have as well, because their health is so low, is we can cancel stance, and then down 4. Wow, that actually didn't quite kill, but you get the point. This mirror, because yeah, this custom looks really nice. Yeah, nice down 4, 3 plus 4. Like, again, so far, obviously, I think you're doing really well. There's nothing to really... Okay, now we got an issue. Now we have an issue. So we did the sidestep 2, this hatchet kick. Okay, so one thing I've noticed from round 2 here is that Brian has adapted by speeding up what he's doing. So in round 1, he was obviously being very defensive. He wasn't doing much, and we were taking advantage of that. Now we can see in these first 5 seconds that Brian has sped up what he's doing. So getting hit by these things is fine because we're playing based off what Brian was doing in the last round. But now in this instance, I think it's important to adjust to the Brian playing very differently and being able to recognize that. So let's see what we do. We do jab into down 4-2. That's something we gotta be careful of. And then he does 3 plus 4. And so that's something we have to be careful of as well. And if we see the opponent is speeding up how they're playing, what do we do in this instance? We just want to play it safe. We want to sidestep a little bit more. And then if they're playing fast, they're going to open themselves up to getting whiff punished. That's one thing. But like here, we can do something like when they are, because they are -5, we can try to do something like, oops, sorry, I did that a little bit early. Sorry, -6, we can do something like this, and then we can facilitate our offense this way, which is still going to counter the Brian if he's playing very fast, because we're playing in a way where his fast options aren't really going to beat our pressure when we start pressuring him, and we don't really know how he's going to respond, and we can see there he's responding defensively when that pressure gets blocked. And so here, we do forward 2, trying to punch parry him. But this is risky for a multitude of reasons. Not only is it very limited in the scope, but if Brian does something like... Sorry, I have the wrong character here. Let me advance this a little bit further as well. But even if Brian does, like, back 1, for example, you know? Like, this is still going to beat it because it's an elbow. So... we're taking this read, using this punch parry, thinking, yeah, he's probably going to hit a button here. He's going to try punching us. So why do that when we can sidestep? Because isn't that accomplishing the same thing? If the Brian chooses to throw out punch, like let's say he throws out the Brian electric, and we have a read that he's going to do that. Why not just sidestep? Like, I don't hop on sidestepping very much because I'm like, a lot of the time when you... like what I say, 90% of the time when I sidestep is not to sidestep specific moves. This is one of those times where you're sidestepping for a move. Because if you're doing a punch parry, you're trying to beat a move. So if we sidestep here instead, what are we doing? We're beating a move, but we're beating more moves, because if he does something like back 1 as well, then sidestep will also beat that on top of whatever punch he might do. Tekken King with 309,000 prowess and 230,000 are very different. Yeah, it's very true. Yep. So we get counter hit launched by that. Yep. It's only +2, so that's something we gotta be mindful of as well. And then again, so here's what I'm noticing, right? I'm noticing patterns now. And these patterns, I think, are what's causing you a lot of trouble. And a lot of these patterns that I'm noticing are you're doing like jab into down forward 2. And so here's a question I have. Why are we doing jab into down forward 2? And the reason we're doing jab into down forward 2, so... and we do that into down forward 2 as well. So why are we doing this, right? Why are we constantly doing down forward 2? We're doing down forward 2. I tend to get stuck in a certain flow chart. So the reason why the flow chart exists is because it was working for something before. And what would it be working before if we're doing this? And the answer is if Brian does something stupid like this, then we launch him. Or if the Brian sidesteps, then we launch him. But the problem is, if Brian ducks, this isn't going to launch him, right? It's not going to do shit. So what we're looking for is we're looking for him to either sidestep, which he's not doing, or we're looking for him to attack into a slower move. But ducking isn't really going to do anything. But the problem is, when down forward 2 gets blocked, then we lose our ability to be able to do anything else afterwards, and then he just kills it with a low. So what we should be doing instead is other options that we have, like down forward 4. And this is what makes down forward 4 so good, is because if we do down forward 4 and he tries doing something like that, taking his turn afterwards, we have more agency to be able to continue our practice. This is why I was just talking about with the game's metagame, in my opinion, being momentum. Down forward 4 is one of those moves that allows you to carry momentum. Down forward 2 doesn't. And then you say, but Seth, if it hits, then I get the launcher. Yes, that's all well and good, but look in that one sequence how much damage we did to Brian. He's at 102 HP, and he started at 200. So we in the span of 3 seconds there, because we hit that heat engager and then forward 2 after the heat engager, which he can't sidestep, he can't power crush him, if he ducks, he gets hit by it, we have done more damage to him than we would do if our down forward 2 hit, right? And on top of that, we remain plus, even if he blocks it. Whereas with down forward 2, if he blocks it, we can't do anything. So that's something we have to think about. If we're doing down forward 2 as opposed to our other mids, what's the reason for doing it? What's the pros and cons to it? And what would we get if we did one of our other mids? And in this case, down forward 4 would just be better because we have more options. We can carry momentum. And if we do something that's like -7 here and we can, then the Brian gets this 50-50. And if we guess wrong, we die, whether it's the low or the mid. And if he does a mid, like if he does back 1 afterwards and we block it, then we have to guess another 50-50. And then we might have to guess another 50-50. And you see how this leads to a point where the chances of us actually winning after this down forward 2 are blocked because we lose our neutral presence is like 10%. So whereas if we hit down forward 4, the chance of us winning are actually a lot higher, even if we're not getting a launcher off of it. Not playing like a Tekken King, do you think they're high level? That first round they played like they were much higher level than Tekken King, yeah. At least in my opinion. Is Zafina still as bad feeling as she was at the start of season 2? She felt terrible to play, and I was sad to... I chose to drop her at the time because she felt terrible to play. My opinion on Zafina at the beginning of season 2 was because they basically did a complete rework of how she worked. It was going to take time for Zafina players to figure out how to use her, and I think that was correct, and I think Zafina's in a good spot right now. That's my opinion. So yeah, and then again, we fall into this, right? So he hits us with the low, we jab, and then we get counter hit. And that's something, again, we have to look out for, is the spacing, but also the moves that we're choosing to use. Okay, and then again, we go for Sabaki here, and it's like... So let's think about this again, right? Let's think about this situation here. So why would we use the Sabaki? Well, we would use the Sabaki because we think Brian is going to jab afterwards, right? That's the idea. But the problem is, if Brian does this, then we lose because the Sabaki with Miari is only active from frames 5 through 10. And so that means that Sabaki here is only beating exactly jab and no other move Brian does. Even if it's not an elbow, even if it's not a headbutt, if we immediately do Sabaki, it will lose to every single move Brian does except exactly the one button. And so, couple of things here. This, regardless of using the Sabaki, if we have that information and we use Sabaki there to beat jab, wouldn't it be better to just sidestep or high crush it again? Because again, it's going to beat more options. If he does back 1, 3+4, or the jab or whatever, then sidestep beats it, and it can get us away from the wall. But on top of that as well, regardless of that, let's say we use another mid with Miari that's -13. We're not even thinking about the Sabaki, right? So ignore the Sabaki. We're using a -13 on block mid, and let's make this move better. Heat engager. Why? Even if we make it forward to 5 times better than it already is, we add the heat engager property to it. We add all of these other things to it. Why are we using a mid that's -13? What does it do for? And it doesn't do anything. That's the problem, especially with our back to the wall. It does nothing for us. So what we need to be doing instead is we need to be thinking of, again, our other mids. We need to be thinking of 1+2. We need to be thinking of 3-1. We need to be thinking of, if they're going to be defensive, up 1+2. Or we need to be thinking of sidestepping to try getting us out of this position. You see? I still despise back 1+2. I hate this move. It's amazing, but I hate it. Loves our resident Zafina player, and in YouTube chat, they said, I think Zafina's in a good spot. Just a few quality of life changes is all I want.
And I think that's a very reasonable take on it. And I agree with it. Got -10, went for the punish, didn't quite get it. And again, we're doing this jab, 31, and we gotta think, like, why are we doing this? Right? Why after this? So, okay, we tried doing the punish. It didn't work, right? That's fine. But why are we just continuously jabbing instead of trying to do something to open up the Brian? And the reason why, I can tell you the reason why, it's because I'm afraid he's going to attack. Okay, so if he's going to attack, we need to do something that's going to be a little bit more productive that allows us to be able to get more reward from attacking. And what can we do in that case? Sidestep into like down forward 4, you know? If he presses a button immediately, then we sidestep it and then we hit him. If he hits a button with delay timing, then we counter hit launch him. And we're still able to continue our pressure and again move away from the wall. I sometimes feel I step too much and get punished for it. So here's what you need to be doing then. See? Just step guard. Step guard, step guard, step guard, step guard, step guard. Because the reason why you're going to be getting hit is because you're doing this. The reason why you're going to be getting hit is because you're doing this. See? See? I'm getting hit now because I'm just doing this, or I'm very slow on my step blocking, so I'm like here, here, and now I get hit, right? Don't do that. Step block. Little movements, micro movements. You'd be surprised how much you can avoid with just small movements like this. Unfortunate with the punish, but right attempt. And then, yeah, we did that in the down forward 2 again. So I don't need to explain again, but just pointing it out. This is the up 1+2 from crouch down forward 4. I like that. I like the forward 2 there. -14. You gotta punish that. Down 4, sure. Unfortunate with that. So something you can do here as well, if Brian is delaying this, is you can actually Sabaki it. I'm a little bit too late in the animation. Hatchet kick, hatchet kick. I think he actually didn't delay it enough there. So I think after this one. No, not quite. He didn't quite delay enough. But if he super delays it like he's kind of been doing, then you can Sabaki it. He didn't delay quite enough there, but I thought he did. I just wanted to point that out to know that you have that as an option, but yeah. Yeah, and see, that's a lot better, because now look, now we did that into the 2, and we're just completely safe, and we still keep the wall. So that was a lot better. Okay. Yeah, and we have to be careful finishing that string. All right, we need to down back 3 here. Ah, he did wake up kick. We need to, like, if he stood up and didn't wake up kick, we need to run up and down back 3. Okay, he messed that up. Yeah, and stop doing the 1-1-2. So, similar thing here, right? He's -9. So why are we doing jab? Why are we doing jab? It's not a question I'm going to ask. Because he's not going to be able, like, he can't avoid what you do. He can't sidestep. He can't even power crush. So why are we doing jab instead of doing 3-1? Why are we doing jab instead of 3-1? Because it's the same thing, right? It's the same thing, but you're actually safe when you do 3-1. It's a mid, so if they duck, they get hit. And if we do 1-1-2 and they duck it, then we just die. But this accomplishes the same thing. And we can also, if we know they're not going to hit a button, this is where we can sidestep too. Like we tried doing before, but we get counting it, and it's a different situation. And if they try hitting a button here to stop us from doing sidestep 2 or whatever, then that's when we just do down forward 4. And even if we block down forward 4, look at the range on this. And this gives us more opportunity to be able to continue our pressure into the future. But 1-1-2 doesn't do that. So we got to stop doing that. Down back 3 while rising 4. And then, yeah, again, down forward 2. Why are we doing that? So again, if we do... Hold on. I think I accidentally went forward instead of backwards. So here, and then we back up. Unfortunately, that didn't sidestep. But if we do this, and then we just back up, and he does something like this string, then we can whiff punish him. Apparently I can't, but you can. There we go. And if you think that he's going to hit a button after, because we're doing
down forward 2, right? So we assume that he's not going to like counter hit us after the while rising 4. And so if we think that, then down forward 4. You know? Because this is actually going to reach, and again, it can put us in a position where we can continue our offense. But down forward 2 doesn't do that. Down forward 2 whiffs, and then we've just lost neutral completely. His hatchet kick again. -10, good punish. Yeah, and then he blocked it. That just is what it is, you know? I don't disagree with using the low there, personally. I think it's fine. Yeah, good forward 4-2 to get out of that. And see, that's the difference, right? Because if we did... I mean, if we did down forward 2 here, it would hit. But if we did down forward 2 out here and, like, it whiffed, then we would have been screwed. But the reason why we do forward 2 here is because he can backdash. And I guess that's the point to make. If we do down forward 2 here and he backdashes, then we lose. But if we do forward 2 and he just backdashes, then this still connects and we don't lose the game on the spot there. So forward 2 makes a hell of a lot more sense here. But this is also a case as well where we can do down forward 4. Because down forward 4 will reach from this range as well. And if he hits a button, then he gets full launched. And now we're back in the game all of a sudden. So that's another thing to think about too. But yeah, that made a lot more sense. And then I assume that jab was supposed to be while rising 1 and we just messed it up. We accidentally got a standing jab, which is, you know, it is what it is. But then we do this and then we fully commit to the string. And if Brian punished that properly, we would just be dead. But even regardless of that, he does this, he's +8, 1 hatchet kick and you die. And thankfully, he did down forward 1 instead of that. And we chose a good option to be able to avoid that, to avoid the mid. But then we die to the while rising 3. So we just like... There's a lot going on. There's a lot of specific things to hone in on in terms of moves. But the main thing that you have to focus on is, like you were saying, with your flow charting. There are so many opportunities you have. There were so many times where you could have been doing moves that are better for you, that give you more reward, that continue your pressure and do the same thing that you're trying to do with like the jab and the down forward 1, and you just weren't doing. You constantly were going with the jab and the down forward 2 and all that stuff, and you couldn't ever keep up pressure against the Brian because of that. So you need to use your other options. You need to look at the frames. You need to look at what options you have at your disposal. You need to know, like, when you're using the down forward, like question this. Question, why am I using down forward 2 here? Because you're saying, like, you get stuck in a flow chart. Why are you getting stuck in that flow chart? What's the reason in your head for doing it? Maybe it is just my brain said hit the button, so I hit the button. And if that's your reason, that's not a good reason for doing it, so stop doing it. Look for the actual reasons why you're using that move. Think about it. Think about why you're using down forward 2. Think about why you're using jab. Think about what it beats. Think about how it helps you with your situation. And then if it makes sense after that, then keep doing it. If it doesn't, then do something else. Think about a different move where you can actually come up with a good reason why you would use it in that given situation. All right, Snowfox, you are up, and Crimson, if you're still here, you are on deck. Oh no, Crimson left. That's why I have the Tekken Emperor Brian thing on here. And then Hiro also had to leave. I think they had to go. So Snowfox, if you're here, let me know. You are up. And then for Majo, if you're still here, you are on deck. If not, then it's Zex, then LG, then Love. Snowfox, you're still here. Brilliant. I think I heard what you mean. Thanks for the tips. No worries. You're still here. Perfect. All right, you will be on deck then. All right. Snowfox, do you have any specific game you want me to look at? Also, again, I apologize. It's been so slow today. There's been a lot of sidetracking and tangent, so I'm sorry to everyone who's later in line who have been having to wait for so long. I really apologize for that.
but I'll try to keep the tangents to a minimum. Yes, yeah, what game is it? Hi, Odo. Do most of you play Lidia, and if so, do you know a lot about Azucena? I would say probably half of the people here play Lidia. And I would say my knowledge of Azucena is average at best. Had someone who was at this point questioning, what do I have to do to learn the game? What would you tell them? Last question, I promise. No, you're good. What do I have to do to learn the game? Well, you have to play the game. That's an important one. 5 set 5. I lost 2 to 3. Okay, sounds good. I think there are two important things. I think 1 is keeping an open mind, and 2 is actually playing the game. I think if you can do those 2 things, you know what? No, there's another thing as well. There are 2 other things. Have fun and have a good attitude. I would actually say that's the most important thing. You have to have a good attitude and you have to have fun playing the game. If you can't do those things, you are not going to be able to learn. Here. It's the one you lost 3-2, the 5th game. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wow, I can count. I know starting Tekken 8 was Athena messed up my fundamental development, but I have no idea. I'm gonna tell you right now. It didn't. It didn't, because Zafina is a character in the game. You're not going to mess up your fundamental development by playing a character. The way that you're going to mess up your fundamental development is forming bad habits and not being willing to learn and break those bad habits. Doesn't really have anything to do with the character you play. Like someone to give me their opinion on Azucena combos, I have a video. The video you cannot link in YouTube chat. YouTube does not allow links to be put in live chat at all. So it was intense for me and it was good. All right, let's take a look. Okay. Yeah, okay, so one thing here, after you get heat engaged, what did you do here? You tried down jabbing. So here's an important thing for you to understand. When you get hit by a heat engager, you have 2 options. Well, you have 3 options. One of them is block. But outside of just blocking, you have 2 options. You have sidestep and you have power crush. That's generally it. And so if you're doing like down jab like this, you can probably sidestep whatever they're doing, right? You would agree with me, because if you're able to beat them out with down jab, they're doing something that's going to be 20 frames or slower. And unless that's a homing move specifically, you're going to be able to sidestep that thing because you're -9, right? So that's an option that you have. And if you're thinking about down jabbing, you should be sidestepping. And if Clive does like while running too, that's a move after heat engager you can sidestep. So that's an example of that. And you're not getting open up to getting counter hit as opposed to down jabbing. And then the other option you have is power crush. So the move Clive here does is 16 frames, power crush. And I know Jin's power crush is really bad, but power crush comes out in frame 7. So if I remember the power crush correctly, it must be down 1. So here, and then we down 1. You see how that actually beats Clive's forward 1 plus 2. So that's why those are your options. Pretty, thank you for the 8 months. I have no idea why it gave me this just now. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Thank you. Sorry, I had my headphones off. I need them off so it's easier for me to talk. But thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. I hope you're doing well. Thank you. But so heavily on constantly shifting Zafina's stance to mix up people. I never stay in a stance for more than a second or 2 unless I was comboing. Okay, so here's the way I can phrase this, right? And I'll try to keep this short for Snowfox. That's what I was gonna do. Oh, that down back one was supposed to be down 1. Okay, perfect. So I don't even have to talk about this anymore. Good. So you did do the right thing then. Hi, sir and friends, welcome back. So here's how I'll explain this to you. And I'll keep this brief for Snowfox. But if you play like a card game, you know, if you play Magic, for example, because I think most people know Magic. I don't really know Magic. I don't play Magic, but I understand that there are different color identities, and you have like red is aggro and blue is control. And if you play an aggro deck, if you play a red deck in Magic, you rely on damaging your opponent through fast gameplay, not having to deal with all of their bullshit, and just hitting them down to 0 on like turn 5 or whatever, you know. If you switch to a blue deck, you're doing the exact opposite of that. You're playing very slow, you're playing control, you're trying to read what the opponent is going to do and countering their plays, interrupting their combos. And so the question you're asking is, if you play a red deck and you're relying on using aggro to win, and you play a blue deck and you don't know how to deal with the opponent's like combos or interrupting them, have you fucked up your fundamentals by playing the red deck? No, you haven't. You just played in a different way. And maybe that style works for you, because there are going to be players that play red and they do really well with it, but then play blue and they don't know what's going on. And there are going to be players that play blue and can do really well with it, and then they're going to say the same thing. They're going to play a deck where they're interacting with their opponent, they're playing control, and then they play an aggro deck and they don't know when to play stuff. They don't know the timing for when to play. They don't know when to hit the opponent, when to clear the board. They don't understand that part of it, so they're going to be asking themselves the same question. So what it comes down to is two things. One, with the character that you're playing, you're learning skills that are specific to that character, and that's completely fine. And two, you're not squandering your fundamentals. If you play other characters, you're just going to have to learn different mindsets and different play styles, and you're going to find one that works for you better than another one does. And that doesn't mean that your fundamentals are bad. That just means that one character might click for you better than another character, and if that's the case, that's a character that you should probably stick with if it works for you. Hi, Shadow Friend. Welcome in. Hello, hello. All right, continuing on. Yeah, unfortunate. This is a down jab. Nice. Yeah, you got, like, with this, I'm assuming that... What was that? Arin, thank you so much for the tier 1. God damn, man. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that a ton. Thank you, man. It's very generous of you. Thank you. So yeah, here, after you hit this, you get electric, right? So if I... And I'm only pointing it out because I'm not sure if you know or not, but yeah, you get crouch dash 1 after that hits as a guaranteed follow-up. So yeah, forward 2 catches them when they wake up. That's nice. And so this is something that we talked about before, Snowfox, that you have to be really mindful of, is immediately heat dashing. So when we do heat engager and we're +9, we have to use, we have to take as much advantage of heat as we can. And so when we immediately use heat like this, there are a couple of reasons why we want to do it. Don't get me wrong. For example, if this would push the opponent into the wall, and we can try fishing for a wall splat and then kill them with combo, that would be a reason to do this. But when we're out in neutral like this, when we're both at around half HP, we want to keep that heat because we get so much advantage off of it. Even though Jin's heat is bad, yes, if we do sequences, and I know I've talked to you about this before, if we do sequences that can push them further to the wall after this heat engager, if we can do like electric and then try playing around and then do forward 3, I don't know the range for it, obviously. I don't play Jin, so you have to forgive me for that. But if we can do stuff like this and then try fishing for a heat dash for a combo after a whiff punish, or we can try setting up for the wall to heat burst them into the wall, that's what we want to try setting up for. That's the idea behind
using Jin's heat is to take advantage of the positioning or from the opponent with punishing. But if we're just trying to get a small, like, little mid and mix them up that way, and then, oh, I won the mix-up, that's not going to now as much. And on top of that as well, now that I think about it, after Heat Engager, we can just do this, right? Isn't this accomplishing the same thing? If we do, after Heat Engager, forward, 3, like, yes, they can power crush through it, and yes, they can step it. But if we do forward, 3 afterwards, isn't this accomplishing the same thing? It's giving us full launch, but we don't have to use our heat. I've been so receptive and helpful, even though I'm brand new here, so I'm appreciative of you, and I feel you deserved it. Oh, thank you. Not gonna lie, no, now that I think about it, my reason for dropping Nina may have been very stupid, which was that I thought I'd be spending more time learning the nuances of Nina than learning Tekken. Yeah, so that's another thing too. Like, a lot of people talk about, like, playing beginner characters or whatever. At the end of the day, when you new of the game and you pick it up, everything you're going to be learning is fundamentals. You're going to be learning a little bit about your character, but a lot of what you're going to be learning is fundamentals, no matter what character you play. And that's why if you're new, any character to pick up is fun. Yeah, you know, down forward 4 would have been a good option after Heat Engager as well. And then, so this is another thing too. After down forward 4 and we go in the stance, we need to be mindful of doing these things at launch. Because now, you know, we've created the situation where Clive can just launch us and punish us if he's knowledgeable, and what we're giving up is so extreme because we're giving up the wall, right? We're giving up the wall when we do this, and we don't have to. We don't have to at all. So we push him in here, we do down forward 4, and then we go in the stance, and then we just cancel. I don't know how to do that exactly with Jin, but then we just cancel stance. And then obviously, again, I don't know Jin's moves, but we cancel stance, we 2-1, 2-1, jab, and then we get the, like, a punish on there or something, and then we just keep pushing him into the wall. And then with enough time and patience, we can get that wall splat, and we can, we convert that into a win. Like, that is our win condition right now, is the wall. And by doing that, if we get punished, we lose the wall, and we lose the round off of that. So we just have to be more patient with that. It's down, forward, up, back. Gotcha. Thank you. So there's that. Nice electric. And then, yeah, I mean, this is a similar thing, right? We did the electric, and then instead of, like, calming down with our input. So, like, here, as an example, we could sidestep. We could try moving around. Sorry, I did not step block there properly. We could sidestep. We could keep trying to adjust to the wall. If he does something like that, then we can punish him. And we can just keep doing these little pokes. And eventually, because of the difference in health, those little pokes are going to add up and they're going to kill him. But when we're taking this risk by doing something like this, then... And you know what? Looking at this, I think this is a misinput. So what did we try doing here? We tried doing the 3+4, right? The high flying kick after this. I think. We either tried doing that or we tried doing the 2. Oh, we tried doing that. Well, either way, it whiffs, right? Off of the backdash. And if we do that, like, that connects. But again, if they duck it, if they sidestep, then we die. So why take that risk? Why take that risk when we can play a little bit when we can play a little bit more compact, and we can still use, and I apologize because I can't really use this control. Like, I'm not even getting a down forward input, so it's awkward for me to do electrics on this thing. I'm still not used to it in that way. But we can still convert off of our neutral presence with, like, electric and stuff. Why did Clive manual enter Wings of Light in neutral just there? I could not tell you. And, you know, like, yeah, you do it there, but then you do the 2 grab, and then now all of a sudden the game's a lot more even. And he breaks that throw. We get interrupted there, and we ended up losing the round because of that 2 grab. So we need to play more patient. And that same problem also occurred at the end here, where we were just pressing way too much, and we weren't being careful. Where was it? Like right here, right after we get hit by this. break this grab, and then immediately, even though we're -3, we go for an attack. And we go for this for wall spot. I don't even think it would wall spot because of the angle. We go in the stance, and then we just get a counter hit. And we can't be hitting buttons like this. And we went for the up too. And so even if the Clive didn't hit a button here and interrupt you and he just blocked, you lose. And why are we taking that risk? That would be wall break. I'm pretty sure the angle this wouldn't get the wall. Let me see. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, it wouldn't. But, and regardless of that too, you shouldn't be taking this risk because there's so many things that can beat you here. If Clive does, for example... Sorry, I think I'm a little bit late in the recording. Let me try this again. Yeah, I am. Do this. Why is that working, actually? Am I stupid? Either way, if Clive does 1-1 or he does 1-2, then that's it. But I'm trying to demonstrate that down forward 1 should work here. Why is it not working? Is Clive's down forward 1 stupid? Okay, if he does 2-2. His down forward 1 is 13 frames, right? Jin's +3 on throw break, he's -3. No one is plus on a throw break in this game. But anyway, you get the point. Oh, his down forward 1 is I-14. Okay. Yeah, you're right. My bad. Yeah, no, I was trying to demonstrate that, like, at +3, if he's doing that, then if I do, like, a down forward 1, it'll trade. So then if you have, like, a magic 4, Clive doesn't have one, but if you have a magic 4, you get counter hit launch. And then if you do something faster, like 12, 11, 10 frames, then that's why I was trying to get at. I didn't know Clive's down forward 1 was 14 frames, so my bad. But yeah, either way, he can just interrupt you here. That's very funny. And then you die. And so you can't be hitting buttons there, and then, like, the high can be ducked, and then you get interrupted there, and yeah. Okay, there's the grab again. And again, we're hitting a lot of buttons, right? So if, like, here's another scenario. If this Clive here does, sorry, not down forward 2, you see how that beats it, right? You see? And if the Clive also just steps more, you see how that whiffs and then we die there. So we have to be very mindful of this, right? And again, we do down forward 4 in the stance, and the Clive can, again, just interrupt this. So we can't be doing that. We are hitting way too many buttons. We're being too aggressive. See, again, whiff punish, right? Head punch parrying, go for the mid. Yep. And then he whiffs there. See, and this is a fine time to go in because we're plus. We go for the grab. And again, I personally wouldn't be doing the grab because, I mean, if they can break it and then if they duck it, then we just die. Right, and then again, -13, and he had the right punish here, it was just late. But now we're going for this mid that's punishable, and the question is, why are we going for the punishable mid, right? We're doing the up 1, we're doing the 2, and why are we doing this, especially when the Clive isn't really ducking a lot? We're just taking this huge risk for no reason. And the Clive should have got the right punish, he just messed it up. But why do that when we can instead go for, like, get out stance and then forward 3, because you see how that delays the timing and then we get the launch on that. So why force ourselves to commit to whatever we have in stance? And then we still get hit by that, run in, and then that's a whiff punish. And then yeah, if that 4-4 actually connected, we would have just lost there. And then again, right, we wake up and then we immediately hit a button, we grab, he backdashes out of it, and then whiff punishes us. Less buttons. And yeah, you're right. The down forward 1-2-1 being slightly delayed allows it to counter hit. Yeah, that's why you gotta duck the high. You gotta duck the second hit on it. So yeah, that was dumb of him. We have to punish that. The from crouch. And again, we do the mid, and it's -13. We get punished for it.
And now Clive is able to just do whatever he wants. And he did something really dumb here. But I want you to understand, especially when Clive's in the heat, how dangerous this is and how much you could have got punished for it. So when we go here and then we block this, Clive can do this. Oops. And then I was out of range and I did the complete wrong input. But we do this and then Clive can do that, or he can just do up 1+2, go in the stance. And you see how difficult this situation can be to deal with. And Clive doing the one there was really dumb. And again, he tried doing the right punish, then he was wrong. And then we duck there on the 1+2. But if he does the 1+2 like we showed, we're taking like the same damage. But if we block it, he's plus, and then that's launch, right? So we're hitting more buttons when we shouldn't be. He backdashes out that he could have punished us. And this Clive is really getting screwed because of something, because he should be punishing you on these things. He's doing the right moves and he's just not getting it. Why not 4-2-2-1 for the guard break? Because you can sidestep it and you can power crush through it. Sorry, you can't power crush if you fully charge it, but you can sidestep it. It's very risky. Yeah, I don't know why he would do Phoenix 1 instead of 2. But yeah, and again, like, this is a culmination of everything we're talking about. We do down jab here, he's +6. What do we do afterwards? While rising 1, and then we die. And I'm going to challenge you on this. If we choose instead after the down jab to sidestep, then even if we just 2-1 here, and I guess he's not going to do anything because the replay ended. If we sidestep 2-1 after this hits, and we lock him down with that, one small hit and he's dead. Right? And if he also has Rage in play, or he has Power Crush, after this hits, we can Wild Rising 4, and maybe not Wild Rising 4-4 because he can duck the high, but we have to play with the frames that we have. Because if we don't, then that's what causes us to get Power Crush if we're doing the Wild Rising 1. And isn't the Wild Rising 1 kind of accomplishing the same thing as the Wild Rising 4s? But the Wild Rising 4 doesn't lose to Power Crush. Well, it loses to Power Crush, it doesn't lose to Rage Out. That's the difference. I won by a hair on this round. Yeah, but and no offense, but you should have lost this round. That's the thing. This Clive was losing a lot of his punishes when he should have been getting the punishes. He was punishing stuff with 4-4 that was -13 or whatever, and he wasn't getting it. He backdashed out of your stuff and should have been able to punish it, and he wasn't getting the punish. You should have lost the round. And that was a great sidestep there, don't get me wrong. But you have to stop hitting buttons as frequently. I thought that they nerfed it. I thought, Joe, nope, you've always been able to step it. Well, asterisk, depending on the character. So yeah, and then we do the forward 4-2, and this is the same thing we were talking about before of the heat, right? We get the heat dash, but we're only doing 44 damage off of it. And if we just do forward 4-2 and we don't heat dash, oh my god. And we don't heat dash here. We're still doing, I don't know how much damage this is doing. What, 26? Yeah, we're still doing 26. And so using all of our heat for 20 damage, is that really worth it? Probably not. Maybe saying Power Crush would be an option. Maybe, but I mean, it's a high, so it's still risk. Can also parry or Power Crush the 4-2-2-1 on reaction. Yeah, that's also true. Especially because you're playing Jin. Yep, so, and again, look, what, like, just in neutral, for no reason, we do front crouch down forward 4. And we also then whiff the 1, and the Clive, bless his heart, tried the whiff punish here. But, you know. Yeah, and the 1+2 is fine there to beat the Power Crush, but down back 4, down back 4. So what we do after this?
We did back 1+2. We went in the Zen. And the question I'm going to have again is why? Why are we playing so fast that we can't see if we actually properly hit the electric or not, which is immediately like hitting these buttons and flow trying into stuff. And look, we're getting hit and we are still trying to do stuff and we can't be, look, again, this is, and we're going to lose the round off. We're going to lose the set off of this because we're just like always trying to hit buttons when the opponent, yeah, I mean, it's actually a miracle that combo didn't work. And again, so just stop hitting buttons, man. Like you have to defend more. You have to hold the back button more. You can't be pressing as much as you are. That's the reason you lost this. And this last round emphasizes that problem. You kept getting counter hit over and over again because you were getting hit and then you were trying to hit buttons and then you lost because of it. You have to hit less buttons. You have to block more. You have to do faster buttons. You can't do the slow buttons as frequently as you are. Almost all of the damage you took throughout this game could have been prevented if you just held back. You have to stop playing so quickly. I mean, that's really what this entire thing comes down to. Pretty much every single time you took damage, every instance of it, or could have took damage, it was just because you were pressing buttons too much and you weren't blocking as much. Yeah, slow down. Slow down. And by slow down, what do I mean by slowing down? Don't hit buttons as much. Don't hit buttons as frequently. Don't do like you do something, they block it, you're -6, go into Zen, try Zen up. What? Don't try to, like, what's the best way to word this? It feels like what you're trying to do is you're trying to, like, look into the future and do the thing that counters the opponent if you're a time traveler. And it doesn't work that way. You can't always be going for the highest damage option with reckless abandon all the time. You can't do it. It's just gonna get you killed. Pace it, don't go bashing my head against the wall to break it. Exactly, yeah. All right, next up. This is something I need to stop doing too, Seth. Well, okay, LG, you can skip me maybe next time. I'm sorry, LG. I'm sorry it's been taking so long, man. I really apologize that I've been going on all of these dumbass tangents. I feel bad about it. I'm sorry. Do you have a specific game you want me to look at? Because I don't have that written down for you. And let's see, who do we got? We got, Gramanjo, you're up. Zex, you're on deck, and then it would be LG, but if LG wants to be skipped when we get to him, then it'll be Love. Anxiety about losing the turn, just keep trying to steal it back. Yeah, I mean, that could also be it. That's a very common thing that I see. Regardless of the reason, can't be playing like that. So gave me the same advice this match. Boy, gave me that advice. Thank you, guys. Yeah, no problem. All right, so again, I'm skipping Crimson because I don't think Crimson is here. So if Crimson, if you are here, correct me on that. Otherwise, Gramaju, you're up. And I see you said in here any Reina match. So if you could just say something in the chat to let me know that you're still here. And then Hero, again, I'm pretty sure is gone. Again, Hero, if you are here, correct me. And if Hero isn't here, then Zex will be on deck. And then I suppose LG had to leave, so we'll have to skip LG. And then if LG isn't here when we get to that, then it'll be Love. And yeah, I'll still do the coaching for the 30 of them as well. It'll just be in the VOD, so. All right, I'm not seeing anything from Gramajo. So if Gramajo isn't here, Zex, you're going to be up. I'll give it another minute. So how does this whole thing work so I can be included next time? That is a great question, and I'm more than happy to answer. So if you join our Discord, you type !Discord in Twitch, then you will join our Discord, as you would imagine. And when you join our Discord, at the end of every one of these streams, we put up a thread, and that thread is under the events channel here. And oh Jesus. And so for the one we do next time, which is public coaching number 19, I'll have a thread that I'll put up at the end of this stream, and all you got to do is click on the thread, put in your Tekken ID, and boom, you're done. You're done, just like that. And then when the next time we do this comes, which will be the first Wednesday of February, which I think is February 4th, we'll look at one of your games, and then you'll get coaching on it. Simple as that. Already joined off the link in the profile? Perfect. Then all you gotta do is at the end of the stream, I'll put up the public coaching number 19 thread, and all you have to do is put in your Tekken ID before the... I've been changing how when I close the thread recently, and I'm not consistent at this, but probably since we've done this already this week, and there are going to be more people next time, I'm probably going to close it on Monday, the week that we do it. So I'll close on the 2nd. So as long as you do put it in before the 2nd, then that's it. And I go in the order of when you put in your Tekken ID. So the earlier you do it, the better. And that's it. That's all you gotta do. All right, I'm still not seeing Gramajo in the chat. So Zex, you're going to be up. Whenever I see Gramajo in the chat again, they will be up. Otherwise, it would actually be LG that's next, but since LG said to skip, then it's going to be Love, and then we'll do the next round of roll call. So I know Rat's been here. I know Devil's been here. I haven't seen Haru or Britbrev at all today, so I'm going to assume they're not going to be in the stream. But after we get through Zex and Love, if we see anyone else that was already here at the beginning, then we'll do them. They'll be priority, but otherwise it'll be Rat and then Devil. That's the plan. So, Zex, can I sign up for coaching even though I got coached this session? Yes. You are allowed to do that, 100%. So, Zex, I'm seeing in here that you have a game versus Reina on yesterday. I'm assuming because it was yesterday, that's still correct. Also, your Tekken ID is hilarious. It's 2AA555. That's pretty good. Oh, you changed it? Okay, perfect. Let's do that then. So this one. And it's the second set. So this game. I assume. I mean, maybe you said 2 set. Either one? Okay. I looked at it again. I said, oh, he said 2 sets. So maybe that means, like, it's clarifying. Yeah, sure. Let's just do this one. So yeah, and again, for anyone that's in chat, again, we have Crimson, Gramajo, Hiru, and LG. If any of you guys are here after Zex, you will be on deck. If none of them are here, then Love, you'll be next. Does it matter if it's player, quick, or ranked? Nope. Whatever you want me to look at. Even if you're just fucking around with your friend. I've done it before. You don't know Victor and was also Tekken King Nina. All right, so we can look at Victor-specific stuff then. That is a disgusting start. All right, so we're just going to be watching this entire game down here. I see. So while running, and you got to be careful of those highs. That's the second time in the span of 12 seconds that you've done one of those moves that can be ducked, so you got to be careful of that. I'm here too. Yeah, so Devil, you weren't here during the initial roll call. We're still getting through people that were here at the beginning of stream. So after Love, if Rat's still here, Rat will be next, and then you'll be after. So you're probably going to be 4th on the list right now. Probably. Okay, and then again, you gotta watch out for that. That's -2. Good duck. Good punish. Nothing really to talk about so far, except, like, being disciplined about those highs. And you definitely could have got a better combo off of here, too. because the wall's here. How do you do this again? It's down back 1-4, right? And then you could have done, yeah. Sorry, I'm getting my buttons confused. You could have done this to, oh, that doesn't break the wall. Wow. Could have done this, and then this. This would definitely break the wall. And then you could do something like this. And then you get Oki after that. That was a misinput. Gotcha, okay. Oh, yeah, I can see. Okay, sure. Yeah, so important thing with Asuka here as well is not just with the down back 1, but also when the opponent wakes up here or stays on the ground. Down back 3 is a really great move for Oki, because if you I'm sorry, I gotta wait until after this. If you sidestep into it like this, it'll realign. And it leaves you +1, and even if they block it, they don't get a big punish off of it. And because of that, especially with the health that they're at, if you are able to get this off, then this is a really good way for you to be able to win the round. And off of like a mid that you can do, you know, like we do down back 1 here, but if we did forward 2 instead, it kills them on hit. It realigns because it's a forward input, and then it lets us do that same thing. It's gonna be forward 2, 1 + 2, and I did it too fast. Gotcha. Oh, thank you, Asel. Yeah, down back 4-3, get to the wall, forward 4 to break it, and then can to get back to the wall. And then 1 + 2, 2-4 for damage. Nice combo. Probably would have killed. There's that. There you go. And then second hit ends up connecting. So you gotta be careful with these moves that you're doing that are punishable, but you have the right idea. So again, you gotta look out for doing that high. And remember, too, that down back 1, you can hit confirm. And then Victor ducked under the down back 4-3 that time, so be careful of that. That is -12 on block. Nice Sabaki. So right now, the main thing I'm noticing is just how many punishable moves that you're doing, but while running 1 +2. Yeah, and see, so this is the similar thing, right? You're +11 here. So when you're +11 in this situation, instead of doing this again, just do forward 2. Or not forward 2. Forward 1. Oops. Or you can down back 3. You know, this is a 20 frame move, so they can't even down jab this. They can't do anything about this, especially with their back being to the wall like they are. You know, we can do this, and then we can try, like, doing this to high crush or something. But this is going to leave us +5, and then we can do that, and then hit confirm. You see how much time you have for that? And then you can kill him with that. But you just have to layer your offense. You can't commit all the way to this, because now you're -9. You don't have heat. Your back's to the wall now. Gotta stop finishing strings unless I can hit confirm. Well, there's that, but there's also that in that situation, you have better mids at your disposal. Down back 1-2 is so nice if a hit confirm is fucking disgusting. It really is. So if that one's punishable. Yep, and I like the ideas here. It's just that, like, there are a couple of things that are going on I think are really important to point out. One, you're doing a lot of jab, right? So you're doing jab, down back 1, and that was good that you laid off on it, but then you do jab here, up forward 1, and then you go in the from crouch and try doing the mix here, and then we jab. And this is the main thing, is that we end up whiffing this jab. And we need to use more stuff that's actually threatening, and we need to be willing, especially when the Victor just tried beating the throw, be more willing to rip out that second hit of the up forward 1 string. So we do that. We're in heat. I would step guard here, end up getting hit by the low. It was counter hit as well. That's not natural and normal hit. Yeah. So again, I think two things here. We're doing a lot of things that are punishable, which we gotta be mindful of, but we also have to be mindful of our spacing. Yeah, that one's -12. Actually, that was -14. I might be thinking of a different move though. And then there's that. Yep. And then from here, when they do power crush, yeah, you can't duck under it. But when you see them doing power crush like this, that it should tell you to just, like, well, maybe not in this case, actually. I thought that this was fast enough where if the power crush absorbs it, you can actually hit them with the second hit. Not in this case. So I'm wrong here. This was the correct thing to do, is to just eat it. But another thing as well to think about in the future is that when while running 1+2 gets blocked and you're not in heat or install, you are +4. And so when you are +4, jab beats power crush. So that's something you can think about as well here, is that you can do something like 1-1 to trap power crush. If you think they're going to do that, but you're not sure and you don't want to commit to like sidestep or anything, that's an option that you have. I wonder if everyone would like for Heat Burst to not extend combos in Season 3. I would like it for it to be that case, yeah. Hi, Harmonize. Welcome in. Hello, hello. Don't finish strings unless hit confirm. Don't jab as much. Don't use highs as much. Bad spacing and use bad choice of moves when they're decently plus. I wouldn't necessarily say don't jab as much. And I definitely wouldn't say don't use highs as much. But high strings specifically. So when we do like forward 1+2, jab, stuff like that, that's fine. Where the problem is when you do down back 1-2 and down back 4-3. Strings that end in highs, that are telegraphed in that way. That's what you need to cool down on. For some reason YouTube thinks I'm a new subscriber. It won't let me chat. Oh my god, it's doing that again. Fucking hell. I might have to turn off subscriber only chat then on YouTube stream. I'm sorry if there's anyone in the YouTube stream where you guys can't chat. I haven't seen anyone say that they're having issues up until now, but this has been an ongoing problem and I don't know why it's happening. So I apologize if there's anyone in YouTube chat right now who can't chat or hasn't been able to chat. I really do. I don't know why that's happening. Maybe use 1-1, 1-1, 3-1-2 more often. Yeah, 1-1 can be really good. I have until Evil to make Tekken God from Tekken King. Is this doable with Lidia? Until Evil? Yeah, sure. I think you can do it, man. Go for it. Gonna go to the void and sleep. Good night, everyone. Good night, Pri. Thanks for coming by. Sleep well, man. Yep, that ends up getting whiff punished. Look out for that. Oh, and you know another thing you can do here as well? So you do down forward 2 here, right? Do 1+2 instead. And the reason why is because Asuka's down forward 2 doesn't launch on a crouching opponent. 1+2 does. And then, yeah, again, -12. And then again here, we do the same thing. We do the down forward 2. Do 1+2 instead. And then watch out for getting counter hit here. And then we try doing Sabaki. And you have to remember that Victor has a lot of good kick moves and he has weapon attacks, which you can't Sabaki. And that makes Asuka Sabaki quite poor against Victor. Sure, that's fine. Oh, that is natural normal hit. I didn't think it was. My bad. So that ends up hitting. We go for the destabilizer. And see, this is the same problem we were talking about with Snowfox, where we're immediately using our heat, and the question is why, right? And here's another thing I'm going to challenge you on too. When we do destabilizer after heat engager, why do that when we can do this instead, right? Wait, what's the reason for that? Because we can do this, we can do this, we can try forward 1+2, heat smash. We're losing out on so much ability to do things with Asuka, with Asuka's install and heat being so powerful when we just heat dash immediately like that, and we can't be doing that. And I'm pretty sure as well, even if this hits, it only gives a guaranteed follow-up. It doesn't even give full combo. Oh no, it does give full combo. I'm wrong. Okay. Shows how much I know about Asuka. But even regardless of that, we shouldn't be doing that. Hi, NSF. I'm new here. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. Come back 3. No break on the grab. Yeah, and then that got counter hit when we woke up. So yeah, I mean, I think you got the idea. You said what I'm pretty much summing this up with. You know, the down back 1, we have to be careful when using it. Like, don't just throw it out. Don't throw out those high strings specifically. Focus on your spacing. And the move choice as well. When we're doing like the down 4-2, we can do 1+2. We have down 1+2 as well for mix up. Focusing on heat as well. I can dig jab more too. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. And then another thing too, when using Asuka Sabaki, is also consider the matchup. Because there are some matchups where Asuka Sabaki is better than others. Like obviously Steve Asuka Sabaki is very good. Hwoarang, Asuka Sabaki is very bad. Victor is one of those characters where the Sabaki is really bad. And what's the reason? The reason is because, one, he has really good kick moves that will punish it, and two, a lot of his attacks are weapon attacks. So, and Sabaki doesn't work on that stuff. So those are all things you gotta think about, but I think you already got the idea. And then there were also a couple of instances in there as well where you were getting counter hit, and I think that was because you were being a bit impatient. Hwoarang gets kick Sabaki in full combo too if I choose the right one. Yeah, absolutely. But you don't want to use the punch Sabaki is what I'm saying, which I'm sure you understand. If they let everyone parry airborne stuff again, it would completely flip the Hwoarang matchup for Asuka. It really would. But yeah, so like here as well, with the impatience that we were talking about. And I think that using the high strings is part of that impatience. I think it's a symptom of the same problem. But when we do like this and it gets blocked and we immediately do Wild Rising 3, I muted myself, god damn it. Sorry. You said WoW Rising 3 and the mic died. Okay, so that we saw that in the WoW Rising 3. I also said I think that might be the reason why you are using like the stabilizer into heat dash here is because of that. And then we also see that here as well, right? So we wake up after this hits, Victor sidesteps, and then there's a beat where he doesn't do anything, and we're like, down back 4, and then we die. And so I think that really everything that we're talking about here with like the down back 1, not hit confirming it, getting counter hit here, the heat dash, all of that comes from the impatience. I think that's the root issue. And so that's the thing that I think you need to address is the impatience. So anyway, next up. I hope that helps. That was a bit of a shorter one, but I think you already got the idea of what was going on here. It does, thank you, no problem. How do I queue up for the replay coaching? You have to do it for next time, and the next time we're gonna do it is the first Wednesday of February. You have to be in our Discord, and then you have to submit your Tekken ID into the thread that I'm gonna put up when this stream ends. Okay, so taking a turn feels pretty difficult sometimes. Oh, absolutely. Especially with situations like this where the Victor delays his timing with that down back 4. That can make it really tricky to understand when you can and can't take your turn. 100%. I think the first step is understanding that turns aren't binary, you know? There's a lot of flexibility in what you can do, and sometimes both players can take their turns simultaneously. I think that, and I've just made this shit up and I'm pulling it out of my ass right now, but I think that using the turn is like the worst thing to happen in fighting games because it leads to a huge misunderstanding in how the dynamic works. I'm just now getting the learning proper frames and movement heat is an issue I have. Gotcha, yeah. Yeah, it makes sense. I think that honestly, I think your movement was fine. I didn't really have a problem with that. I didn't feel like you were opening yourself up or you were playing passive or whatever. And I think, I think frame-wise, that wasn't the problem. It's more like, again, the timing and the impatience. One thing you can do, though, is figure out Asuka's heat and install stuff. Because I noticed that you were doing, like, the up forward 1, but you weren't finishing the string. And that might be because you didn't realize you were in the install state. And that makes that second hit 0 on block. So, just a thought. But all right. So, Crimson, Gramajo, Hiru, LG, If none of you are here, if any of you are here, I should say something in the chat and you will be next. Otherwise, I'll give it a minute. I'm going to run to the bathroom actually and take a break. Otherwise, Love will be up next. Okay, you're here. Perfect. Gramajo, then everyone else is gone. So Love, you're on deck after, did I say Gramajo? Oh yeah, because that's your name in Discord, yeah. And then I looked at your name and I saw Gramadios and I'm like, my brain is breaking. All right, so what we'll do is I'll do you, and then I'll do Love, and then I'll take a break. And then we're going to do roll call again, which means if Rat's still here, Rat will be up, and then Devil. And then I'll just go through everyone else who... actually, I might record it. I might actually record it. We'll see where we're at. A-N-R-2-H-2-J... I'm still here. Yeah, Devil, I haven't seen Rat in a bit. I don't know if they're still here. If they are still here, they will be third and you'll be fourth. If Rat's not here when we do roll call again, you will be after Love, so you'll be third. Okay, and then I see in the notes here you said any Reina match. Do you have any specific one you want me to look at now? Nope. All right, sounds good. Yeah, you beat this law's ass. So again, I'll try to look for games where you played Reina. I mean, a lot of these players are just beating their ass. We can take a look at this Miari game if you want. This looked like it was really back and forth between the two of you. We can do this, or if you want, we can do the game where you played against the GOD Jin. I just don't know how, like, instructive that would be. It's up to you. It depends on what you want. We can do this, or we can do the GOD Jin games. Well, one of the GOD Jin games. If there's a preference there, let me know. Otherwise, I'll just do the Miari one since I'm here. I was on call with the Jin, so I prefer the Miari one. Okay, yeah. I figured because it was a group match, so... let's just do the 3-0. Especially because this was the last game of the set. And this will be good because I can talk now about Miari counterplay. I can talk about beating Miari's ass. That outfit is honestly kind of crazy on Reina. All right, so that is a very hot ass. All right, anyway, so, okay, immediately here, when, Miari does any move that, like, puts her in crouching this way, if you just backdash, that gets you out of the clean hit range of from crouch down forward 4. And... you know, so if you try, like, sidestepping here, that opens you up to this. And if you try sidestepping, you're sidestepping to try avoiding, like, the Wild Rising 1 or something like that. But even then, like, sidestepping the Wild Rising 1 can be quite finicky. And you can see here as well that, I mean, I guess with Reina, if you sidestep left, this won't clean hit as well. This is character dependent. And it's also range dependent. You can see there that now it's clean hitting. So I think if I, like, dash into it, Nah, I don't know. But either way, backdashing is a very consistent way to be able to get out of this. And another thing as well, since she's only +1, you can like down jab her here. And if they try doing anything, then down forward, or like they try doing the from crouch low or something, you can also down forward 1. Not that I would necessarily recommend that because then while rising 1 beats you, but down jab can be a good option here. To beat this. You don't want to jab though. This is a common mistake I see because the from crouch down forward 4 high crushes. So down jab can be a good way to not have to deal with that entire mix up, but backdashing is a pretty safe way to be able to get out of that in general without having to commit to duck. You said being Miari's ass. I was just stating the obvious. I think you're going to fit in perfectly here. Unfortunately, Miari's not on player 2 side this game, so you know. Okay, and then again, there's that. And so again, in the same vein, right? So if we block this down 3 again, then we can down jab and then get out of that. But yeah, like I said before, sidestepping here is like... This move is basically homing. That's what makes While Rising 1 so good, is that's basically homing. And that's why I say just backdash. Because even though the wall's here, if you backdash in this scenario, then the from crouch down forward 4 whiff, and then if they commit to this, then they just eat -13. And with Reyna, of course, that's heat engager, so, you know, that's good. But if you know that they're going to hit a button, you just want to interrupt everything, down jab is a good option for that. The front is just as good. They paid a lot of attention to her physics. And that's why I appreciate Miari a lot, because no matter what side that she's on, you're always getting something out of it. So yeah, that second hit, by the way, is -13. So just, again, it's important for you to punish that. That's launch as well. While rising 4. Yeah, and then the last hit of this is a high. So we go here, again, -7. Do that hell sweep. They get a sidewalk. It's a miracle that we don't get launched there. Counter hit. And then we get counter hit. So another thing about this as well, we're so lucky she's 18. I wouldn't want to lose the situation yet. Yeah, I'm glad that there's not some stupid controversy about Miari's age because they arbitrarily decided that they wanted her to be more youthful, so they made her 16 or some dumb shit. Really glad I don't have to deal with all of that. And I can just say, yeah, Miari is hot, and I want to... I'm not going to finish that sentence. Anyway, so one thing that we can, besides just the anti-Miari stuff specifically, one thing that we can learn about how this player is playing against you is that they are very aggressive, right? Every time they do down 3, they're hitting a button. They're hitting a button here, and that means we have to be prepared to try counter-hitting them. Fill in the blank.
I'm a pretty princess.
I'm not filling in the blank. The fact she has the snake on mid-mid, but from stance mid-high is ugly. Well, I mean, I understand where you're coming from, but what I'll argue is that the mid-mid... Well, I mean, she has 2 of them, right? I suppose the more I think about you, right? Yeah, it is weird. Because I was thinking forward 4-2 and it jails, but you also have forward 4-2 and it doesn't answer mid, so... Miari's high. I want to get grabbed by any grab except 1+2 grab. Yeah, I really want Miari to grab me with her 1+3 grab. I will never break it. Anyway, So anyway, the point I'm trying to get, and yeah, this is the situation that I'm talking about, right? Is that we have to queue up our frame traps. Since they're always going to be hitting buttons whenever they get the opportunity, taking advantage of that is important. So here we get the jab interrupt. There's that. We need to duck under that. That's always a high. She doesn't have a mid out of there. Plus frames, ducks. Doesn't get the punish, unfortunately. But yeah, so at this point, it's a little bit, I wonder what she can do with that tail of hers. I'm just saying, Miari basically has tentacles. I'm just putting it out there, okay? The snakes are basically tentacles. I'm just... Anyway, so when we do the like the 3-4 here, and we're trying to keep up the pressure, right? We do the grab, it gets ducked, she does this, we don't end up getting the punish on here. That's fine. Our main goal right now is just to try keeping that wall pressure. And so it gets a little bit weird when this whiffs and then this punish doesn't work and this punish doesn't work. But after this jab, we kind of have to do a mental reset. And then after this down jab hits, we have to go, okay, we're back in the driver's seat. And now when we're back in the driver's seat, we need to start doing something like, you know, house sweep to keep this up. And again, I apologize. I'm not used to doing these kind of inputs with this controller, so it's a little bit difficult. But we do stuff like this. We just try keeping up that that pressure. And we try keeping up the wall because that's our win condition right now. But now that we've lost that wall, let me go back here. Because we got hit by that, didn't duck onto that high. And then again, she's just like doing the low and then immediately trying to mix up. So in this case, what I would be doing is I would just specifically because she's doing the while rising 1-3, she's not delaying it. She's not only doing the first hit. I would just be backdashing, holding block, and then punishing her when she does this. But we don't know it's -13, so we're not getting the punish. And then what I would be doing is just waiting for her to do something like hop kick, which is punishable, and then killing her for it. And that's what we need to be looking at in the future rounds, because she is constantly hitting buttons whenever she gets the opportunity to. She's leaving herself punishable off of stuff like that, and we need to take advantage of that in order to be able to win here. So we get jab, there's the 4, nice counter hit, while rising 4 as well. And see, there's a whiff punish, right? There's a whiff punish opportunity. And we're back into the wall situation. So that's -15. The 1-1 connects. And after the 1-1 connects, so here, she's +8. So there's not a hell of a lot we can do about this. We can't power crush like we normally would be able to. But because she's been taking so many risks with these mids, we can just kind of block and wait it out. Unfortunately, we duck, and then we end up getting hit by the mid, which I don't think is unreasonable at all. But against a player like this, sometimes it's fine to just eat those lows, because they're gonna constantly be doing stuff that's so punishable that it's not going to really matter in the end, as long as we're just holding back. So like here, right, if we just block this, -13, boom, heat engager, and now back into the wall, we get full combo. We might kill them, and if we don't hit with that and we get the plus frames anyway, then we're back in the driver's seat, and we probably win the round off of that. We end up getting hit by that. That's -5, and then she does down 4. So even at -5, she's doing stuff like down 4 too. And so here, forward 4-2 is a good option, because it's going to beat the +5, and it's going to give us heat engager if it connects. So that's what I would do personally. Because they're hitting so many buttons, we want to utilize our counter hit options, but we also want to play within the frames, because we don't know when they're randomly going to throw out jab or whatever, or power crush or whatever the hell. So we just want to be playing around that stuff. Yeah, and then they drop the combo here. That whiffs. We could have punished them with Wild Rising 1 there. Yeah, and then we sidestepped that, but our punish was late. Probably because we were trying to sidestep for both hits, but the second hit of down forward 1-1, it tracks. It's basically homing, so we can't sidewalk that entire string. So if they do a down forward 1, you step it. I mean, they could do the 4, and then I don't know how well that will realign, but we can at least try ducking the down forward 1-1 and then punish them for that. So that's -2, and again, they do that down 1 +2. And this is another case where we just have to be patient and wait out when they're gonna do something punishable, and then punish them for it. And we can, like, even if we don't know that down 1 +2 is launch punishable, we can assume that it is, because it's a normal hit mid launch that launches crouching. And any mid that launches crouching on normal hit is punishable. That's what makes, except for Reyna's the exception. Down forward 2's the difference between being punishable and not punishable is if they launch crouching opponents or not. With Reyna as the only exception, if you have a down forward 2 that launches a crouching opponent, it's going to be punishable. If you have a down forward 2 that doesn't launch a crouching opponent, it's not going to be punishable. And so to that same end, same way as hop kick -13 launches a crouching opponent. That's why. And so if something like down 1 +2 or Matterhorn or Atlas Hammer or whatever, all of these moves are punishable when they launch crouching opponents and they're mid. So even if we don't know how punishable it is, we can block that and then at least punish with a 10 frame move, and that'll get us going even if we don't get the launch. And again, that's minus 13. And again, mid, right? So mid string is always going to be punishable. Well, not always, but mostly they're going to be punishable. And in this case, when it's a mid heat engager, that's going to be punishable. I can't think of a single move in this game that's a mid heat engager that is not punishable on block. I guess, that, like, is obviously, even Clive's forward 1+2 is the one I can think of that wasn't, but that's like 2 hits built into 1 button, so it's a little bit different. But I guess there are, yeah, I was going to say, there are a couple that are, but usually you can power crush or sidestep them. Like, there's always some sort of counterplay to it. I see still streaming and me still not sleeping. Well, I hope you get some rest at least. Yep, good spring kick. Yep, trying to get in, make her waste her heat. Good stuff. Ooh, that second hit connected. Still, good stuff, though. I personally here, because you look at the heat, down forward 1-2 isn't going to have enough time to do this, but doing a mid here is a good option. So, what I would have done here personally is just heat smash, right? Because you keep them in the corner, and that allows you to be able to utilize your heat more. But thankfully, the second hit connects. It gets sidewall, so we get combo. Nice conversion. Tries going into that. They don't punish it, thankfully. So now we're back in this game. We get the plus frames, down forward 1, and I like how you're playing it here. I really do, because now we're using a lot faster moves to try counter-hitting them out of their aggression, but we end up getting caught out by the down forward 1. Again, -8. We duck under that grab. We don't get the punish, unfortunately, and yeah. So that last part was just really unfortunate. But the main thing here that this Miari was doing was they were just pressing a lot of really fast buttons. Not even a lot of fast buttons. It wasn't even that. They were hitting a lot of buttons all the time. And one of the main reasons why we weren't really able to deal with that is because we didn't know how punishable this stuff was. We didn't know how punishable down 1+2 was. We didn't know how punishable the Wild Rising 1-4 was. But you have to remember that these strings that they're doing are punishable, right? If they do some string that's mid, it's punishable. If they do normal hit launch at launches crouching, it's punishable. And so we have to rely, even if we don't know the character, on that general knowledge we've acquired through playing Tekken. That's one big thing about this. Drink some water. I did as soon as you typed that. I didn't even read it. But then, you know, the other thing as well is keeping up our offense, right? So when we were in those positions where we were winning neutral, when we did get the wall, we weren't able to keep up that advantage. And that's so important against a player like this, because when you play against someone who's doing this kind of stuff over and over again, if you give them an inch, they will take a mile. So you need, when you are playing against someone like this, when you have that advantage, to know how to keep it. Like after this Wild Rising 4, right? After this Wild Rising 4 counter hits here, you need to know how to keep this up, right? You need to be willing to know how to flowchart, I suppose, into your offensive pressure, because that's how you beat players like this. That's how you beat players like this. Like, look, I'm just gonna jab here, and I accidentally did too by accident. But you see how if we do all those small moves and we keep them locked down, even if we're going back to basics, we stop them from being able to continue their bullshit. And that's something that we really need to think about. We need to work on is when we have this offensive pressure going, when we've hit something, how do we continue to take advantage of it? How do we continue that pressure? How do we stop them from being able to just go, I'm going to hit buttons now. I'm going to try mixing you. I'm going to hit you with down 3 in the front crouch mix, blah, 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 blah. How do we stop that? And I think that's something that we need to look at with Reina, is just like what we do at the wall, what we do when we have these plus frames. How do we stop an opponent from just hitting buttons? What are my frame traps? What moves do I have to be able to stop the Miari from being able to use these moves in the first place? And then when they do use the moves, what do I do to interrupt them or punish them or whatever? So, anyway. All right, so I don't think Crimson Hero and LG are here, so Love, if you're here and you can let me know, you'll be up next. Random question, why does it seem like once you get past a certain rank, some of the roster just vanishes? Honestly, I don't know. I don't have that. I mean, okay, so I was gonna say I don't have that problem. The reason why is because certain characters are more popular in different ranks. That's all it is. And so as you rank up, you might get to go from a rank where a character is popular to a rank where a character isn't popular. That's just how it is. Just saying again, I'm here. I gotcha. No worries. Okay. Some of my high-ranked friends have told me that characters like Faka and Zafina are characters like that just fall off the face of the earth. I see a lot of Faka and Zafina. I mean, it's region dependent as well. It depends. It depends. It has nothing to do with really the characters or anything. It just depends on what people play and like what they like playing and who plays in the regions and in the ranks. I see Fakaram and Zafina quite a bit, so. Any specific game, Love? Check the leaderboard, the number of TGS and above Fongs is like 500 people. Yeah. I didn't know what to say because my English isn't my native language. I hope I hope I came across okay, but yeah, no problem. I just didn't get the words, but I understand what you said. Okay. As long as you got that, then good. The last game against this fuck. Ooh, boy. Okay. This game? All right, let's do it. One of them guessed the reason why was because the knowledge check heavy characters and past a specific rank, that stuff just stops working. I agree with that. Like I think that's one of the reasons why with Laws in particular as an extreme example, mainly because I just saw Laws on there, that you see Laws more at lower ranks but not at higher ranks. I think that's absolutely a factor. But I think that's very extreme. I think there are only extreme cases of that happening, and I think that even at really high ranks, you still see people knowledge checking with characters all the time. I think there are just some characters that are unpopular. I just think that's all it is. Somebody say Faka Zafina. I say Faka Miari. Anyway, moving on. What we got here? Yeah, so I mean, one thing that you can think about here, just starting out, is that a lot of Fakaram's lows are minus. I don't know how much you know about the Fakaram matchup. I'm assuming because no one plays Fakaram that it's limited, and that's why you wanted me to look at this game. So I'm gonna go based off that assumption. So one thing with Fakaram is how a lot of his lows are minus on hit. Like this one's -4 on hit. Very different than a lot of characters. And so when Fakaram is doing this, like one of the issues with this low is that it tracks to the side that you have to sidestep back forward for. And like these lows make sidestepping really difficult. But what makes up for that is the fact that they're minus on hit. So taking advantage of that is really important. This one's -1 on hit, right? So now we get the jab, nice. Try sidestepping, gets counter hit. Good stuff. Obviously, I'm not going to talk about your gameplay because you're a much better Zafina player than me and you're much knowledgeable than me with this character. I'll just talk about what I know with Fakaram. So that was a good punish. -13. Yeah, and so this is something in a similar vein as Zafina. This is something you always have to be wary of, is just Fakaram pressing 1+2. And you have to play around it in a similar way as like, you know, Flash or Zafina's armored parry or whatever. And it's common for Fakaram to do it off of this like post-heat engager or post-heat that situation because it's active for so long. Like Jack as well, King. You have to play around it like all of these characters. It just doesn't come up as often because he has to be in an install. So you don't, like, I feel like it's harder to recognize that Fakaram even has this, but it is important to remember that he has access to this and play around it. Because, like, if we're using Zafina, and so we do this, and for some reason it just didn't let me take control of Zafina there. So we go here, and then we do even, like, while running 1+2, you know? It's not going to be active enough that's going to beat that. And I'm trying to get this right here. See? So that's an option that we have to beat. It's just always slow moves, right? We can also, you know, like, down 3 here as well, and these are both good options. Down back. But, you know, if we do our heat dash, and then we just do Zafina things like realign, then we can very easily whiff punish it, right? So just a thought. This Fok was blocking all my Scarecrow back 1+2s and smothering me with buttons and strings. I don't know. So yeah, when we get to that, I will definitely talk about that. Yeah, so here, I don't remember what frames Miari, or not Miari, Zafina's comes out on. Wow, yeah, she could, that is crazy powerful against Fakaram. So yeah, that's a great option. Yep, good keep out. Oh, and then that's just the end of the round. I didn't even realize I was still controlling them. Yeah, great keep out. Go in. Forward 1+2. Yep. What's Lidia and Miari have in common? They both like poles. Sesujin. Okay, listen. The way that they approach neutral and the way that they utilize stance is very similar to one another. If I was to put it very simply. I would also like to know whether in most cases when it comes to combo thing, everyone makes their own or watches a video to learn a combo. Most people watch videos to learn combos. I make my own. Moogle won a major with Fakaram because the guy he fought in Grands didn't know the matchup. I mean, frankly, Moogle got so far with Claudio at Evo Japan in top 8 because the other people in top 8 didn't know the matchup either. They didn't know how to avoid forward 3-2 when Season 2 came out, so. Genetic grabs the stuff down. Also true. That was a great block from the Falcon round. Unfortunate drop from... Yeah, I mean, nothing's really going on right now. He doesn't know how to get out of that. Not like I do. Down jab doesn't work. Yeah, I mean, this entire round was just like a non-round, right? You just killed him. There's nothing to talk about that round. You just killed him. Okay, so with this string, with this 3-1, you notice how you try launch punishing this and you can't. The reason why is because the whiff recovery on this move makes Hua blush. You can duck this move, you will never get a punish on this. If you do duck it, your best way, and I hate to say this, your best option to actually try punishing this is while rising 4. Because if we... Look how little time you have. Look, that's a block. He blocked that. He blocked that. You have to do it instantly like this. And even then it didn't say punish. Look, there. You have to do it this quickly. You have to guess that he's going to do that. You cannot whiff confirm this at all. And so if you whiff confirm it, you have to do while rising 4. You have no choice. And if you do like from crouch low, or you do something that high crushes, guess what? He's just going to hit you with the third hit anyway. So you can't do that. You don't have that as an option. And you also can't do a high crushing move either. You can't do down 3, you can't do down jab, you can't do anything. So you have to duck under this and then do while rising 4 and hope you get lucky. And the way that like while rising 1-2 would work is if he does the follow-up, because the follow-up is slow enough that it would counter hit him. But if he just blocks it, then you get punished for trying to launch him, which is stupid. So your best bet if you duck under 3-1 is just to do while rising 4. This is a stupid ass move. And then yeah, that low's launch. End up getting hit by this. Okay, so here's another thing as well. There are a couple of things going on here. Excellent channel from Miari, which has clean combos, is old KYSG, and combos for Lidia as well. Very clean and creative. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you for the suggestion. Okay, so let's take control of Zafina here. So I need to be a little bit later. Boom. and then here. So when Fakuram does this 3, and you think that he's going to do any of his charge moves, you can just launch him on a read. You can just launch him. If you think that he's going to do the other one, the plus on block homing high, the 4 slide 4, then you can interrupt him with an 11 frame or 10 frame move. You can beat both of them by just jab interrupting like this. And because it's counter hit, oh no, sorry, that's not natural on counter hit. I thought it was for some reason. I thought Zafina had a G clef. Can you imagine? But the other thing as well that's important to point out is that when Fakuram does charge this, you can interrupt this on reaction. Now, typically what I'll do online is I'll only interrupt it with a jab because that's more consistent. But I've found through practice that you can react to the fully charged one and interrupt it with a launcher. So that is a really important thing to keep in mind when dealing with Fakuram charging. And it's also probably important to point out that you probably want to do that over sidestepping because you have to take more time to let go and then press a button and then sidestep, and that can get you clipped like that and then get you full launched. Whereas if you just press a jab button, all you have to do is let go of back and then press your jab. So it's faster in that way to do that rather than sidestepping. And the this isn't as linear as it would seem. I mean, it is obviously linear, but you can get caught like that if you try sidestepping, whereas you can see I have so much time to interrupt this if I have a reaction. So again, if he's fully charging it like this, you can interrupt it with a jab, right? You can even interrupt it with launcher, but that's really difficult to do online. And if you have a read that he's going to charge it after the 3 or whatever, then you can just launch him. You can just launch him. Even if he doesn't fully charge it, even if it's the uncharged version, you can launch him on a read. And there's one more thing I was going to say, and I don't remember what it was. But yeah, I really recommend... Oh yeah, that's what I was going to say. So the only way that he can beat you if you try reacting to the fully charged version with a jab is to half charge it. That's the only way. And no Fakuram does this. Even at GOD1, I play against Fakurams, I react to this and interrupt it, and they just keep doing it over and over again. They'll either do the completely uncharged version or they'll do the fully charged version, and then they get pissed at me because they're like, why is he mashing into it? You can react to it. And I really recommend going into practice mode and practicing it. Set Fakuram up to do the uncharged version and the charged version. Hi, Ali. Hi, Yorhara. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Seth, you should check out that Sesujin guy. He's a YouTube channel and makes sick guides from the Arya and Lidia. He's a bit of a scrub because it only gets like 30 plus win streaks. But besides that, he's all right. Yeah, I heard that he's like hard carried, and that he hates June players because they made one joke. God, that guy's such a stupid cunt. Anyway, so going back here, heat comes out. Yeah, and again, right, like this move is just absurd because it's only -3. Back forward 4. Yeah, that second hit's a high. It was a great sidestep. Yeah, he doesn't know you can interrupt that. +2. Trying to go for the frame trap. Yeah, and so, like, something I'm going to point out here is that this Fakuram has been very good at sidestepping and step blocking. And he's been doing this a lot. He did it here. He did it a little bit earlier as well. I don't remember where exactly. Yeah, he did it here. And so that's something I think you gotta recognize is like the one mistake that I'm seeing you make now is that you are very committed to doing these frame trap strings and you're not really paying attention to his sidestep. And you need to consider that more, I suppose, is what I'm trying to say. Why am I? Not you! I've been streaming a couple minutes, but I already learned something. Thanks. Yeah, no worries. Glad to help. Do play Elisa, Yoshi, and Lidia. Absolutely hard carried. Honestly, yeah, true. When you put it like that. So here, and you know, here's another thing to point out as well. Here's another bit of anti-Fakumram counterplay. When he does down forward 1, you can fuzzy duck this. You can fuzzy duck the follow-up here. And it's very consistent to be able to do it as well. Like that. You can fuzzy duck for the mid and the high like that. So you don't have to react to anything. You don't have to commit to anything. If you end up walking this down 4-1, now he has the cancel options, of course, but you can fuzzy duck like that. And it's very consistent. But they play with Miyari's body pillow. You know, unironically, I was having this conversation like a couple of weeks ago where I was considering commissioning a Miyari body pillow. I ended up not doing it, and the main reason is because of my computer problems I was having. But I found an artist, I had it lined up, I could get a deal, I could get Miyari body pillow art commission for like $100 with a commercial license, and I could sell it, and I was thinking about it, and I was about to do it, but then I had issues, and I had to pay for it, and yeah. Hentai Fakumram? I prefer Miyari hentai. Anyway. Please do it. People were telling me to do it. I might still do it. I don't know. But when I looked at that person, it was on sale. It was like 50% off. So it was normally $200 and it was discounted to $100. And I was considering doing it, but now the sale's over. Miyari's feet. Yeah, I would make sure that the feet are front and center, along with everything else. Anyway, continue on. This is a weird coaching session. So yeah, get hit by that. +6, and then yeah, we get launched through that. So important to point out as well, and I don't know how well you know this, but you can sidestep this to the right. So if he's going to keep doing this over and over again, you sidestep to the right. And the way that Fakumram counters sidestep right is with the lows that are minus on hit. So that's why I was pointing that out in the beginning. Instead of making that like hard commitment of doing the power crush, sidestep right's a good option there. If you buy it, I will finally become a member. Again, like I said, I will consider it now that I don't have to deal with all the financial bullshit anymore, because now my doctor thing is done and my insurance actually paid for my stupid doctor's visit. I'll think about it. So there's that. Again, -4. That ended up whiffing, unfortunately. Yeah, nice. That low parry was really good from Fakumram. Holy. So yeah, and again, like you have to look. So this is the low that he has. That's plus. And then what you can do is Zafina here. I don't know if she can backdash out of this. Yeah, she can. She has just enough room to be able to backdash out of it, and then you can launch. Or, is this the one that's homing? It might be the one that's homing. Honestly, I can't remember. But a lot of these lows you can size up to the left as well. I guess this one you can't, but again, it's -4, so. But yeah, the Fakumram just played neutral extremely well here. I'm actually really surprised you didn't get that punish. Nice break. Yeah, and again, that's something you gotta look out for. Not that I would necessarily, like, look for this specifically, but one thing I'm thinking when you're in this position is when you break this grab, Fakumram doesn't have heat anymore, right? So you're kind of in control at this point. He's going to be -3. You're back to the wall. You want to avoid the wall. So one thing I would try doing here is step blocking to try getting away from him. And if he whiffs something like this, and I know like it's a lot easier to say this in hindsight, but if he ends up whiffing this, that's how we win the game. That's how we win the round. Well, yeah, the game, because we're up 2 rounds from that position. But yeah, by just doing that immediate timing, which again is something that kind of stems from what we were talking about before, Fakumram sidestepping, is Fakumram was like sidestepping a lot, sidestepping into a button. And it's working because a lot of what you're doing is with immediate timing. And so that's why you got hit with it here after the last hit engager, the sidestep that Fakumram did earlier. Don't cite the initiations of body pillow conversations with me from weeks ago, Youngblood. I was there when it was being ingested upon thee. Okay, I didn't remember, because I remember this being a whole big conversation. I remember talking about it more in Discord, but I apologize. Fox spins like a Beyblade. It's true. Yeah. And then, by the way, Power Crush. So normally with normal Power Crushes, Zafina's is obviously faster. But Rage Art doesn't work. Like for anything Fakenram does. Power Crush doesn't work for anything Fakenram does. If I set Fakenram up here, 1 second. And Fakenram even does 1 here, it'll beat, that beats Power Crush. It doesn't just beat Rage Art, it beats Power Crush. So you can't Rage Art here. You can't do anything. You have to eat the mix. I mean, Zafina actually can Power Crush through it. Apparently today I learned. But most of the time you just have to eat the mix. You can't Rage Art at least. Yep. And so again, this is the same thing. And this is a great way to be able to demonstrate this as well. So you can interrupt this. I thought I can Rage Art. Nope, you can't. Even a normal Power Crush doesn't work there. Even a normal Power Crush doesn't beat Fakenram's mid option. It's actually, like, the stance is fucking stupid. It should be nerfed. Yeah, he does this. And this is also a great example, right? So if we commit to doing, like, 1-4 here, we get counter hit by that. It's not really a big deal, especially if he doesn't end it. So that's stupid. That's what I've been saying. I've been saying that Fakenram is a fucking stupid, horribly designed and horribly balanced character. But everyone's saying it like he's the pinnacle of balance. I was just combos when I was watching the old guy. He just canceled Heat Burst in the orbital. I was like, damn. I'm so stupid for not discovering that myself. Well, things can seem obvious when you see it, but not be obvious when discovering it. There's no balance in Tekken 8, Seth. Okay, yeah, that is true. That is true. Oh, yeah, and then here. So this is a great example as well. So he does the charge one here. And it's after this, so here. If we have the read, look, we can launch that. Even with 16 frame, we can launch it. And he isn't doing the charge one. If we have the read. Boom. Like that. You like my fancy Zafina outfit? I do. The little scarf brings it all together. So yeah, good attempt at a whiff punish, but yeah, just out of range. Yep. Yeah, and so again, if he doesn't have the thing, again, you can react to this, or you can launch it on reaction. So boom, you can do it there if you have a read, or sorry, you can do that as well. Yep, there's the low, there's low. And you gotta be really careful of that as well, because, like, I mean, you just saw this, but if Fakenram runs up and then does this, then you just die. So, something else to think about, too. That time I was just freezing up when he started doing strings. Yeah, and that's why I'm pointing it out, because, I mean, a lot of what he's doing when he's doing strings is he's doing, like, the charge moves, or he's doing the cancels or whatever. And that's why I'm pointing out that, like, you can interrupt them if you have the right read. After he does 3, you can just mash it into it and it'll work. But yeah, and then this is another thing too, right? So again, he does that, and then he sidesteps, and then you try doing that because you're like, oh, surely he's going to hit a button. He doesn't, because in these situations, he sidesteps a lot, and then he gets the punish. He doesn't get a big punish, but he does get a punish out of it, and that ends up winning the entire round. And yeah, even here, right? So he does, and this is a pattern he was doing. He was doing the 3, and then he was doing the charge, and even when this hits you, you can launch him, even when the 3 hits. And so what a lot of Fakenrams will do is they will use that mental advantage to make you think you can't do anything here and then hit you with the fully charged. Like, this is their opening. It doesn't work. You can still launch them if they fully charge this. Now, if they don't fully charge it, obviously you can't launch them. You'll get counter hit out of it. But if you get counter hit out of it, he only gets a guaranteed follow-up. He doesn't get a launcher. So that's an option you have as well to be able to avoid this. Yeah, he does this. And then, yeah. And again, Rage Art doesn't work here. But even if Fakenram here didn't, like, cancel... And I don't know why he chose... I guess he chose to cancel the stance because he thought you were going to do the parry. And so you see how, like, everything he's doing... He's delaying his timing a lot so he can play around a lot of this stuff. But even if he did this, see, it beats Rage Art. Now, it wouldn't beat Zafina's specific Power Crush... And that's why he didn't do anything in the stance, because he didn't know if you're going to do that, you were going to duck and he wanted to kill you. But you get the point. So, I mean, there are a couple of things going on, right? There's not only the Fakuram specific stuff that we talked about, but then there's also this Fakuram's doing a great job of reading what you're going to, like, your timing and when you're going to do stuff and how you're going to try continuing your pressure and interrupt his pressure. And he's doing a good job of mixing up his timing of waiting for you to whiff and make a mistake, and then he's punishing you really hard for it. And so, and there were still ways to beat that with the same timing. You know, a lot of what he was doing something, and then he was sidestepping and then blocking or sidestepping into a move. So more homing moves would have done you some good. Changing up your timing would have done you some good. And I think that, like what you were saying, you were freezing up when he was doing strings, and I think a lot of what you were doing was because you didn't want him to start doing strings again. And he, whatever the reason, recognized you were doing that and just waited, and then that's why you died. That's why you lost. He made a really good adjustment, but you need to, I think that's the thing to recognize about, like, the main reason why you lost. It wasn't necessarily anything that Fakuram was doing, it was what the player was doing, and he was playing around you really well. He definitely looked at the health. Oh yeah, for sure. He did a really good job adjusting and adapting to that stuff. Absolutely. Apologize for that Fakuram slander, or there will be war. Okay, will the war be stopped if I commission the body pillow? Played really well and you taught me a lot. Well, I'm glad to hear that. And yeah, obviously, like, take what I'm saying about interrupting the stuff with a grain of salt on reaction, because it's online. You know, it's like, it's the same thing, because we can flip this on its head, and it's the same thing with, like, when you do down forward 4-2, and I'm like, I know I can interrupt it with a 10 frame, or whiffs, and I try punishing it, and I don't get the punish, and I get interrupted by it, and it's like, fucking hell. So, you know, like, obviously, online, there are going to be issues, and I'm not saying that you have to do that. I'm just pointing that out because I assume you don't know that, because most people don't know you can interrupt that on reaction, or you can interrupt, like, after the 3 with, like, a 10 frame move. But it's the same situation as Zafina's down forward 4, where if she does the 2, then you can interrupt it with a 10 frame. If she does the 1 here, I mean, it's not like fucking runs 3 isn't punishable, but you get the idea. It's the same thing, but it can have the same difficulty with online, being that because the move is 13 frames, if you're a little bit late and online screws you, then, you know, but I think it's the most important thing about the matchup to remember. It became my favorite content creator since the Miari update. Aw, thank you. I'm sad we're not in the same time zone because I miss a lot of streams. I'm sorry to hear that. I am trying to change my sleep schedule, though, so I can stream earlier. I know that there are a lot of you that are in different time zones where it's hard for you to watch. Yeah, it's 3 a.m. for you. I do want to stream earlier. It's just right now this is the best time for me to be able to stream consistently. But I know that there are a lot of you in EU, and I do genuinely want to start like 2 hours earlier or something. So take care of your health first. It's the most important. Well, I appreciate that. I am though. Like that is I have been on a journey to fix my sleep problems, but I am working on it for all of you. Yeah, it's 4:43 a.m. for me. Yeah, I think, like, most of you that are watching aren't in the US. Most of you that are watching are in, like, Europe and stuff, and I want to change my sleep schedule for, my stream schedule for you guys. But I can't commit to doing it consistently right now, but I promise you I am working on it. I really am. I've been saying this for a while, and I know it just is like, it sounds like hot air if you've been here for a while, and I've been saying this a lot, but I am. I mean, I have these are my discharge papers from a sleep doctor to try fixing this shit. So it's been slow for me, but I am working on it. You should come to Evo France first. I think the people in France hate me. Evo France is expensive. Okay. Going out and flying to. Right, let me look. Ticket to France. Wait, it's actually not as much as I thought. Okay, no, it actually is. Hold on, let me I need to change my airport to Detroit. Detroit. I missed me. I did. Hi, Tilt. Going to France. Housing is simple. We're gonna rent a house. Multiple content creators. I don't think I ever want to be part of a content creator house. Every single one of them that has existed has always ended in ruin. Hi, Erkin. Hello, hello, welcome in. Also, hi, Heroic Dose. If you have any type of Magic 4, cough, Steve back one, and decent reactions, you can cook a spinning fuck. Yeah, absolutely. I feel it's Ninja. Good luck on fixing the sleep issues. Thank you. I'm trying my best. It's been a very slow journey. You're gonna miss me more because I'm about to go to bed. Oh, well, good night, Tilt. Thanks for coming by. Sleep well, man. It's been a very slow journey. I started it back in, like, May, and it's been a whole, like, it's been a lot of back and forth getting a sleep doctor and getting an appointment for a sleep study and stuff. It's been going on for 6 months now because the first one that I was referred to never called me to set up an appointment. And then when I did set up an appointment, they were booked out for 5 months. So no, it was 6 months. They were booked out for 6 months, so I wasn't able to go to them. So I went back to my doctor and they referred me to a different sleep center to get a different appointment with a different sleep specialist. But the center they referred me to didn't exist. So I waited like 3 or 4 weeks for them to call or to contact them, and they never did because they didn't exist. So then they had to refer me to a different one, and then this other one was booked out for like a month and a half. So I've waited for a month and a half, and then that brings me to yesterday when I went to see them yesterday, and now I'm finally starting to move forward. But yeah, it's been a pain in the ass. It's for 3 days. I'm scared too. Yeah, I do want to go to a tournament in Europe. It's just expensive. That's the problem. I know a lot of you are in Europe. I would love to go to Europe and meet you guys that are in Europe, but it is so fucking expensive. I think, honestly, it's more likely for me to go to something like Versus Fighting than it is for me to go to Evil France as well. Just because I don't speak French. My dad does, I don't. My dad is fluent in French. I don't know any French. So that would make it a lot more difficult too. How much is one ticket? It looks like it is about $600 for a flight. It's not as much as I thought, but it is expensive. If I go to London, how many subs is that? A lot. Trust me, like, it's enough. I can tell you this. It's enough subs where it would be, I would get more if you put all of the money in a plastic container, shipped it to North America, and then took the shipping fees out of whatever's in there. If I tried going to London, wow, yeah, London is like $1,000. That's crazy. Holy. Manchester is a pretty shit place in the UK, right? What if I go to Manchester? How much does it cost? London is a place you need to have a place that you can crash. Yeah, unless you can drive. I mean, I could get a rental car, but driving in the UK does sound like... Because the problem is I don't think I'd be able to take public transport. Yeah, if I go to Manchester, it's still $750. Yeah, don't drive in London. I looked at Google Street View of London. Oh my fucking god. I don't know. I don't remember if I was talking about this in Discord or not. I was looking at it and I was like, oh my Jesus God, fucking no. You could not pay me enough money to drive in that shit. Oh my god. Thinking about dumb stances, we're gonna call Armor King's Jaguar stance. I've been calling it out since day one. It's stupid. Do you really need to start streaming earlier? All of us and you are still up watching. Well, that's all of you that are up and watching now. There are a lot of people who are asleep right now, and when I do stream early, they pop up and say, hey, it's been a while. I'm glad you're streaming now. And I'm like, I'm glad I'm streaming too. And Tekken only has 100-something entrants for Evo Japan. Well, I have, but at the same time, you have to remember that Evo Japan is free. So why sign up for Evo Japan now and commit to it instead of signing up later when you have your travel plans planned out and everything, and you know what other tournaments are happening then, and Tekken World Tour information and all of that stuff. There's no point to sign up right now, I don't think. Might get a dono from me someday. Well, I appreciate just the consideration. Very nice of you. Thank you. Gridlock City, yeah, it looks awful. I would love to, like, honestly though, I would love to go to London. It sounds like so much fun. It seems like a cool city to go to. It looks a hell of a lot more interesting than Chicago. Being as someone that's been to Chicago multiple times, I fucking hate Chicago. Oh my god, don't even get me started. London's a fucking lovely city, genuinely. It looks lovely. I want to visit Ireland or Scotland. Yeah, that would be fun too. Honestly, deserve. No one should go on it. Come and give me a patch. Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing too. We have to see what season 3 is going to look like, right? Paris is better, trust. I believe it, but I don't speak French. And I don't speak any French. My Japanese is better than my French. And I still am apprehensive to going to Japan, despite the fact that I can communicate well enough in Japanese. I need a little bit more practice. I need to brush up on it, but I could, and I'm still apprehensive to go there. So going somewhere where I don't know any of the language... First 10 if you're in London or Paris. 100%. I'm down. What do you hate about Chicago? I hate the atmosphere. I hate the bureaucracy. I hate that Chicago doesn't own the fucking streets. I hate the parking meters in Chicago. I hate the governor of Chicago. I hate all of the fucking crime in Chicago. I hate driving through Chicago. Oh my god. Have you driven through Chicago? Let alone Illinois in general. Illinois drivers are fucking insane. We have a goddamn acronym for them here in Michigan because of how fucking stupid Illinois drivers are. Nihongo de hanashimasu ka? Hi. It's somewhat. I don't speak Japanese that well, but also the fucking bean. I hate the bean. The bean is garbage. I hate the bean. You can read, at least I do speak a bit. I focus more on reading and listening and speaking because I don't have anyone to practice with. So, you know. Evo Japan equals qualifier for last chance qualifiers to finish. No incentive to go. All the pros qualified or not going. Yeah, I mean, that's also a point. Actually, when is Evo Japan thinking about it? Evo Japan. I assumed it was still in like August or whatever, like it was last year. Oh, it's in May. Wow. I understand a bit, but I can't speak at all. Yeah, I would really struggle with speaking, but I can understand it well enough. I remember, oh my god, it's so funny because sometimes I'll be like, I remember like a month ago being in McDonald's and waiting for my order, and there was this like mother and daughter in the booth that was speaking to each other in Japanese, and I'm like, I can understand what you're saying. I can understand what you're saying. And the daughter was talking about like going out somewhere with her boyfriend or something, and I'm sitting there like, I hear everything. It's such a weird thing. I'm like, I understand everything they're saying and they have no idea. Okay, I don't understand everything they're saying, but I understood enough. I guess plays. Hope you're having a good day. I hope you're having a good day too. Thank you. Stop. Oh, stop. Okay, Chicago sucks. I know, because I've never been there. But hey, deep dish pizza. Detroit is better. Detroit pizza is better. I made you say it. Yeah, I read the first part and I'm like, stop. And then I read the second part while I'm like, oh, fuck me. Anyway. My Japanese is mid, but I went last spring. Just get some survival phrases and learn more as you go. They love it. Yeah, yeah. Pretty much. I just don't have the money for traveling, though. Like, if I had the money for traveling, I would go to Japan, like, every year. But I can't afford to do that. But I don't know. Maybe I should. Maybe I should make it so that, like, instead of going to multiple tournaments in the US every year, I just go to Evil Japan every year. That would be fun. I could do that. I don't know. I have a Japanese femboy friend. That is a start. Okay, what's the second half? I can understand just fine without knowing Japanese. Explain that, genius. He says ooh woo and oh whoa a lot. I think that's a universal language for... Anyway, yeah, anyway, point is, I hate... Chicago is fucking garbage. I hate Chicago. Anyone that's here from Illinois, you all know it to be true. I'm not going to apologize. I'm not apologizing at all. All right, so... Anyway, that was the first round of roll call. Oh my god, it took 4 hours. So now there's Rat, Brit, Bruv, Devil, and Haru. I think that Devil is the only one here. Rat was here a while ago, but I haven't seen them recently. So, Devil, I think that you're up next. Some communications, usually context. Oh, yeah. Devil likes the femboys Japanese stuff. That's not what... How did I even remotely allude to that? Like I said, man, I'm in Michigan as well if you want to practice sometime. It depends on where in Michigan you are. But if you are in West Michigan, the place to go for Tekken locals is Odyssey Games in Kalamazoo. If you're in that area. Even though on Start GG, there isn't, like... an official tournament for it. It's because we don't have enough players and we don't show up frequently enough, but that is where we go for locals, even though it's not on Start GG. So if you're in that area, that's where to go. But if you're in like northern Michigan or if you're in Detroit or something, it's not, it's way too out of the way for that. Six or eight is a Heihachi match? Okay. I was talking about Japanese, but I'm in Metro. Oh, gotcha. Okay, that's... Well, I appreciate the offer. But yeah, Metro Detroit is out there. I can't afford to travel internationally either, especially in this economy. Yeah, it's really... Like, it's honestly the one thing I regret about... where I'm at right now with streaming and everything is that I can't afford to travel and do stuff, you know? It's unfortunate, but I'd also rather this than be miserable all the time and then be able to travel like once a year for a couple of days. You know what I mean? Hi, more. I didn't know coaching started again. No, I'm sorry. You'll be able to do it for next month though. Okay, so what one did you say? It's 6 or 8. It's a Heihachi.
Time to say goodbye.
Do you know,
Once
is there a
and for
specific
all.
one, or is it just either or? My choice doesn't matter. Okay, sounds good. Oh, Rue, with the Coke money, time to say goodbye once and for all. That is ominous. Honor's Ray Drop, by the way. Did you get hit by Honor's Ray Draw? No. Thank you for the €5, Rue. I appreciate it a lot. Thank you, thank you. Also appreciate the Mishima hate. Thank you, thank you. Okay. You know, I was gonna say I'm gonna take a break. I'm not, because Devil, I think, is the last one.
I'm a pretty princess.
Thanks for that. It hit me so hard that I'm going to sleep. Well, have a good night. I appreciate you coming by. Sleep well, man. Get good rest. The fuck? Don't ask questions. That's Jacko outfit. Yeah, so I mean, this is something that we've been talking about like all day today. But when you do this, you have to like just do 3-1. Just do 3-1. Why not? You know? Why take the risk of doing 3-2 when it jails when you can just do 3-1 and then this is very difficult because of the replay, but you get the point. Oh my god. You know. Why do the 3-2? And if you're like, oh well, they're going to duck, if that's why you're doing it, if you're like round start, oh they're going to duck and I'm gonna hit him with heat engager, use 1+2. Use 1+2 instead, because then you won't get launched. That was a great whip punch from the Heihachi. Hope you like my Sea Viper custom. Oh, I get it. I thought it was Jacko at first, but I see it now with the glasses.
I want Reina to dominate me.
I thought I was pressing a button. Okay, so what button did you think he was going to press? That's the next question. Because if you thought he was going to press a button, it's going to have to be something that is slower than third. So it's not down forward 1. So you're thinking that he's going to press something that's relatively slow at round start. And if he does that, then what other options do you have? You have the 1+2, but you also have down forward 4 for counter hit launcher. Or you could just do the 3-1 and keep it safe. Like a slower move. No, specifically something that's not high that's going to get ducked and launched. Because like if I go back to the beginning of the round here, like this is the problem, right? Is that. And you don't want to eat that at round start. So you just don't want to do the high. And also think about what options you're going to choose. Yeah, and then like that as well. That might have been an attempt at a punish, which is fair. But again, you got to be careful with that. Yeah, see, more 1+2 like that is good. -13. Yeah, and again, gotta be careful with the highs. That down 1+2 worked. But again, something I would argue after this is instead of doing the down 1+2, and I understand doing it for the high crush, but, you know, because again, you're keeping yourself safe. Or down forward 4, right? Because down forward 4 and down 1+2 are kind of doing the same thing, right? The difference is, of course, if you do this, it's not, or if you do, sorry, down forward 4, it's not going to high crush. But if they do anything else that would down 1+2 would work on, what is going on? Then down forward 4 will also work and counter hit launch them while keeping you safe. So that's just another thing to think about too in this situation. Oh, he was tuck rolling. Yeah, of course. That's plus. Yeah, and here it's important to remember your options as well for keeping up your pressure. So, like, when you do this, remember that you can frame trap with, like, 3-1 or something. If you're afraid of him hitting a button, right? Because that would be the reason why we don't do anything after this gets blocked, is because we're like, ooh, Heihachi's going to press something here. So, if he's going to press something, use your frame trap, right? Oh, I see. We tried heat bursting. That's why, and we ran out of heat. And yeah, that's just where it's important to pay attention because, yeah, when that animation ends, it is like 1 or 2 frames off, but that does make more sense. Still important to point that out as an option, though. And then, yeah, there's what I'm talking about before about doing stuff that's punishable, and then you get wall splat for that. So that's something you gotta be careful of, too. Grab works. Nice. So what I would do here as well, what I would consider is if you do the wall running 2-1, and you do power crush afterwards. So like here, if you're gonna hit him with a mid, we talked about this earlier, do the 2. Because if they block it, then you don't get punished. Whereas with the 3, you do. And the only difference between the 2 is that the 3 will be jab interrupt. But then if you think they're gonna jab interrupt, then the 4 and the 1 also beat that, so. Yeah, that was a great call. You didn't get the punish on that, but yeah, you gotta be really... Nice. That was good defense. That was really good defense at the end there. Good patience. One plus 2. Yep. I like the seat pressure, getting him to the wall like this. He's being very patient, though. And what I would have done instead, personally, not saying that what you did there was wrong with the 1-4. I think it makes a lot of sense. But because you just did the low and he blocked it, what I would do after the heat smash is the mid, is the 3. Because if he ducks again, it's going to avoid the 1. And chances are he's not going to punish, and then the 4 is going to hit him and it's going to wall splat. But still, if he ducks it, then he blocks the 4 and the 1. But the 3, he'll get wall splat. So just an idea. And then, yeah, that was excellent whiff punish from the Heihachi. But you got to watch out for that down 1 plus 2. Yeah, you gotta be careful with the moves that you're doing out at this range and, like, thinking about approaching the opponent. Because you're trying to use this for keep out, of course. But you have other options you can use for keep out, too. That aren't going to get you killed like this. You know, because that all came from that 1 whiff down 1 plus 2. I keep forgetting the mid staff is the potential. Well, and, you know, at least you're not doing the 2, right? You have the right idea on what you're doing, but just incorporate that 3 and you'll be good. You could have toe kick punished there. Yeah, gotta be careful of that as well. Yep, and again, it's like it's the same thing here, right? The same reasons we were talking about before. If we did the 3 here, wow, he fuzzy ducked that so well. Holy, I don't know if that was intentional or not, but Jesus, that was a frame perfect fuzzy duck. Oh my god, because that's 18 frames and this is 19. That was a frame perfect fuzzy duck. That is absurd. But you know, either way, that's why I'm trying to get with doing the mid. Attempt to punish, but didn't quite get it. I understand doing the 1-2-2 as well because Lidia. And then again, there do the 2 instead of the 3. And then we ran up and did down 1 plus 2 here. And I suppose that's because you might think they're staying on the ground, but down forward 4 is also a good option. Or even sidestep 2. Yeah, see, like that. And he's waiting for it. That's happened twice that round where he was waiting for you to do the down 1 plus 2 and whiff punish you or punish you. And I don't know how this Heihachi is only Fujin. This guy's fundamentals are really good. It's a tough opponent. But when we're out here, what we can do instead of doing that down 1 plus 2... when we dash up like this, down forward 4, right? Because now, if he does something, we can backdash out of it and get him the whiff, right? So that's why we want to do something like that. Or if we want to try doing keep out, we have sidestep 2, although I clearly wasn't close enough, but we have that, and then we can kind of try keeping the wall here. That was not what I intended. Like that. And then, yeah. You get the point. So let's go on to the next round. Yeah, and then see, I like using that 1 plus 2 more round stop because it gives you that if they do something, but you don't die. Nice, that was a great whip punish. That's what you wanted to use now. That not so much, because again, like now, not only does Heihachi get to do something, but if he ducked it, then you would just die. So what do we want to do instead?
after heat engager, well, we talk about this all the time, right? If we're going to do a mid like this, what's a better option that we have? Forward 4-2. Right? This is my go-to. This is like the best option. Because it's -1, it has the pushback, and you know, we can just up 3, and if they do anything, they die, and now they're at the wall, and now we do this, and that was supposed to be heat smash, but whatever, and then boom, 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 and that's just what gets us going. But when we do 3-2, not only can we not continue going if they block it, it's a high, so if they duck it, we just die. So now, look, we're not really able to do too much here. And the Heihachi is waiting for that, and he tried punishing it. He didn't get it, but he's just waiting. Nice, and that time you used the mid. That was good. And see, now, even though we're -9, we use the mid, Heihachi's back is still to the wall, so we can capitalize on that, right? So how do we capitalize on it? That. See? Forward 4-2. Oops. Nice, that was a good down 1+2. But again, I'm going to challenge you on this as well, because even though this down 1+2 is really good, I don't think you're doing it because you specifically saw him do crouch dash 3. I think you saw him come at you and you preemptively did down 1+2. And what can you do instead here? Down forward 4. Because here, especially because the airborne is accomplishing the same thing, but it's giving you advantage instead of leaving you launch. Really patient, but a bit aggressive. I would have folded like laundry. So he can definitely be a Mirai menace. Yeah, no, Devil's genuinely gotten a lot better. His patience is so good. But he has to be careful when doing those down 1+2s and stuff. See, like here, see, look, he's crouch dashing and try baiting you into doing down 1+2 so he can punish you. So you know what you should be doing here when he does that. Oops, my bad. The down forward 4, right? So you see when he does that, down forward 4. And then if he does something, you counter hit launch him. If he doesn't do anything, then you still get pressure afterwards. That's why I'm trying to emphasize this as an option. Nice, good. See, that's what that was a whiff punish. That was excellent. That was fantastic. That was beautiful. That was one of the most beautiful whiff punishes I've ever seen. Use the down 1+2 like that. Use it in those situations more. Yeah, and I like doing the up 1+2 there more than doing down 1+2, even though it whiffed. It's a much better idea. And then the punish there was late. I like that as well. Run up jab. Yeah, but see, he's waiting for that, and then he whiff punished you. So again, if we're in the same situation, instead of doing this, I actually don't think down forward. Yeah, down forward 4 won't quite reach, but forward 4-2, you know? Sidestep 2. Stuff like that. Especially because you know that he's waiting for you and he's being patient. You can afford to do these things. And hell, you know what else you can do as well? This. You can just manual more too, because that counter hit launches. That 1+2, I used the wrong timing. I think you rely on it too much for keep out, and you have other options. You need to explore your other keep out and options and ways to stop the opponent from approaching you. You have the right idea. You really do. Like, the time that you use it and the way that you use it is smart. It works. It makes sense. But you have to use other moves. You can't, if you're just using down 1+2 like this, it's going to get you killed. And this Heihachi is doing a great job at stopping that. And the 2-2 as well. You got to watch out for that as well. I don't know if you intended to do up forward 3-2 and then accidentally messed it up. But make sure you're doing that second hit of up forward 3-2 as well. And yeah, I think we're just going to lose on time here, unfortunately, because we don't have enough. Yeah, that was unfortunate. But yeah, like, you have the right idea. Just, like, use something. Don't use the down 1+2 so often, you know? You got other moves, and you gotta take advantage of that. And then with how defensive this Heihachi was as well, this Heihachi played great. Like, this, I don't know how this guy is in blue ranks. You probably shouldn't be. But he played really well defensively, and he was trying to bait that out. His entire game plan was bait out the down 1+2 and punish him for it, and he did a great job at that. And you have to change gears when you have an opponent that does that, because I'm sure the down 1+2 works great most of the time against most players at your rank.
And I'm sure that's why you do it. But when you have an opponent like this, you have to know what your other options are. That's Heihachi. Did I say something else? That Heihachi, it is Mitsuki? Okay, well, that makes sense then. So he played out of his mind. And when you play against someone like Mitsuki, you have to recognize when they're doing like this defensive play and how you play around it. You can't use the down 1+2 against him like you do against most players that are going to be in blue ranks or even at like Tekken King. You can't do it. You have to understand these situations and how you adapt to this. Can you check something quickly on Miari in practice? I think I found some weird stuff. Yeah, I can. I think that was the last one. So the all ones we have on the list are Rat, Britbruv, Crimson, Hero, Algie, and Haru. Are any of you guys here? If not, if none of you are here, then I will be recording your coaching tomorrow. I'll be doing it off stream because I've been here for too long and I'm tired. So if any of them are here, let me know. I'm doing it because there are still 6 people left, and that's going to take an eternity. And I'm exhausted. And I have a video I want to upload today, so I want to make sure I have time for that. Now that Harada isn't here, do we have a better chance for a Tekken collection? No, I think there's actually even less of a chance for a Tekken collection because I think Bandai Namco knows it will sell and people will play it, and that makes it so that they don't want to make it, because if they do, then I mean, people will play that over Tekken 8. I don't know. Anyway, all right, so what's this Miari setup that you have? Navendro. The menu, boo. Remove the clothes. Hold on, I gotcha. Set the opponent on quick roll left. Wall spot the opponent, down forward 1/1/1+2, dash in, up 4, keep mashing 4. It should hit them on the tech roll. Okay. Here we go. So set them to roll left. Let me change characters. Looking for some help with Miari. Yeah, sure. You have any specific questions? Let's change it to Kazuya. Before it has to hit the opponent on low wall spot. Okay. Gotcha. That does make sense. I think it just changes the timing of it, no? Dude, what is happening with my frame rate, by the way? Can we just, like, talk about this? Wait a bit after dash-in or do a longer dash-in? What the fuck? How do I maintain offense and how do I do good defense? So I actually have a video that I'm going to upload tonight talking about that. I actually have a video I'm going to upload after I end this stream, so it should be up on the YouTube channel in a couple of hours talking about that exact concept. And it's a very long answer, but the short of it is, don't constantly force stance mix-up with Miari. Because if you constantly force the stance mix-up, any opportunity you get, it becomes telegraphed and it becomes very easy for the opponent to deal with. If you're mixing up going in the stance and not going in the stance, that makes your offense stronger because it's less telegraphed. It's harder for the opponent to see and defend against. And it's the same thing with defense as well. A lot of Miari's defense it's really good because Miari has a lot of pushback on all of her moves, which allows her to be able to backdash out of a lot of the opponent's attacks and then launch them and then punish them for doing it. So that's another big thing as well when it comes to her defense, is using a lot of these moves defensively, like down forward 4 for counter hit launcher, and then just not forcing a mix-up and backdashing and waiting for them to make a mistake, and then using a lot of your small tech and stuff like 3-2 to try getting in there and then doing offense. The game recognizes for a sec that you're behind the opponent. It's so weird. Let me do this again. See, that time it didn't work. Might be because of the angle, though, of the back 4. That wasn't enough. Yeah, now it's not working. Oh, because I have them set on... No? I had them set on Mimic before. Maybe I need to dash in for longer. This is so weird. What if I'm off access? That was a high wall splat. Oh, this game's a consistent mess. Oh, man. I don't understand the difference. Try single dash and wait for a bit. Yeah, that's why I tried doing that time and it didn't work. Hold on, sorry. Oh my god, the timing on this is so strange. Yeah, it's like... Huh. That's so weird. That's so weird. It doesn't make any sense. That strict timing isn't practical. I don't think it is, and I think it's also axis dependent. I think that's why it's being weird. So, like, if I'm here... No, it worked! Whoa! Ah. Does this only work if they roll to the left, though? I assume that's the case. Yeah, that time it doesn't cross them up. It works. It just doesn't cross them up. That's weird. Good find, though. I wonder if there's something you can do with this. Like if you do, That, like, kind of worked. Actually, yeah, let me see if that's consistent. Oops. Fuck. My bad. Wait, what did I do? Did I just do down 1 plus 2? Oh my god, that makes it consistent. Oh my god, that makes it consistent. What the fuck? So wait, if I do... Yo, what? Now do a slight angle. Yeah, I mean, that is true. Yeah, that is true. It's still, like, even if it doesn't do that cross-up thing, though, it's still good for Oki. Come on, restart. So here, slight angle. It works. Do I get to name the new tech? I think you do. I gotta try it a bit more. Yo, that actually just works. That actually just works. Even if it doesn't do the cross-up, it still gives you Oki if they tech roll. It's a tech trap. That's crazy. Please make a video out of this. I have to actually try it. I have to give it a proper, like, I'm cooked next viewer games. Because how much damage are you losing out if you do this? That is not the right combo. So that's 76. Fuck. I need to turn off rage as well, my bad. I keep trying to turn off this setting and it never actually turns itself off. There we go, okay. So that's 72. And then that's 63. So you're losing 11 damage, but you get pull Oki. Motor bow. I saw that. I saw. You thought you could delete it. I saw that. I understand, though, the thought of motorboating Miari being rent-free in your head. It's in mine, too. Anyway. Motor bow boat. That's the name. Patented. I can call it boat tech. Do the double down forward 4, not up 1 plus 2 for more damage. Yeah, but it's inconsistent. I guess I could do this. Oops. Dude, that's crazy. That just works. It's not with the down forward 2, just on counter hit. Oh, really? That's weird. So I want to try something. Ooh. It's official stuff to Miari. Main bro's learning new specific Miari tech right now. Was there any question before? I think I need to run in and get them closer to the wall, maybe. Oh, I think if I forward 3 here, it'll work. Oh, fuck me. Yeah. Yeah, that's obscene. Sorry. That's crazy. I don't know, like the conditions for it crossing up in the way that it does are a bit weird, and I'm still not quite sure how to make that happen consistently or to even know when it's going to happen. But honestly, if it's random, that makes it even better in a lot of ways. Yeah, so if I do the 3 there, it doesn't cross up. What if I do the 2? Can you try down forward? I assume you mean down back 2 4 instead of 1 up 4. Oh yeah, interesting idea. Okay. Yeah, it doesn't work there. What about after a wall splat though? Nah, it doesn't work. They can roll out of it. Yeah. So I think it's a distance thing, right? I think it depends on how close you are. That would make sense to me. See, because yeah, it's like how the camera changes is the weird thing. So if I don't dash as close to them. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. I can't dash too far. But if I do this and then don't move, then it does it. Yeah. I'm in the combo for more damage. No, I'm sorry. I read what you said. It Neverendo in YouTube chat said to try the down back 2-4 during the combo. Nakatsu, help me. She can't get away with this. That's a cool tech, but I wonder how to shut this down, though. I mean, if you just stay on the ground, it avoids the entire thing. My bad. No, you're good. Yeah, that if the 2 crossed up there, that would be disgusting. I'm glad I chose a stage where I can do this consistently. Yeah, that. Okay. Yeah, so if you do that, you go back turn. So you only get the choice between doing the 4 and the 3, but it's still like a mix-up that's really hard to see and crosses up. So it's so good. There's just not a lot more that I think you can do with it. Because like if I do this and then cancel the stance transition, I don't think it's gonna do anything wild. Oh, for fuck's sake. Oh! 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 Look, now since I need to sleep, I have a meeting in 6 hours. Oh, we'll get some sleep, man. Thanks for coming by. Have a good night. Sleep well. Crossbow tech. Oh my god. If I press back, what? If I press back, it realigns? What? That time I didn't get it. Wish all of you a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you, you too. Can sleep well, man. No, that time it did. Weird. Okay. Yeah, so that doesn't work. So canceling it is an option. Dude, that's crazy. That one time I canceled it though, I was considered front turn even though it crossed up. That's so strange. Yo, wait, down for what? Oh my god. Can I down forward 2 then? Ooh. I don't know how to get this to work consistently, but yo, I could down forward 2 there, but it wasn't in range. What do you think of down back 2-3? I don't think down back 2-3 is a good move. I think it's too risky and doesn't really do anything. Try pressing up back 4 instead of up 4. Does it change it? It does. So if I dash in, it just completely whiffs if I do up back foot. That's weird. Oop, I didn't get my jab. What's the safe poke moves to use? 3-1. Specifically, I have to do 3-1 in the stance, otherwise it's punishable. But 3-1. Down forward 4. Down forward 4, in my opinion, is her best move. Her down forward 1's really good. You can hit confirm into the 4 really easily. Side step 2 is all right. It's not the best thing in the world, but it's all right. I guess up 1+2 isn't really a poke, but it can be used from longer range. Manual stance 2, because it's a 15 frame counter hit launch that'll hit from out here. Sorry, I messed that up. Like that. Forward 2. Those are the main ones, right? And then you also have forward 4. Can you explain how to stance cancel? Whenever I do it, I get clipped. You have to be holding down back when her hand touches the ground. See? Like that. If I do, like, this, and then I press the button too early, you see she won't cancel stance. You have to press down back when her hand, well, be pressing down back when her hand touches the ground. I'm dumb, I'm sorry. No, dude, you're fine. Dude, that is crazy, Tack. That is absurd. Try down forward 1, up back 4. Okay. I'm pretty sure that the up back version has so small of a hitbox that it won't hit an opponent that's low slumped on the wall. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it won't. Hey, Aaron. Hello, welcome in. All right, well, that was cool, Tech. Thank you, Neverendo. I'm going to have to experiment with this a bit more, especially because of the cancel allowing you to go back turn, but also be front turned. It's weird, but thank you for the tech. It's really cool. My God. I have to experiment with this a lot. I have to use this in real games, too, and see how practical it is. Doing play matches with friends, trying out all the characters I ever tried to see who I enjoyed the most. Nice. All right, everyone. That's going to do it for stream. So again, everyone that didn't get to, so Rat, Brit, Bruv, Crimson, Hero, Algie, and Haru, I didn't see you guys in chat when I got around to you. So I am going to do your coaching in a recording tomorrow, and I will give that to you all in Discord, assuming that you're watching the VOD.
So yeah, for everyone else, I just got here. Someone mentioned attack. Neverendo on YouTube found that you can do this with Miari. And it's consistent. Zafina still feels blah, but apparently I was using a lot of unsafe stuff to try running her stance mix. It can be very easy to do that, yeah. Zafina takes some time to get used to. Good night, thanks for the stream. Yeah, of course, you have a good night too, thank you. Thanks for coming by. Maybe it's worth something. Thanks for stream, dude. Really nice time. See you, Seth and everybody. See you, Neverendo. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate the tech. Thank you. So for everyone that's here that wants to participate in public coaching, the next time we do this... Oh, Rat sent me a message. Oh, said skip me. Okay, I didn't even see it. But thank you, Rat, if you're still here and you're lurking. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'll make sure to get to you, I promise. So, in Discord, if you are in our Discord, in YouTube, it's in the description. On Twitch, !Discord. I'm going to create a thread in here. I'm going to create a thread in our events channel. Threads. Create. Public coaching number 19 2-4, I'm pretty sure. Tekken IDs. So if you want to participate in this the next time that we do it, join our Discord, go to the events, and go to this where it says public coaching number 19 and put your Tekken ID in here. That's all you have to do. That's it. If you do that, then you will be in for coaching the next time we do this, which will be the first Wednesday of February, which I'm pretty sure is February 4th. Let me double check. Yay, my memory is good. Yeah, it's February 4th. So everyone that's been here asking for that, where do I go to do it? How do I do coaching? That's what you do. And you will have coaching done on the 4th. Hopefully, there's not an update immediately after Tekken World Tour. Hopefully. Good God. If there is an update after TWT Finals, so like the Monday before this, because that happened, it's actually happened quite often. It's happened like 4 or 5 times. We will do the coaching the week after what this date is. So if there is an update on the 1st, for everyone that can't get games in before the 4th, we will have it on the 11th instead, if that happens. And if you tell me a game specifically that you want me to look at from the update, I will go in before the date and I will record that game for you so it's still saved and I can look at it on stream even when the replay isn't there. So that's all you have to do. Join our Discord. And we already got Devil putting in their ID for the funny. Arn looks like they're putting their ID in there as well. Yep, Arn's got their ID in there. So you guys are set. You guys that have put in your Tekken IDs, you already have your stuff for February. You are good to go. You don't have to do anything else. And also because I promised I'd take off Miari's clothes. I hope you're happy. Anyway, my ideas earned it, just like my skill of, oh my god. I'll make post an 18 with timestamps in a bit. By being safe, mid heat engages and fell a little rabbit hole versus Safina's down forward 4-1. Okay, I appreciate, thank you, Lusetto. I'll make sure to ping everyone too and let them know that I'll be recording this stuff. Was on outfit really nice. Thank you. All right. Thank you all for coming by today. Thank you all for coming by for coaching. It's been a while since I've done this. It's been like 4 months. It's really draining on me. It's really tiring, but I'm glad I can help you guys out. I hope you all learned something from this while you participated in the coaching or not. And hopefully next time when we do this, there will be less side tangents so I can actually get through everyone. I apologize to everyone I wasn't able to get to today. I just went on so many tangents, and I really kind of screwed up on that one. I apologize to everyone that was later on in the coaching as well. You all had to wait so long because of that. I really do apologize. I was expecting to get through everyone in like 3 or 4 hours and was 6 hours in, and I'm still, yeah. So I apologize for that. Hopefully next month will be better. But thank you all for coming by today. Again, I hope you enjoyed today's stream. I hope you learned something from it. And yeah, I will see you all probably either tomorrow or Friday. I don't know. It depends. I don't know if I'm having locals tomorrow is the thing. If there are locals tomorrow, then I'll probably go to it. But there haven't been locals since the week before Christmas because they weren't doing it for Christmas and New Year's. And so I don't really know what's going on with that. No one said anything in the my locals Discord. So I don't know. If there's locals tomorrow, I'm probably going to go to play more Miari and test out this controller offline. But if there's no locals, I might end up streaming tomorrow and then not streaming Friday. But if I don't stream tomorrow, I will stream Friday. So we'll see. I don't know. I'll obviously update you guys in the Discord. But yeah. Anyway. Oh yeah. And also, for people that were chatting on YouTube, again, I'm sorry if that subscriber thing is happening where it was saying like, you can't chat because you're not subscribed, even though you are subscribed. I'm probably temporarily just going to turn that off until YouTube fixes this shit. I thought it only happened on the one day, and then no one said it's had any problems since then, but then Harmonize today has said that he was having that issue. So I don't know what's going on with it. I'll try to look into it and see if I can find out if there's something going on or some setting I need to change. But I might just temporarily turn it off so that you guys can chat. I apologize if there's anyone in YouTube chat that's been lurking today and hasn't been able to chat or has had problems with it. It's obviously not on me. I can't do anything about it. All I can do is turn the thing off, and I have to keep it on because otherwise there are people that just come in here and spam like racist, awful shit. But if it's not gonna work, then you know, it is what it is. So, yeah, I'll try to figure it out before the next stream. But I apologize if anyone was having trouble in YouTube chat chatting. Yeah. Anyway, take care, everyone. I'll see you all tomorrow or Friday. Thanks for coming by. See ya. Oh, Odo Flavors. By Neverendo, by Cody, by Calvin, by Devil, by Aaron, by Theo, by Lissetto. Zinyaras is already sleeping. By Meatski. Bye, everyone lurking. Have a good night. See you next time. Bye-bye.